We've mostly read stories about weak losers and runts who die and get reincarnated, only to become overpowered powerhouses later on. But this story is about a king who had plenty of achievements under his belt before he died. The reason behind his death remains a mystery. But after his death, he opens his eyes as a baby, and contrary to the lavish room fit for a king that he'd expect, he wakes up in a humble home. His mother's name is Alice, a kind-hearted woman, and his father is Reynolds, a dependable and charismatic man, if you can overlook his occasional childishness. The era the king is reborn into is much more archaic. After observing his surroundings for weeks, the king finally comes to the conclusion that he's learned everything this world has to offer. But that's when he finds out he's wrong. Later, he discovers that this world has magic when his mother uses healing magic to treat a wound inflicted by his father's mischief. It's then that the king realizes there's so much more to this world than he ever imagined. And if he has to be brutally honest, he actually knows nothing about it. Time passes, and once the king is able to crawl, he often sneaks out of his crib to read books and expand his knowledge about this world. Ever since he discovered this place, he's been sneaking out every night to learn more about it. He's found that the world he's been born into is made up of 3 major kingdoms: Elenoir, the elven kingdom deep in the forest; Darv, the vast underground kingdom and home of the dwarves; and Sapin, the human kingdom, which is also the most populated region. Both this world and his previous one share a monarchy system, but rulership here is passed down, not earned, which basically means that this world is vastly underdeveloped compared to his old one. He realizes the reason for the lack of technological advancement is the presence of magic in this world. He's been studying the fundamentals of magic ever since. In his old world, there was a life force called Ki, which practitioners used to strengthen their bodies and weapons through rigorous training. But this world has a similar force called mana. However, unlike Ki, which exists only inside a person, mana is present all around them. The power to control mana is largely genetic. Roughly 1 in 100 children possesses it, and it can be used in various ways. The 2 most common methods are augmenting and conjuring. Augmenters enhance their bodies with mana, allowing them to possess incredible strength, defense, and agility. However, their weakness lies in their limited range. On the other hand, conjurers emit mana into the outside world, bending their surroundings to their will. But to cast a spell, they must supplement their own mana core with mana from the environment. Interestingly, his mother is what they call a deviant, more specifically, an emitter. Deviants are rare types of mages with unique abilities, and emitters, like his mother, specialize in restorative mana. According to the book he read, a mage's first awakening happens between early adolescence and the late teenage years, when their mana core manifests. The concept of a mana core sounded uncannily similar to the Kai Center from his previous life. In his old world, children were taught to meditate and sense the fragments of Kai scattered inside their bodies, gathering them into a single place to form a Ki Center. But when our little king decides to try this technique himself, to his surprise, he nails it on his first attempt. Though his mother interrupts him before he can do anything significant, time rolls on and 2 years fly by. Yet Alice feels like she hasn't fully figured out her little boy. She's learning about him slowly, piece by piece. She's named him Arthur, and he's the most precious and adorable thing in her life. One day she notices her husband teaching their little one how to swing a stick and fight, which sets her temper flaring because their baby can barely crawl. Alice loves documenting everything, keeping a daily diary, and moments like these never fail to put a smile on her face. She's also noticed that Arthur absolutely loves visiting the small merchant strip in central Ashbur. So, instead of shopping for groceries once or twice a week, she's taken to going downtown every other day. Of course, she tells herself she's not spoiling him by doing this. It's all for educational purposes since Arthur loves learning and seeing new things. And the fresh food she can bring home daily is just a bonus. Watching Arthur grow up so quickly, she sometimes wonders what he'll be like when he's older. With Ray as his father, she's sure he'll have an interest in becoming an adventurer, but she can't help worrying. She only hopes he fares better than the naive young teens dreaming of making it big as adventurers. Now, if only she could do something about his perpetual habit of sneaking into the study. It's even tempted her to move his crib into the study room, though that's a decision for another day. So far, this is the overview of what Alice has learned about her son over the past 2 years. One day, as Arthur peers through the window, he spots his father preparing to perform some magic. Reynolds closes his eyes in order to concentrate. The intensity of his concentration leaves Arthur brimming with curiosity, eager to see what kind of magic his father will perform. Suddenly, the pebbles on the ground began to lift. As his father reaches the peak of his enchantment, the debris floats only a few meters into the sky. Arthur is left utterly disappointed seeing this. While Reynolds looks quite pleased with his achievement, Arthur feels equally unimpressed. Watching his father take 3 minutes of utmost focus just to lift some pebbles a few feet is just ridiculous. He can't help but think doing it physically would have been easier. Just then, Alice joins him by the window. When she glances outside, her expression shifts to mild annoyance as she notices her husband has ruined the front yard again. So far, Arthur has learned that his father is an augmenter, which only deepens his curiosity about himself. He wonders what will he be when he awakens his mana core. After watching his father practice for a while, Arthur decides to retreat. As he tries to climb off the bench, he stumbles and struggles to get down. His eyes are half closed from focusing too hard, but Alice misinterprets this, thinking he's getting sleepy. She scoops him up, deciding it's time for his nap. But the poor boy quickly claps his tiny hands together and earnestly requests his mother to let him study instead. The innocence radiating from him is overwhelming, leaving Alice with no choice but to give in to his request. Arthur sits down with a book larger than himself spread open in front of him. Suddenly, a crashing noise echoes outside. Alice fears her clumsy husband might have knocked down yet another tree. She hurries out to investigate, leaving Arthur with a golden opportunity to practice his mana core formation. You see, aside from accumulating knowledge about this world, Arthur's greatest accomplishment so far has been his progress in forming his mana core. Over the past 2 years, he's painstakingly moved tens of thousands of tiny fragments of mana within his body, gathering them near his solar plexus. Arthur understands why it typically takes until adolescence for a mana core to form naturally. The fragments move agonizingly slowly toward the center, making it an arduous task for both the body and mind. But our boy's relentless efforts haven't gone to waste. He's almost there, just one last piece remains. As soon as he places that final fragment, an explosion erupts inside the house, obliterating the entire structure in one powerful blast. Outside, Reynolds instinctively shields Alice, wrapping her in his arms to protect her from the searing heat and debris. When the dust finally settles, the devastated couple turns to find their home in ruins. Alice is beside herself with shock and grief as they rush toward the wreckage to check on their son. Reynolds frantically pushes aside debris, but when he notices his son, his worry quickly turns to shock and then to amazement. There, amidst the destruction, their son floats casually in the air as if nothing had happened. Arthur looks completely unfazed, his tiny body surrounded by a faint glow of mana. After forming his mana core, the little one finally drops down onto his feet, and he can finally feel the presence of the mana core inside him. He's already starting to enjoy the sensation of having a mana core inside, and even the trees around him seem greener. But then, he realizes his house has been destroyed, and he has no idea who or what caused the damage. 5 years pass since that accident. Along with his mother teaching him how to read and write, Arthur has also been learning the basics of mana manipulation and augmentation. At first, since his body was too small for sparring, they focused on basic body workouts. Not long ago, his father decided it was finally time for Arthur to practice with the wooden sword he'd received for his 3rd birthday. Reynolds takes him outside to train, and as Arthur stands there with his newly acquired wooden sword, his father holds up a tree branch and tells him to match the flow of mana with his breathing. Just like your heart or lungs, your mana core is just another organ, his father explains. But Arthur doesn't think these abstract and vague instructions are going to teach anything to someone who is just literally 4 years old. Arthur takes his stance and exchanges a few playful blows with his father. The sparring drags on, with Reynolds clearly enjoying himself, but Arthur grows increasingly frustrated. Our boy knows that his father would not let him go until he accomplishes something noteworthy. With no other choice, he gathers his courage and swings his wooden sword hard enough to break the stick his father is holding. After this significant move, he immediately expresses his desire to return to his studies. Once our boy gets back to his studies about magic, we learn that in this world, strength is measured by the color of a person's mana core. Mana cores start off black, tainted by impurities like blood and other particles within the body. Over time, as these impurities are filtered out, the core's color changes, becoming purer and more powerful. The progression moves from black to red, orange, yellow, silver, and finally, white. Each stage is divided into 3 shades: dark, solid, and light, with lighter shades signifying greater purity and strength. As our boy was deep in concentration, his mother interrupts him by urging him to come in for dinner. As they sit around eating, Arthur feels a growing irritation at the constant interruptions to his studies. Reynolds begins talking about finding a proper mentor for Arthur to further develop his skills. Alice immediately objects, pointing out that Arthur is only 4 years old and far too young for such a step. Reynolds counters that their son shows remarkable potential in mana manipulation, even at his young age, and he doesn't want to hold him back. Alice, however, stands her ground. She insists that she will not send her child off to some distant city. Reynolds reassures her by explaining that it isn't just any city, and promises that his trusted friend will personally take care of Arthur. Arthur tunes out most of the conversation, finding his parents' back and forth exhausting. They suddenly turn to him and want his opinion on the matter. His father asks if he has any interest in leaving for the big city to study under a real teacher. My guy can't help but feel unsettled that his father is literally asking the opinion of someone who's only 4 years old. Anyhow, he plays the part of being a kid and meekly asks if his parents can't just go with him together. A sudden silence falls over everyone, but soon they burst into chuckles. Turns out this gullible couple hadn't even thought about the possibility of going with their kid as well. With that settled, his father makes the final call that they're all heading to Xyrus City together. The day finally arrives for them to leave their home. And they're not traveling alone. A party of adventurers will be tagging along with them on the journey. His father greets one of the adventurers and introduces his son to them. The little one quickly bows his head in respect and expresses his gratitude for their help in accompanying them to Xyrus. This adventurer really likes the kid's mannerisms and is already fond of him. His name is Crench, an augmenter, and his specialty is the spear. Then there's Angela Rose, a conjurer with a focus on wind magic. She's got big hooters and stands out among the group. Next up is Durden Walker, also a conjurer, but his specialty is earth magic. There's also Jasmine Flameworth, an augmenter who specializes in dual daggers. Among all the adventurers, she's the most passive. Without saying much, she quietly walks towards the carriage they're about to ride in. Lastly, there's Helen Shard, another augmenter with a specialty in magic archery. Now that everyone's acquainted, Reynolds decides it's time to move on. They load the carriages with their things, and the journey begins. The time has finally come for Arthur to explore a world beyond the little village he knew. As their journey continues, dawn breaks, and so do the monsters. The adventurers quickly take care of them, and they set up camp deep in the forest to spend the night. As everyone enjoys the bonfire, Arthur seems a little dejected, feeling the weight of this mundane journey. Helen Shard then turns to our boy and sits beside him to catch up. She's quite curious to learn more about him after hearing his father constantly praise him as a great magician throughout the journey. Meanwhile, Crench notices the two talking and decides he's going to test Reynolds' son for himself. Without much warning, he grabs the little one off the ground and proposes a quick duel. When Arthur finds himself facing off against Crench, he is unsure if he's even supposed to fight an adventurer like this. His pleading eyes dart toward his father, hoping for a way out. But his father only grins and starts egging him to win. Feeling utterly hopeless, Arthur can't believe how his father is literally useless in moments like these. Anyhow, my guy takes his stance, tapping into the experiences of his previous life. With a firm grip on his sword, he launches himself at Crench. Crench, on the other hand, stays steady, ready to dodge the incoming attack. But little does he know, our boy vanishes right before his eyes and reappears directly behind this bastard's back. My guy steadies his tiny body and channels some magic into his sword. Without wasting a moment, he quickly swings at Crench. But Crench dodges the attack with ease and retaliates with a slash of his own. The little guy ducks just in time, letting the stick zip past over his head. He takes advantage of the brief opening, launching himself straight into Crench's ribs and knocking the big guy to the ground. Crench isn't one to go down easily, though. He quickly swings his leg to trip the kid up, but my guy ducks down once again, narrowly avoiding it. Although he dodged the first onslaught, he's not sure if he can handle the next move Crench is already preparing. Sure enough, as soon as Crench's stick connects with him, the impact sends our boy flying. He lands a few feet away, his back aching like hell. Durden Walker gives Crench a little slap on the neck for going overboard with a kid. Crench, on the other hand, is absolutely awestruck by the sheer display of skill he just witnessed in Arthur. He can't understand how his father claims he hasn't taught him anything. But as usual, the father insists he hasn't taught his son a thing. The doting mother quickly starts healing Arthur while scolding him because she does not like the idea that he had been studying fighting all this time. Arthur tries to brush it off, claiming he just picked up a few moves by watching his father and reading books. But Crench isn't convinced. He's sure those moves couldn't have been learned just from books, and he's eager to learn the techniques Arthur just pulled off. Eventually, Arthur explains how to perform the acrobatic moves he pulled off. But whenever the others try, they fail miserably. Several days pass since they began their journey to Xyrus City. During this time, Arthur's birthday also passed, and he received gifts, not only because it was his birthday, but also for the efforts he put into teaching them those techniques. Surprisingly, the one who gave him a gift was none other than the usually passive Jasmine Flameworth. Meanwhile, the training with Adam, Helen, and his father continued with decent progress. To Arthur's surprise, Jasmine had already succeeded in learning a few techniques. It still amazes him how quickly she managed to grasp his instructions, especially when it came to learning feint step. After some fun near a picturesque waterfall, the group decided to press on with their journey. Eventually, they arrived at a desolate and barren landscape, a stark contrast to the lush greenery they had left behind. As the group shared some lighthearted banter, they joked about Arthur's father being a trouble magnet who always managed to drag everyone into some kind of mess. Meanwhile, Arthur tries to focus on reading a book but finds it nearly impossible to concentrate. The cause of his distress is Jasmine's stares, who just can't stop staring at him for quite a while now. Suddenly, their journey is interrupted by bandits. While everyone gets ready to face them, the looters outside launch a barrage of arrows. Thankfully, Angela Rose's wind magic stops most of them in their tracks, scattering the projectiles harmlessly. The adventurers quickly exude an intense aura as they grab their respective weapons, preparing for the fight. Helen immediately takes her stance, drawing and readying an arrow. But judging by the sheer number of bandits swarming over the hills, it's clear her single arrow won't be enough to deal with the danger. There are a shitload of bandits surrounding them, completely cornering the group from all directions. Finally, we get a glimpse of this disgusting guy, who seems to be the leader of the bandit gang. The bastard wastes no time in barking orders at his goons to leave the women and the kid alive. He does not want any damage inflicted on the two he mentioned. After all, damaged goods wouldn't sell for much. This is the pivotal moment when Arthur realizes that this world isn't so different from the one he left behind. Crime exists here too, and it's just as cruel. Either way, my guy is ready to face the challenge ahead. He grabs his dagger tightly, preparing himself for what's to come. But before he can act, his mother instinctively pulls him into a warm hug, whispering that there's no need to worry because she's here. The bandits release another volley of arrows, but Durden Walker quickly conjures a wall of stone using his earth magic and blocks most of the attack. However, the bandits begin to overwhelm them, charging from every direction. A few arrows manage to slip past the stone wall, heading straight for Arthur and his mother. Thankfully, Angela Rose saves the day by using her wind magic to deflect the incoming projectiles. The leader of the bandit gang finally makes his move, and comes down the hill to confront the party. Helen Shard isn't about to let that happen without a fight. She fires her arrows, managing to take down two of the goons. But the leader deflects her shots with ease. Meanwhile, Reynolds is going all out, cutting down these bastards left and right. With a single dash, he takes out a whole bunch of them in one fell swoop. One sneaky bastard tries to ambush Reynolds from behind, but Helen spots it just in time and drills him with a perfectly aimed arrow. The battle rages on, and we catch a glimpse of Crench in action as well. He's not holding back either. When a fat fuck tries to sneak up on him, Crench dodges the attack right away and counters with a series of devastating stabs. We also notice how fierce Jasmine is with her dual daggers. She's brutalizing these bastards, slashing their necks or gouging their eyes out without hesitation. One creepy bastard in the background cracks a whip, aiming it directly at Jasmine. But instead of hitting her, the whip slices through one of his own men's legs. The blow is fast and devastating, and Jasmine barely avoids it. The bastard is undeterred and cracks his whip again. The speed at which he swings it is insane, but Jasmine matches the pace with her impressive acrobatics, dodging and weaving through his attacks. While she avoids some of the major blows, she still ends up with some nasty grazes. That just goes on to show that even she's not invincible. Meanwhile, Arthur watches the battle happen between Jasmine and the whip-wielding bastard. He takes note of how Jasmine is at a significant disadvantage against her opponent's range attacks, and he realizes he needs to figure out a way to help her. But as much as he wants to assist, he's not sure if he even stands a chance against an adult augmenter with his tiny body. Suddenly, someone crashes into their carriage, and unfortunately, it's Reynolds, and he's severely injured, clearly overpowered by his opponent. And that opponent is none other than the boss of the bandits. Arthur quickly tells his mother to heal Reynolds, but Alice is too devastated by everything happening around her. She's crying uncontrollably instead of using her magic. Reynolds flashes a reassuring smile at her and says his injuries aren't life-threatening, so she doesn't need to worry. The proud father then addresses his son, claiming that he can fend off the leader, but not while worrying about protecting his family. He urges Alice and Arthur to head back down the trail they came from and not stop running, but Arthur refuses. He declares he can fight too. Reynolds gives him a proud pat on the head for his bravery. He acknowledges Arthur's bravery, but reminds him that his real duty is to protect his mother and the baby she's carrying. Before Reynolds can say more, Arthur swears on his life that he'll protect his mother. His father nods and urges him to hurry, pointing out the enemy have got 4 mages backing them up. The bandit leader catches on to their plan and orders his men to capture the healer. Without hesitation, Arthur grabs his mother's hand and starts running, determined to get her. Suddenly, one bastard lunges at the duo, but his path is quickly blocked by Crench, who jumps in to hold down the enemy, giving the mother and son enough time to escape. Another bastard tries to sneakily hit the duo with an arrow. However, it doesn't take Arthur long to sense the arrow coming. He quickly tries to knock it down with his wooden sword. The arrow, though, is so powerful that it even cracks the sword in 2 pieces. The archer is in awe, stunned to see how a kid blocked his mighty arrow. But while he's distracted, his head is drilled by an arrow unleashed by Heron, who quickly tells Arthur to run. As the little one runs with his mother, he notices something peculiar. As far as he remembers, there were supposed to be 4 mages, but he can't seem to spot the 4th one. He even tries counting them, One is engaged with Crench, another with Durden Walker, and the third with Jasmine. That's when Arthur notices the fourth guy, standing atop the hill, conjuring up a giant ball of mana. The bastard quickly throws that ball of energy at the mother and son. Arthur isn't sure what to do in this critical moment. Even if he uses mana to block it, his mother won't be fast enough to avoid it. In a split-second decision, he slams his little feet on the ground, pushes his mother out of harm's way, and through that hazy ball of mana, he throws his dagger with godly speed. The dagger strikes the bastard's leg immediately. The mana ball, however, brutally wounds Arthur, sending him flying toward the cliff's edge. As he begins to fall, he drags the mage down with him. The dagger Arthur threw was attached to a mana string, which is helping him to pull the mage along. But just before they completely fall, the mage clings to the cliff's edge. Unfortunately, the part of the cliff he holds onto crumbles under the weight, and both of them begin to plummet into the abyss. Durden Walker notices the little one falling to his death, so he conjures a massive hand made of earth to save him. But it seems Durden is already too late. Tears well up in Arthur's eyes as he continues to descend. What breaks his heart isn't just the fall, it's the thought that his dream of becoming a big brother is slipping away from his grasp. The scene transitions to the chamber of a man known as Marlorn. King Grey, who is our boy Arthur, arrives in the chamber to meet this old man. Marlorn expresses how grateful he is for being part of the council, but also admits that despite this rewarding position, he sometimes feels envious of the fame and glory kings receive after their victories. Eventually, Marlorn questions the purpose of King Grey's unexpected visit, wondering what brought him here to meet an old man like himself. That's when Grey silently pulls out a war medal he earned after his latest victory, and after placing it on the table he begins to leave, declaring that he is retiring. In this world, plagued by problems like declining birth rates and limited resources, wars had been replaced by duels, and armies by kings. Grey was one of those kings, a key figure who fought to protect his territory as its representative. But Grey's decision to step down wasn't born out of exhaustion or a lack of skill. He hadn't dedicated his life to becoming the strongest or basking in endless glory. What truly broke him was the emptiness, the absence of people he could cherish. An orphan with everyone he once loved is gone. Now, reborn as Arthur in a new life, he carries a profound yearning. He would give up everything he has in this life for just one chance to return to Ashbur and see them all again. A while later, Arthur begins to open his eyes. He has no clue where he is or why he's even alive, for that matter. Nearby, he notices the corpse of the mage lying lifeless. The sight of that messed-up, twisted corpse instantly makes him gag. Still, as he lays beneath the vast sky completely worn out, a leaf drifts down and lands on his face, jolting him awake. He spots a water pouch and a bag of food lying on the ground nearby. With the last bit of strength he has, Arthur crawls toward them. He grabs the food and devours whatever it is, making sure to gulp down enough water too. After the meal, he collapses back onto the ground, utterly exhausted. A while later, he opens his eyes again and tries to get back up, but his legs give out and he falls right back down. Despite that, he musters every ounce of strength left in him, finally pushing himself to stand. The first thing he does is pull the dagger out of the mage's dead body. When he looks up, he finally notices just how tall the cliff is from where he fell. It's unfathomable that he survived such a drop, but he doesn't have time to dwell on it, so he begins to walk his lonely path. Suddenly he hears a voice calling out to him. The first thought that pops into his mind is that the dead mage might be trying to tell him something. The voice echoes again, this time asking about the condition of his body. The poor kid musters up his courage and nervously tries to poke the mage's dead body to check if it's alive. But the voice quickly assures him that this corpse won't be reanimating, so there's nothing to worry about. Arthur heaves a sigh of relief at this unexpected reassurance. However, his guard immediately goes back up, and he questions the mysterious voice, asking if it was the one who saved him from that brutal fall. The voice doesn't hesitate to confirm that it indeed saved him. But when Arthur presses for its identity, the voice cryptically claims that he'll learn about it soon enough. Arthur doesn't like the way this mysterious voice is talking and makes it very clear he isn't buying a single word of it. The voice, however, calmly reminds him that it's the only one capable of getting him home from this place. The mention of home quickly jogs Arthur's memory, and he remembers the parents he left behind, and of course the sibling growing in his mother's belly. He has no idea if they made it to Zyra safely, or if they're even all right. Since there are so many questions he wants answers of, he gets humbled real quick, and politely addresses this mysterious being as Mr. Voice, and asks if he could trouble it for directions to get out of this place. The voice chuckles, amused at how this once arrogant kid has quickly become humble. It admits to liking Arthur for his quick wit, but can't help pointing out its annoyance at being called Mr., when in fact, it's a lady. Still, since Arthur's words were polite enough, the voice decides to guide him. Soon after, Arthur's mind is overwhelmed by this sudden shock, and he begins to see everything around him, even places far off in the distance. With this epiphany, Arthur starts making his way out of the woods. His body is recovering gradually, leaving him with only a few faint aches and pains by the afternoon. But he is still trying to figure out what magic she used to save him. How did she know he was falling? And why did she only save him? The more Arthur tries to come up with plausible explanations, the more questions he seems to end up with. Suddenly, Arthur's ears pick up the sweet sound of water flowing. He climbs up a giant rock blocking his path and literally dives into the river without a second thought. As he enjoys the refreshing moment, the mysterious lady calls out to him for how carefree he seems. She also questions the size of his manhood, expressing disappointment over such a small gun. Arthur feels humiliated and quickly pulls his clothes back on. Before continuing his journey, he makes sure to fill his water pouch and eat enough to keep his strength up. Since he fell off the mountain towards the east, he must be near the elves' domain, but he doesn't see any of the fog that Forest Elshire is known for. His fears about traveling through the beast glades are quelled by the fact that only small animals seem to be present. Although he's surprised he hasn't seen any mana beasts, given how rich the area is in mana. He would love to stay and absorb some mana, but he knows he can't linger. He has no time to waste. Especially it's more important to get back to his parents. With his mother pregnant, the stress of his potential death could endanger the baby inside her, and if they are still alive, he needs to be there for them. After walking long enough, Arthur finally arrives at the place where the mysterious lady resides. For a moment, he mistakes her for a cluster of rocks and feels relieved to have finally found her. But the lady quickly reminds him that she isn't some sentient pile of rocks, and tells him that if he wants to meet her, he'll have to head into the crevice. Without hesitation, Arthur begins making his way inside this tunnel which has this arcane faint glow emanating. He swallows his fear and descends further into the passage. As he walks, he suddenly stumbles and falls into an abyss glowing with arcane blue energy, eventually landing hard on solid ground. The crash is brutal, and his jaw aches like hell. Still, Arthur forces himself to get up, but no sooner does he stand than he collapses again. Before him stands a terrifying monster, so imposing it makes him trip over himself in fear. But, as it turns out, this monster is none other than the mysterious lady who had been talking to him all along. As she slowly walks toward him, Arthur panics beyond belief, his jaw hanging wide open in sheer terror. The girl suggests he shut his mouth unless he wants bugs to crawl into it. She then extends her massive hand toward him, which freaks him out a little. Calmly, she explains that it will take her some time to open a dimensional rift strong enough to transport him home. Until then, she suggests he enjoy the nourishment provided by the mysterious plants around them. Arthur bows his head and expresses his gratitude before walking toward the strange glowing fruits nearby. They're so shiny that he can literally see his sad reflection in their surface. He feels sorrow as the fruits remind him of the times he spent eating with his family. As he drifts into these thoughts, the lady monster suddenly startles him from behind. The sudden scare causes Arthur to unintentionally crush the delicate fruit in his hand, splattering its juice all over his face. Later, the both of them settle down to chow down the fruits, and while eating, Arthur finally decides it's time for this creature to introduce herself. The monster promptly reveals her name as Sylvia. With names exchanged, Arthur's initial fear of Sylvia's appearance slowly fades, and he begins asking all the questions that had been on his mind since waking up from the fall. Where was this place? Why was she here all alone? Where did she come from? How did she get that wound? And most importantly, why did she save him? Sylvia starts by answering his first question, explaining that this place is a narrow zone resting between the Beast Glades and the Forest of Elshire. No one knows about this area because she has been warding off anyone who comes near. Besides, not that many ever come here in the first place. So Arthur is basically the first person to enter her domain. Feeling more at ease with her now, Arthur gives her permission to call him Art, just as his family does. Sylvia acknowledges this with a nod and moves on to his second question. She explains that she is here alone because she has no one left to be with. She has many enemies who desperately want something she possesses. Her last battle with those foes before she managed to escape left her with the wound on her chest. As for why she decided to save Arthur, she admits she was moved by his courage and the sacrifice he made. Or perhaps it was simply that she had grown lonely and wanted someone to talk to. Whatever the case, she herself isn't entirely sure why she saved him in the first place. She then apologizes, explaining that she has to excuse herself for the night because her wound is festering, and she needs to be in good condition to work on the dimensional rift tomorrow. Arthur thanks her politely and wishes her a good night. As the imposing figure in dark armor walks away, he can't help but think about how lonely she appears. Before leaving, Sylvia shares one final piece of information with him. While her sight cannot reach the exact location of his family and friends, she assures him that they are all safe. This news leaves Arthur momentarily speechless, but then he feels overwhelmed with emotion, knowing they are safe. Tears of happiness flow as he cracks a smile and thanks her for giving him the good news he had been desperately craving. As time passed, Sylvia and Arthur spent hours talking about all sorts of things whenever she wasn't preparing the portal. Those hours bled into days, and the days into weeks, as they spent nearly every moment in each other's company. While Sylvia never spoke much about her own life, Arthur slowly began to understand what kind of person this mysterious being truly was. After living with this armor-clad mysterious lady, Arthur had come to understand that Sylvia was the living embodiment of the phrase, "Don't judge a book by its cover." Contrary to her trauma-inducing appearance, she was kind, gentle, patient, and warm. The way she cared for him reminded him of his mother, gentle and kind, but little strict when she needed to be, especially when he was wrong. Speaking of being strict, Arthur recalls something unpleasant. There was a time he had expressed his animosity toward the bandits who attacked him and his family. The image of the leader of that despicable gang is burned into his mind, and he knows his thoughts won't be at peace unless he hunts that bastard down. That's when Sylvia suddenly pokes him on the forehead, sending him flying several feet away. While she admits that he is not wrong, and that those bandits deserved death, which was precisely why she didn't save the mage who had fallen alongside him. However, she makes it clear that letting his heart become clouded with hatred and vengeance would only cause harm to himself in the long run. Instead, she tells him to continue living proudly, keeping his gaze forward, free from the weight of vengeance. He will come across misfortunes again, but he shouldn't let grief and rage corrode his mind. Instead, he should learn from them, face the future with a smile, and only then will he truly be victorious. Arthur wasn't expecting a lecture on morals and life from someone who seemed like the epitome of evil, yet her words struck him deeply. Lost in thought, he barely notices when she pulls him out of his contemplation, reminding him to finish the fruit she's given him. As he eats, he notices her wound looks worse. She quickly reassures him that there's nothing to worry about. It's normal for her wound to fester from time to time. Still, she has something else on her mind. According to her understanding, humans usually awaken their mana cores around the age of 12 or 13. So, how has he already formed his core and learned to use mana more efficiently than many fully trained mages? To her query, Arthur proudly explains that he is simply a born genius. If that's the case, she says, she has something to teach him. It's a technique, a way to meditate and absorb mana while moving, and maybe even while fighting if he's skilled enough. When she demonstrates the technique, Arthur is awestruck to see this, and his curiosity shoots through the roof. Sylvia then explains that humans often have a very linear mindset when it comes to mana. To master this technique, he has to start small, with simple mindless movements, and gradually work his way up from there. But these abstract words aren't much help to Arthur, so Sylvia tries to explain that mana beasts learn to do this naturally. However, since humans usually awaken much later, their bodies aren't capable of this kind of multitasking. Considering that this fact doesn't apply to Arthur, if he practices hard enough, he should be able to succeed. These few words of encouragement are enough to fire Arthur up, and he promises to do his best if that's the case. While Sylvia is busy forming a rift, Arthur focuses on practicing diligently. However, his wrong movement causes him to trip. Practicing this skill to its fullest essentially means being able to fight proficiently while maintaining a steady inward flow of mana. But his confidence doesn't waver, and he continues his practice. He keeps swinging and practicing, trying to absorb the mana around him. Eventually, he gets the hang of it and finally masters the art of mana absorption. He happily shares his little achievement with Sylvia, but it looks like she's already exhausted herself and isn't in any condition to respond. Seeing her lifeless there causes Arthur to panic. It looks like her injury has gotten the best of her, and the blood leaking through her massive body is filling the area. He quickly grabs her massive hand, and with every ounce of strength his small body can muster, he successfully turns her massive form over, only to see that her wound is worsening. But when he looks ahead, the rift she has been creating is finally complete and ready for travel. Now that he thinks about it, he realizes how all this time, as she worked on creating the portal, her injuries have been getting worse. The realization devastates him. The thought that she has suffered because she was trying to create this portal for him, and he hadn't even noticed until now, crushes him. That's when Sylvia speaks with her faint voice and assures him that everything is all right. Arthur can do nothing but cling to her, tears streaming down his face as he cries his heart out. He doesn't know how it can possibly be all right when she's about to leave him like this. The thought that she has essentially given up her life for him makes his heart ache even more. In that moment, Arthur cries. He cries longer than he would ever care to admit, and for the first time, he cries like the child he appears to be on the outside. Sylvia reminds him gently that their time together is short, and she would hate for it to be wasted on him blaming himself. But Arthur doesn't know how he can possibly not blame himself. She's sacrificing herself so he can reunite with his family. Sylvia, however, is grateful. Because of Arthur, she will finally be able to leave this forsaken cave a little sooner, and for that reason alone, she has no regrets. Soon enough, her body begins to disintegrate, turning into ash. As the black armor she wears crumbles away, a pair of radiant white wings appear in its place. Before him stands Sylvia in a new form, one where she looks more like herself than she ever did before. Arthur definitely wasn't expecting Sylvia to turn out to be a dragon. She admits it, though. She is a dragon. Or at least that's what humans would call a being like her. However, she reminds him that they don't need to waste time with small talk. She has to use her original form to finish the portal, and now that her veil is gone, her enemies will soon be coming for her. Before she parts ways with him, she tells him there are a few things she must say. She bestows upon him a rainbow-like egg, along with a handful of her feathers. She tells him to warm the egg with her feathers to conceal its aura. Before Arthur can even process what in the world is going on, she suddenly bumps into him. Right at that moment, some sort of reaction causes his clothes to tear, and patterns begin to appear across his skin. Sylvia reassures him that he'll understand everything in time. Now that she has done what she needed to do, she decides to open the portal. She doesn't have the time to make it lead directly to his home, but it should get him close to humans. She urges him to hurry and jump into the portal. Just as he's about to leap, rocks begin to fall from the ceiling. Sylvia quickly spreads her massive wings and saves him from being crushed. The one responsible for the destruction is a creepy sucker who oddly resembles Sylvia. He addresses Sylvia formally, requesting that she cease her stubbornness and hand it over. If she submits, he might even heal her wounds. Even Arthur can tell that this new figure looks quite similar to the form Sylvia had taken earlier. Sylvia then uses an ability that freezes time around her. The only ones who can move or speak are herself and Arthur. It looks like she has something important to reveal. She admits that she intentionally prolonged the transportation spell so she could spend more time with him. She understands it was selfish of her, but she has one more selfish request she wants him to fulfill. She asks him to call her grandma just this once. Arthur, completely baffled by what she's talking about, looks at her in disbelief. But with time frozen and their moment suspended, he tells her to just leave this place with him instead. Sylvia's tears stream down her face as she tells Arthur that she can't leave with him. Before he can protest further, she forcefully throws him into the portal with a final bittersweet farewell. As he tumbles through the rift, Arthur calls out to her one last time, fulfilling her request by addressing her as Grandma. His words bring a gentle smile to Sylvia's face. She thanks him softly, and with those parting words, their story together comes to an end. But Arthur's story continues. He lands in a dense forest, surrounded by towering trees. The only thought in his mind is of her. His chest aches, not only with sadness but also with frustration and anger. He knows he will never see her again, and the weight of that realization is unbearable. All he can do is scream. It's no surprise that he's devastated by her loss. For 4 months, Sylvia had been a constant presence in his life, filling his head with memories that now refused to fade. For a time that seemed both fleeting and eternal, she treated him as though he were her own blood. She had given him what he lacked since coming to this world: care, guidance, and love. But it seems this isn't truly the end. As he lies there, he begins to hear her voice. But as it turns out, it's just a recorded message. Sylvia had burned it into his mind before parting ways, leaving him with one last piece of her. The recorded message from Sylvia begins. She tells Arthur that he is nowhere near ready to know the full truth. His body is still that of a boy barely past the age of 4, though his mana core has already progressed to the dark red stage. She explains that she has infused him with a parting gift, a unique will. His future as a mage will depend on how well he learns to wield this gift. But Arthur doesn't feel particularly grateful for this so-called gift. Bitterness churns within him, a mix of sorrow, anger, and guilt clouding his thoughts. Almost as if she can sense his emotions, Sylvia knows exactly how he feels right now. But he must remember that he still has a family waiting for him and a purpose to fulfill in this life. Her only wish is for him to embrace the joys and innocence of childhood, and one day, grow into a man his parents and she can be proud of. Sylvia's message concludes with a promise. When his mana core surpasses the white stage, he will hear from her again. At that time, she will explain everything to him. Until then, she bids King Grey farewell. The mention of his previous life title grabs Arthur's attention. He stands frozen in place, with his mind completely clouded with confusion. The biggest question that haunts him is how long she's known his true identity, and how she even knew him in the first place. For now, he brushes off all the thoughts regarding her and focuses on his current predicament. If he spends this life only training for the sake of revenge, it will hardly be different from his last. So from now on, he has no choice but to move forward. But first, he wonders, where the hell is he? He activates the mana absorption technique and dashes through the forest with godly speed. After running for a while, Arthur realizes that despite using mana, his vision is still somewhat restricted. But one thing becomes clear. He is deep within the Elshire forest. Even though he is still barely able to use the mana rotation Sylvia taught him, he can now sustain magic for much longer. However, after roaming around for what feels like ages, he still hasn't found a way out. Sylvia had promised him he would arrive near other humans, but so far, he hasn't seen a single trace of them. After hopping through trees for what feels like forever, Arthur starts to feel like a monkey who's mastered tree travel. Suddenly, he senses the presence of a human. Quickly, he hops from tree to tree and spots a carriage below. He uses his acrobatic skills to descend a little, and from a safe distance, he tries to eavesdrop on what these people are up to. These filthy bastards don't seem to be good people. They've just captured a woman, and it turns out she's an elf. Since she's young and untouched, they're already fantasizing about making a fortune offer. But the amount of resentment and anger etched across Arthur's face makes it clear that these bastards aren't going to leave this place alive, let alone make a quick buck off the elf. Arthur had no idea how these pigs managed to get their hands on forest hounds, but he knew that getting one of them would be his best bet to get out of this forest. And as for the slave traders, he is planning to use them as a punching bag to blow off some steam. As eager as Arthur is to get back home, he knows he still needs a solid plan to get there. Dealing with those slave traders first is the best course of action, but he doesn't want to strike blindly. Attacking all 4 of them head-on would be suicide, so he quietly follows them instead. He waits patiently, looking for the perfect opportunity, gathering his strength to strike when their guards are down. As night falls, it's finally time for him to make his move. Arthur executes his plan by throwing a nut into a nearby tree, which immediately sets the hounds on high alert. One of the men tells his companion to shut the dogs up before they wake up and attract all the dangers lurking in the forest. While one man is distracted with the hounds, Arthur seizes the opportunity. He makes his move by appearing right in front of the bastard, and with a quick slash from his mana-infused hand, he slices through the man's throat in one clean strike. After taking that bastard down, Arthur makes sure to loot his corpse, grabbing a decent-looking dagger from the man's belongings. Meanwhile, the other fat guy, who had sent his friend to silence the hounds, begins wondering why it's taking so long, especially since the dogs have gone quiet. When he goes to check, Arthur ambushes him as well, delivering a precise strike that slits his throat just like the first. With 2 down, there are still 2 left, but Arthur's body is already starting to wear out from the effort. Suddenly, the elf girl inside the carriage starts making a commotion, which is the last thing Arthur wanted to happen. The other 2 goons step out of their comfort zones and start looking around for their missing companions. Arthur stays hidden behind the carriage, but one of them senses something and attacks. Arthur barely manages to block the strike and counters by cutting the man's legs clean off. The piercing scream echoes through the night, catching the attention of the other bandit, who had been searching in the opposite direction. He rushes back to the scene, finding his friend writhing on the ground, mortally wounded. The injured baldy bastard warns his friend to be careful because the brat they're dealing with is a mage. The mention of a mage piques the curiosity of the long-haired bandit. He eagerly tosses the sword aside and opts to use his bare hands, clearly not wanting to harm this golden hen he is about to capture. After all, this brat might fetch an even higher price than the elf girl if they are to sell him in good condition. With that in mind, he charges forward. Arthur leaps away just in time and counters by throwing a rock straight at the bastard's face. The rock lands with enough force to leave the man bleeding from his mouth. Arthur tries to take advantage of his dazed situation by throwing a mana-induced dagger at him, but the bandit snatches it mid-air. This strike only serves to intrigue this bastard even more, to think that this kid indeed has some nasty tricks up his sleeve. The bandit launches a powerful kick, slamming into Arthur with enough force to rattle his small frame and send him crashing to the ground. For a moment, Arthur is completely out of commission, winded and vulnerable. The bandit doesn't hesitate before grabbing the little one from the ground, locking him in his grip. But Arthur isn't one to go down quietly. He quickly grabs this bastard's wrist and begins condensing mana into his hand. At one particular moment, the technique causes an explosion, big enough to leave the bandit's hand scorched and utterly useless. The bandit screams in pain because of his fried hand. This is a clear chance for our boy to strike, and he does not hesitate to redeem it. He throws his knife and slits the man's throat, ending him on the spot. Now only the bald man remains, who is already writhing on the ground, begging for mercy as his severed legs leave him completely immobilized. But Arthur abandoned the concept of mercy a long time ago for scumbags like these. So it goes without saying that he finishes the job, ensuring none of them leave the forest alive. With these scumbags taken care of, he turns to the timid elf girl whose first instinct upon seeing our boy is to cower in fear. He gently tries to sway all of her fear with some sweet talk and comforting words, and once she calms down, he pulls the cloth tied over her mouth. Now that he has saved her, he decides to walk his own path, but the thought of being left alone terrifies the girl, so she quickly clings to him with her cute, pleading eyes. Arthur tries to reason with her that since he has taken care of those bad guys, They won't be able to chase her anymore. Besides, elves are generally safe in this forest anyway. But the girl quickly shakes her head and reminds him that beasts are only scared of adults, and her parents said that kids will get eaten by hounds or golem trees. The thought of being a babysitter does not sit well with Arthur, but since he has no choice, he just reluctantly asks her how far her home is, to which the girl nonchalantly responds that she does not know. He lets out a sigh and begins to walk away, assuring her that he is simply going to gather some supplies for them. Although he salvaged what he could for the journey ahead, neither of them knew how long it would take, and he also had to think about the journey back. He feels quite sad to see that they can't take this carriage in use as it would have been way faster, but if he did, they would just stick out like a sore thumb. He is looking forward to finding the elves as they might have something that can take him back to the human kingdom. During his supply hunting, he found some clothes in the carriage and presents them to the little elf, and tells her to wear this cloak as it will probably get cold. The little lady is glad for his kind gesture, and he gives her a pat on the head in response. With that, they are ready to make their way to their homes. As they walked in the vague direction she pointed to, Arthur got to know more about the elf child. Her name is Tessia Aerolith, and she got separated from her family and left out in the forest. She questions him if he is from the human kingdom. Whenever she remembers the human kingdom, all she thinks of are the rumors that say all male humans are perverts and have more than one wife. In their journey, they spend their time like this, with back and forth banter and teasing. Night settled, and they set up their camp in the thick of the woods. Arthur decided to keep watch outside and suggested she have some sleep in the meantime. Once Tessia Aerolith got inside the camp to have some well-deserved rest, Arthur sat alone under the expanse of brightly lit stars. As he reflects on his situation, we learn that his initial plan to utilize his time to figure out what this will Sylvia left for him was all about. But it looks like he will have to wait to unravel this secret until he escorts the elf girl to her home. The girl gets out and suggests he have some rest as well. Although her grandmother has prohibited her from sharing her bed with boys, she says she will make an exception once. But Arthur tells her that he is not sleepy. Before retreating back into the camp, the girl reminds him that beasts are more likely to appear if they notice him. Therefore, she wants him to get inside even if he is on guard duty, as it's safer for both of them. Eventually, Arthur gives in to her wishes, and they both get into the same bedding. The next day arrives, and after their well-deserved naps, they continued their journey with unfamiliar surroundings and time quickly passing as the only indicators of their progress. Arthur admits that worries of family and impatience to get back home did not leave him in the best of moods. But what made the journey almost unbearable were the agonizing pains coming from his monocore that struck unpredictably from time to time, and his pain has become an everyday occurrence. Every day he wakes up, he is just randomly hit by it. On one particular day during their journey, we see that they are getting followed by these wild wolves, but my guy doesn't even look back when he throws that knife, which lodges itself into the tree next to the wolf's head. And soon, all of these poor bastards get the jump scare of their life. While Tessia Aerolith points her finger in the direction ahead of her, Arthur is hit by this unbearable pain in his chest once again. He quickly hides behind a tree so Tessia doesn't have to see the miserable state he's in because he's afraid she would only worry. Another night comes, and they set their camp in the thick of the woods, and just like that, another day arrives. Days passed like this, and Tessia appeared to recognize more and more of their indistinguishable surroundings, which was a positive sign. However, their pace had slowed as Tessia's body couldn't keep up with the toll of constant travel. So, to ease some burden off her tiny shoulders, Arthur takes her luggage himself, though Arthur wasn't having it easy either. Despite strengthening his body with mana, the pain continued to grow, and it became harder to hide it from the worried elf. Another night comes and blends back into a day. One day, as they continue their journey, Tessia makes an odd request. Since they've gotten pretty close with each other, she wonders if, by any chance, she can call him Art, like how his family does. Well, our boy gives her the green light right away. Tessia wasn't expecting him to agree to this so easily. So for that reason, Arthur decides to act dramatic on purpose. In the creepiest way possible, he says he would be most honored if Tessia Aerolith would refer to this humble countryside boy as Arthur. The girl pinches his cheeks for teasing her like this, and as their banter continues, Tessia suddenly notices something. She happily rushes in that direction, while our boy isn't exactly thrilled. As far as he can see, it's just moss, leaves, fog, trees, and lots of trees. Anyhow, their journey continues, and I'm going to be honest, this is one of the longest journeys I've faced in the manhwa. Though this journey serves its purpose in character development, and because of it, our boy seems to have gotten closer to the little lady. Despite the mental age gap, they've grown a lot closer. Another day arrives, bringing another round of exploring the unknown woods. It looks like this long journey has finally borne fruit as they seem to have made their way. After feeling all the trees around her, Tessia finally finds the one she had been searching for. She does some magic mojo and opens a green gate in the wooden tree, inviting him to follow her inside. As soon as Arthur steps in, he falls through to the other side of the gate. When Arthur gets up and helps himself look ahead, he sees a magnificent sight. There's an entire civilization of elves, and the only word that pops into his mind after witnessing the grandeur of this place is pristine. But even that word feels like it doesn't do the place justice. As soon as the eyes of the local elves lock onto our boy, some soldiers quickly appear right before them. The soldiers aren't here to apprehend him, though. Instead, they're here to escort the royal princess with full protocol. The sight shocks Arthur to the point where he has no clue how in the hell he's supposed to react. His mind is clouded with all sorts of questions, but Tessia just nods her head slightly to affirm that what he's seeing is indeed real. One of the knights reports that they arrived as soon as they noticed the oral teleportation gate had been used. He also mentions that the king and queen have returned as well. Promptly, the scene pans to the panicking parents rushing toward their girl, Tessia. The lady is Mariel Aerolith, Queen of Elenoir, and the man behind her is, of course, her husband, Alduin Aerolith, King of Elenoir. Another big shot enters the scene, Virion Aerolith. A name noted in every history book, he's the former king of Elenoir, known for leading the last war against the humans of the Sapin kingdom. With all of her family members gathered, Arthur gently pushes Tessia forward toward her worried parents, and they exchange warm hugs with her. Seeing how warm and full of love the scene is, Arthur remembers his own parents and wonders if his mother and father will react the same way when they see him again. King Alduin turns to Arthur and expresses his heartfelt gratitude, not just as the king of Elenoir, but as Tessia's father. As a small gesture of thanks for helping Tessia arrive home safely, he invites Arthur to accompany them to their home. Arthur is free to rest for a few days, and in the meantime, the king is eagerly looking forward to hearing the tale of their journey. Arthur can sense how firm and gentle the man's tone is, but his eyes clearly betray that feeling. From the look in his eyes, it's clear that what he requested isn't an offer, it's an order. Arthur reciprocates the gesture by expressing his gratitude for the offer, but he's suddenly yanked away when Tessia grabs him by the hand and starts dragging him along. Even the onlookers are startled to see this. The girl, on the other hand, is just dying to show him everything this place has to offer. Well, our boy's first impression is one of absolute awe. Although he had somewhat expected an impressive castle after learning that Tessia was a princess, the magnificent place before him is just more than a castle or mansion to live in. At one point, Arthur even starts to wonder if he's accidentally transmigrated into some corny fantasy novel. The queen quickly introduces their little guest to the maids and orders them to make sure Arthur has the best time possible while he's there. Arthur is glad to receive all this pleasant treatment, but he feels the need to explain what happened first. It looks like Tessia's parents are more than willing to hear all the juicy details. So, all the core members of the family, including some senior knights, gather to hear Arthur out. First, our boy gives an introduction, presenting himself as Arthur Lewin from a humble town in the kingdom of Sapin, and he's quite honored to be in the presence of the royal family. It's a little over the top for an introduction, but Arthur knows the discussion isn't going to progress if they treat him like a child. Even the king can't help but point out how, despite Arthur claiming to come from humble origins, he seems rather mature and well-educated. This only piques their interest in what he has to say. And so, our boy recounts his journey, starting with a vague explanation that he got separated from his family after running into bandits. It's not exactly a lie, but more of a half-truth. Inevitably, as the story progresses to the part where he ran into their daughter, the atmosphere shifts. The king grows visibly angry upon hearing it was slave traders, or rather, humans who captured Tessia. It's clear that the king doesn't have a favorable impression of humans to begin with, and this revelation only fuels his disdain. Our boy also does not like the fact that this elf king is stereotyping the entire human race behind few slave traders. So with all due respect, my guy corrects this man that slave trading is a profession, not a race. This remark only earns our boy a lot of shining blades pointed at him, but Virion Aerolith quickly stops the knights from stepping forward. Virion, intrigued by the story so far, expresses curiosity about how Arthur managed to free his granddaughter from the bandits. Perhaps he negotiated or begged them for mercy, but our boy denies doing anything like that and honestly explains that he's also a mage despite the fact that he is a child. So basically, he eliminated the slave traders and rescued their granddaughter. One impatient knight, out of anger, quickly draws his sword from its scabbard. As far as he's concerned, Arthur is being absurd with the lies he's spouting in front of everyone. But this impulsive action only earns the knight a deadly glare from Virion Aerolith, a glare so intense it rattles the overeager knight on the spot. Finally, Arthur stands up from his seat and declares that he doesn't care whether anyone believes him or not. The fact remains that Tessia has been returned safely. The only wish he wants granted is to return to his family in Sapin. Hearing this, Tessia is shocked that Arthur is leaving so soon. The girl's parents are startled to see how much compassion she feels for him. Meanwhile, Arthur gently reminds her of the history humans and elves share, so he doesn't believe it's appropriate for a human to remain inside this kingdom for too long. Besides, his current priority is ensuring his family is safe and letting them know he's okay as well. The king decides to speak next. He briefly acknowledges the past between the two kingdoms and emphasizes that Arthur saved their daughter and went through the trouble of accompanying her all the way back to Elenoir. This, the king declares, entitles Arthur to a befitting reward. First, the king shares the unfortunate news. The teleportation gate linked to the Sapin kingdom is only accessible once every 7 years during the summit conference between the three races. This means it will be another 5 years before the gate opens again. However, the king is more than happy to send a group of guards to escort Arthur back home safely. He also expresses his wish for Arthur to stay a little longer, giving the elves a chance to serve and spoil him as a guest. The king admits that while some elves are tolerant of humans, too many still hold grudges from the war long ago. For now, Arthur is told to make himself at home, as they will have his escort prepared by tomorrow morning. Later, Arthur finds himself inside a lavish room that's been given to him. The first thing he does is take a well-deserved shower, but while he showers, the pain from his mana core suddenly flares up again, causing him to double over. After finishing, he rests on the couch, holding the egg Sylvia had entrusted to him. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. When he opens it, he finds Tessia standing in front of him. Without any prior warnings, she headbutts him in the belly, almost making him gag. Apparently, she's upset about how coldly he spoke to her parents, and the fact that he's planning to leave so soon. Arthur tries to remind this gullible girl that he was only being respectful since they are the king and queen of the entire kingdom. In fact, he's the one who should be angry. She didn't tell him about their royal status beforehand. Tessia sticks to her guns and makes it clear that she doesn't want him to leave because he's the first friend she's ever made. Hearing this makes Arthur crack a smile. In a friendly gesture, he places his hand over her neck like they're lifelong buddies and tells her to stop being a crybaby and show him around the castle. And so, they explore the castle together. Tessia makes sure to take him to her favorite spot in the entire place. This particular spot looks absolutely breathtaking during spring when the flowers bloom. She also introduces him to a unique type of insect known as glow bees, which are specially cultivated there. As she's trying to show him the glow bees, Arthur suddenly notices something coming from behind. It's a dagger. Without wasting a single nanosecond, he grabs the little lady and pushes her aside. In the same instant, he catches the weapon and retaliates with the insane speed he has got. Well, the person behind this stunt is none other than Virian Erlith, her grandfather. Arthur is absolutely shocked, thinking her own grandfather just tried to take a hit on her. But the old man calmly assures him that the weapon he's holding is just a toy. Now that Arthur takes a closer look, he feels a bit embarrassed for being tricked. Virian, on the other hand, is impressed. Seeing how fast Arthur reacted, from catching this little to even using it against him instantly, is mind-boggling. The old man notes that Arthur's mana usage is mediocre at best, but he now has no doubts about how he could have taken down a group of slave traders. Arthur is unsure whether to feel insulted or complimented, so he just stays quiet. Tessia chimes in, scolding her grandfather and prohibits him from teasing Arthur. It seems like the old man didn't have any intention of teasing anyone. In fact, he approached Arthur because he finds him fascinating. It's been a long time since he's met someone as interesting as our boy. Virian tosses a wooden sword at Arthur, deciding to see what the boy is really made of. Arthur grabs it promptly and, without hesitation, swings it as fast as he can, directly slashing at the old man. But what he strikes turns out to be a mana illusion. Virian, however, is impressed by the guts of this little brat. Not backing down, Arthur charges again and strikes with his wooden sword. This time too, what he hits is only a decoy. This moment of vulnerability leaves Arthur wide open, and the old man takes the chance to swing back. Arthur dodges just in time, jumping out of his initial position to safeguard himself. Despite his agility, Arthur still ends up taking a nasty elbow smash. But that's not enough to faze him. Without holding back, Arthur charges right back, wooden sword in hand. His speed is remarkable, but it's clear he's barely holding his own against this old coot, who isn't even breaking a sweat. Eventually, Arthur finds himself wide open once more, and gets knocked back by the old man, tumbling away. Tessia quickly rushes to check on him. It looks like the old man has not gone off without taking damage either. Arthur has finally managed to graze this old man with his blade. Well, this old man deserves this hit, considering how full of himself he looked, as if there is no better fighter than him. While Virian is eager for another round, Tessia firmly puts her foot down. She refuses to let it happen, and playfully pinches her grandfather for thinking about bullying Arthur for more than he already has. The old man simply smiles back and admits that if he had gone easier on Arthur, he'd be the one at the mercy of someone decades his junior. Our boy, on the other hand, feels honored to see how highly Virian thinks of him, but Arthur's reaction seems to get to the old man, and he quickly shifts from smiling to serious. As far as he's concerned, if Arthur truly sees him as his esteemed and honorable senior, then he invites him to become his disciple. This unexpected offer leaves Arthur absolutely bewildered, and he questions whether the elder is actually serious. The old man, of course, confirms that he is. However, Arthur reminds him that he's just a human, and he's not even sure if it's allowed for humans to stay in this kingdom. But Virion promises that no one will dare kick him out while he's under his tutelage. He vows to teach Arthur something far more valuable than even the most capable mages in Sapin could offer. Still, despite the tempting offer, Arthur politely declines. He has no intention of wasting time here until he reunites with his parents. Hearing this, the old man makes another promise: to let Arthur communicate with his parents so they'll know he's alive and well. Before elaborating further, the old man orders the maids to take Tessia to bathe and get some rest. Once they're alone, the old man claims to know about Arthur's condition, like how he's been experiencing bouts of searing pain right where his mana core is located, and how those bouts are becoming more frequent. Naturally, Arthur is curious about how the old man knows so much, but Virion brushes off the question, saying it's pointless. Instead, Arthur should be asking what the real problem behind his illness is. Before elaborating anything, he asks Arthur if he knows anything about beast wills. Although this term is completely unfamiliar to Arthur, his mind immediately drifts back to the moment Sylvia struck his mana core. Before continuing the conversation, the old man assumes that Arthur has at least encountered a few mana beasts by now. He then explains that a beast powerful enough to be categorized as Class A or higher gains the ability to pass on their will, or inherent ability, to another, either to their offspring or to someone they choose to bond with. He promises not to pry into how Arthur stumbled upon such a powerful beast will, but warns him that, at this stage, the power within him is doing more harm than good. The fact that the old man knows all this makes Arthur assume that Virion also possesses a beast will too. Well, the old man doesn't shy away from admitting it. He claims he's professionally a beast tamer, a title he earned by fully conquering the monstrous beast will inside himself. He acknowledges why Arthur desperately wants to see his family and return home, but he warns that doing so right now comes with a grave risk. The power of the beast will inside Arthur is too potent for his immature body to handle. If it isn't controlled soon, the power he has obtained will destroy his body from the inside out. As Arthur lays down, his face is covered with glistening sweat. There's a heavy sensation pressing down on his body. As he drifts in and out of unconsciousness, he sees the monstrous personification of his worries and burdens. The expectations placed on him haunt him, even in his sleep. But the source of all this weight is not some ethereal creature. It is Tessia, perched right atop him, unknowingly pressing him further into the depths of his exhaustion. She's apparently here to wake him up because she can't wait to start this new, exciting day with him. But it seems Arthur still hasn't had enough sleep, so calls the shadow monster back to give him just a few more minutes. Later, while Arthur gets ready for the day, Tessia asks to confirm if what her grandpa said about him staying is actually true. Well, our boy isn't too sure about this. His plan to stay here depends entirely on the trip with Elder Virion. As Arthur walks toward the carriage he's supposed to ride with the Elder, the king and queen can be seen pleading with Elder Virion to reconsider, because it's inappropriate for a human to stay in their kingdom. It goes against the traditions the elves have upheld for decades. But the old coot makes it clear that Arthur has caught his attention, so he wants him to stay a little longer. Besides, their daughter seems to have taken a liking to him as well, which is just another reason to keep him around for a bit more time. Despite all the pleas from the king, Elder Virion sticks to his guns. He assures the royals that he'll keep Arthur under his direct guidance to ensure everyone in the kingdom knows he's being watched over. Seeing how Elder Virion is standing up for him makes Arthur crack a smile. Once they hop into the carriage, they begin their journey. After quite a while on the road, Arthur starts wondering how much longer this trip will take as he's eager to meet the old man's mysterious friend. Out of nowhere, Tessia leans over Arthur's shoulder and falls asleep. Looks like waking up so early out of excitement finally caught up to her. Since Tessia is the only princess of the kingdom, she grew up in a lonely environment. She's been hurt too many times by both adults and children pretending to be her friends. Over time, she became cold and distant, building a wall around herself to keep others out. But in the short time he's seen her with Arthur, she's shown more smiles and laughter than she has in the past few years. For that, the old man is genuinely glad and expresses his gratitude to our boy. After a short journey, the carriage comes to a halt, and they arrive at a lonely house in the middle of nowhere. By now, Arthur is genuinely curious to see who this mysterious friend is that the former king had to travel all the way to this rural area to meet. The old man, however, goes absolutely bonkers, kicking the door with all the force he can muster and yelling for the witch inside to come out. A woman eventually emerges, equally annoyed and angry at Virion's impudence. The old man takes his time introducing her to Arthur. She is Lilia Darkasan, an old friend and a very special deviant who, according to Virion, can help him. Despite his short height, Arthur's manners know no bounds. He promptly bows his head in respect to greet the lady. Lilia invites them inside while Arthur reflects on the fact that, as a deviant, her magic doesn't fall into the 4 basic elements, much like his mother's abilities. But he's still unsure how she's supposed to help him. Although Arthur doesn't want to seem like an impatient brat, he can't help but feel curious about how Lilia plans to assist him in reaching his parents. The lady finally explains that she is what they call a diviner. Magic of this nature varies from mage to mage, but she's quite capable. This means there's very little someone can hide from her if she chooses to pry. For instance, she already knows that Arthur is special. So special in fact that there are parts of his life even she can't see. However, her eyes have glimpsed pieces of both his past and future. She also knows he isn't here for her clairvoyant abilities, but because he wants to see his parents and let them know he's alive. She instructs him to lean forward and keep his eyes on the basin of water. As soon as Arthur complies, the lady begins her magic. Once he can see his parents in the water, he'll be able to speak to them. While Arthur tries to make the connection, the perspective shifts to his parents. There, his doting mother and father are having a meal, something Arthur used to enjoy a lot. Suddenly, they begin to hear Arthur's voice calling out to them. The sound catches them completely off guard, leaving them frozen. When Arthur says he's their son, that's enough to paralyze them entirely, their spoons slipping out of their hands as they let the shock sink in. As surprising as it is, Arthur assures them that he is indeed their son speaking directly into their heads. He doesn't have time to explain everything right now, but wanted to let them know he's safe and alive. He managed to survive the fall off the cliff, though barely. He also reveals that he's currently staying in the kingdom of Noir with the elves, but insists they must keep this a secret. Arthur tells them not to blame themselves for what happened back then. He's proud of what he did, and if he could go back in time, he wouldn't hesitate to make the same choices again. He explains a bit about his illness he has got, so he will be staying here longer to be treated before he can return home. He admits he's unsure if he'll get another chance to talk to them, as there's only one woman capable of helping him make this connection. Before ending the conversation, he asks his father to keep his mother and the baby safe. In the meantime, he'll continue his training and warns his dad not to be surprised if his proud son can beat him in a sparring match when they reunite. With that, this cerebral Skype session ends. Arthur's father breaks into absolute tears, and his wife follows suit. They can barely believe that Arthur is alive. The joy and excitement of hearing that their son is alive is so overwhelming that Arthur's parents embrace each other in absolute happiness. It's not just the parents shedding tears. Arthur himself is equally overwhelmed by the conversation he just had with his parents. However, he steels his balls up and tells the old man that he's finally ready for whatever lies ahead. After their brief visit to Lilia, the group finally returns to the castle, where the king and queen are already waiting for their arrival. As Elder Virion and Tessia enter the castle, Arthur is suddenly stopped by the king himself. It's not because the king resents him or wishes to bar his entry, but because he wants to reconcile. Even the queen wants to express her regret for their earlier behavior. Neither of them holds back in showing genuine contrition for how they treated him initially. Arthur, ever the forgiving soul, is more than happy to mend bridges. He promptly shakes hands with the king on friendly terms. However, Tessia is not sure if that is how apologies should work. As far as she's concerned, if the king and queen are truly sorry, they should at least let her take Arthur outside to explore the city. Something she's been eager to do. Well, neither the king nor the queen has a reason to stop them, so eventually, Arthur and Tessia prepare to head out and explore the city. Tessia eagerly shows Arthur everything unique to Noir. However, during their walk, Arthur accidentally stumbles into an elf. Or rather, the elf intentionally bumps into him, clearly looking for an opportunity to trash-talk the entire human race. After setting the scene, this opportunistic elf directly points a finger at Arthur, reminding him that he doesn't belong here, no matter the favor he's receiving from Elder Virion. While Arthur feels a bit pissed at this cocky bastard, Tessia steps in to confront the guy. The elf introduces himself as Faerith Ivsar and counters Tessia's questions with arrogance, asking how she can tolerate breathing the same air as a mere commoner like Arthur. Being the great knight he is, Faerith even offers to take the responsibility to escort her himself. But Arthur quickly turns the tide with some playful banter. His few well-aimed words manage to piss Faerith off to no end. The idea of someone mocking his knighthood is too much for this little punk to handle. In a fit of rage, Faerith throws down the gauntlet and challenges Arthur to a duel. Arthur, who already thought this guy was stupid, finds his expectations exceeded in the worst way possible. Tessia immediately steps forward, questioning the audacity of this so-called knight. How dare Faerith challenge the disciple of Elder Virion to a duel? Faerith makes it clear that he would never allow anyone to trample on his pride, as this is the way he was raised. Determined to defend his honor, he challenges Arthur to accept the duel, or retreat with his primate tail tucked between his legs. To add pressure, Ferrith reminds Arthur that, in elven society, his decision will reflect directly on his mentor, Elder Virion. Arthur, on the other hand, is fascinated by the intense expressions on everyone's faces. He hadn't realized that dueling was taken so seriously here. Ferrith, eager to get things started, takes Arthur's silence as acceptance. To get the things rolling, he insists that Princess Tessia officiate the duel. Reluctantly, Tessia agrees, and as soon as she gives the signal, Ferrith charges forward, aiming to land the first blow. But my guy simply balls up his fist and delivers a single devastating punch. The impact is so brutal that Ferrith's spit flies out of his mouth, and he's sent sprawling a few feet away. Arthur is left standing there, genuinely unsure if this is all it takes to win a duel. Meanwhile, Tessia isn't surprised to see the outcome, especially since she had expected this much to happen. As Arthur tries to wrap his head around whether he's become genuinely strong or if this was just a fluke, Tessia grabs his hand and dashes off. As they continue their journey once again, Arthur can't help but grow fonder of the little princess. While the rest of the day wasn't quite as exciting as dealing with Ferrith, it was refreshing and gave Arthur a chance to get his mind off heavier matters. As Arthur and Tessia sit together, she asks him if he's feeling nervous about the tough training ahead. Well, it is clear that the weight of the upcoming day has already begun to press on Arthur's mind. He recalls Elder Virion's words of warning, crystal clear and unyielding. Virion had told him that the lessons would be far from easy. In fact, he made it clear that Arthur would need to brace himself for the grueling challenges ahead. The pain from his mana core's assimilation process would be excruciating, and if you want a little perspective how grueling it would be, it's the same as submerging one's body in boiling tar. Arthur would be stuck in this foreign land, away from the comfort of his family. Even the simplest aspects of daily life would feel arduous. But Virion had also promised that, if Arthur could endure the trials, the rewards awaiting him at the end would be extraordinary. In the present, Arthur breaks out of his thoughts and responds to Tessia with a determined smile. He tells her that he's excited, not nervous. He's come a long way to get to where he is now. Training, seeing his parents again, and growing stronger are all things he looks forward to. He can't wait to see what the future holds for him. And with that, the first season wraps up, leaving Arthur ready to face whatever challenges come his way. The years fly by in the blink of an eye, and the first thing we see is a more mature Tessia. She's here to wake our boy up, who has also grown a lot since the last time we saw him. It looks like their relationship has evolved a lot. And just as they're bickering, the old man cuts them off, telling them to get ready for their lessons ahead. Before we get into the action, here's a quick lore drop. There are 4 basic elements, and then there are higher forms. The higher elements, ice, gravity, lightning, and sound, can only be controlled by mages who have mastered their foundational elements. These people are known as deviants. Dwarves are limited to manipulating earth and fire, but they have a much higher affinity for these elements. Their special trait is their ability to mold and bend metal, and the most skilled among them can control fire and earth to the point where they can summon and manipulate magma. Elves can manipulate water, wind, and earth, but with much higher affinity than humans. In rare cases, elves can also produce a special type of deviant mage capable of controlling plants. However, elves cannot produce mages who can control the higher forms of water, wind, or earth. Humans, on the other hand, can manipulate any of the 4 basic elements, and are the only race capable of producing deviants in any of those elements, as well as anomalies that can't be categorized into the elements, like emitters or healers. There's a delicate power balance between the 3 races, taking into account their populations, overall affinity to elements, and the diversity of their mages. At least, this is all Arthur knows, and he asks his master if this level of explanation is plausible for the audience. Virion takes a moment to think before giving it a pass. It seems Tessia has something to say. While she understands that the assimilation process is meant to prepare Arthur's body for his beast will, she believes it would be even better for him to train his body physically, just as she does, using magic in the process. Arthur understands the reasoning behind her response. Over these 3 years, the differences in their races have really stood out to him. While humans are considered talented if they awaken in their late preteen years, it's not surprising for elves to awaken by the age of 10. For Tessia, it happened even earlier, at the tender age of 9, and since then, she's been training her magic under a tutor while also learning to fight from her grandfather. The old man playfully questions her if she's perhaps angry that she's the only one getting beaten up during her training, to which the poor girl quickly admits. As grueling as these exercises seem, Arthur knows Tessia is going to be a monster in the future. The old man takes a moment to elaborate further for Tessia. He explains that what Arthur has been doing over the past 3 years is essentially fusing his bones, muscles, and organs with his mana. While he hasn't been physically training like her, the old man assures her that once this process is complete, Arthur's body will be stronger and more resilient than even a veteran warrior. Now shifting back to Arthur, the old man notes that 3 years of mana fusion hasn't been enough to drain his energy entirely. So he decides to help him a little. After today, Arthur will become a true beast tamer, unlike those lucky adventurers who treat their beast wills as mere tools. Apparently, Virion plans to ignite Arthur's mana core by transferring a large amount of his own mana into him. He reassures his junior that it might feel a bit warm, but it shouldn't be too bad. As soon as the old man begins the process, Arthur quickly learns the hard way that it's far more than just warm, it's downright hellish. The searing pain courses through him, and the light emanating from his chest grows ever brighter, intensifying to an almost blinding level. Then, without warning, a powerful wave of energy hits everything in its range, throwing both the old man and Tessia across the hall. When the procedure finally concludes, Tessia and the old man rush to our boy's side, and thankfully, he seems to be okay. He's dazed but intact. After witnessing such a terrifying display of power, the old man's curiosity reaches its peak. He finally decides to confront Arthur about the origin of the beast will he inherited. The boy earnestly responds, claiming that this was given by a female dragon. The mention of a dragon hits the old man like a thunderclap. He goes into a frenzy of excitement and disbelief. The realization that he has been training a bona fide dragon tamer is driving him crazy. A while later, our boy opens his eyes in the bed. The old man feels relieved that nothing major has happened. Meanwhile, our boy asks if they're going to keep his abilities a secret even if he leaves. The old man promises they will, but then unexpectedly drops a bombshell. Apparently, Arthur's departure has been set for just 4 months from now. Of course, this news shakes our boy to his core. He had been under the impression he'd be stuck here for another 2 years. The old man goes on to explain that an inter-kingdom tournament for the youths of the 3 kingdoms has finally been confirmed. The portal in Zyra City, within the Sapin Kingdom, will soon open to allow travel between Elenoir and Darv. This is also why Tessia isn't around. She'd have gone absolutely bonkers upon hearing that he is leaving. It's finally time for Arthur to be united back with his family. Although Arthur looks forward to reuniting with his family, he still feels that 4 months is far too soon. This is when the old man assures him that these 4 months will be so excruciating that he'll end up begging for them to pass quickly. Now that his assimilation is complete, his training is about to get even tougher. With that said, the old man leaves. Right at that moment, Arthur's eyes catch sight of his egg, which has fallen down from the couch for some mysterious reason. It's beginning to show cracks, as if it's about to hatch. Not long after, the shell starts to shatter, and out comes a tiny dragon. The first thing the little creature does is let out a yawn, then promptly falls over, leaving Arthur completely baffled about what just happened. Later, Arthur finds himself staring at the little cutie pie. It's clear the dragon has taken a liking to him, and it's equally obvious that Arthur finds the little one irresistible. Honestly, it's just too damn cute. But it seems I spoke too soon. The dragon suddenly bites him, and the only reason it releases its grip is because the little one doesn't like how Arthur's sweaty, salty skin tastes. The bite burns Arthur a little, and the burn leaves a permanent mark on his arm. The little cutie happily calls him Mama after the attack. Arthur, on the other hand, has no idea who's talking to him. But soon, he realizes it's the dragon, and she's literally speaking directly into his mind. Arthur corrects her, telling her he's a boy, so she should at least call him Papa. As for her name, he decides to call her Sylvie, after her mother. While playing with the little one, Arthur suddenly notices that the burn mark from the bite isn't just a random lesion. It feels like the burn is actually connecting him to the dragon somehow. As he relaxes with Sylvie, Arthur drifts off to sleep. He suddenly wakes up in the dead of night. He looks around and sees Tessia, holding the little dragon so tightly that it's literally screaming for help. It seems Tessia has become quite attached to the little one. Morning arrives, and as Arthur walks through the corridor, he notices that Tessia is still completely smitten by the little creature he has. However, it's clear that Sylvie doesn't quite share the same affection for her. When they meet the old man, Tessia excitedly reveals to him that Arthur has a new pet. Elder Virion shoots the little dragon a curious glance, completely baffled by the sight of such a pet. By now, he's convinced that he's going to die from the sheer number of shocks Arthur has given him. Eventually, Arthur takes the time to explain to Virion what happened and where Sylvie came from. Virion reveals that beings like Sylvie usually only hatch in the presence of their kin. When Arthur wonders why she hatched in front of him, the only reason they can come up with is that he had fully activated Sylvia's will the day before. Arthur then questions the old man, asking if it's really necessary to hide the little one. As far as he's concerned, most people won't realize she's such a powerful being. The old man acknowledges his point, but reminds him that he should be more concerned about other things. Their progress in strengthening his mana core had been delayed during the assimilation, but now that he is fully awakened, it's time for him to start training both his core and his new dragon will. Arthur inquires about the next course of action. To which the old man responds that the best way to access the first stage of beast will is by strengthening his mana core and engaging in constant combat. With the instructions now clear, Arthur is ready for action. But the old man adds one more thing. If Arthur fights a fellow beast tamer who can use stages, it will help him grow even more. Right at that moment, the old man summons forth his own beast, which quickly wraps around him, giving him a completely new appearance. Before we move on, let's take a moment to understand what the old man just did. Basically, beast tamers are mages who can harness the unique abilities inherited from a mana beast. The first stage, known as the acquire phase, is when a beast tamer can borrow their beast's inherent strength. However, it's only at the second stage, called the integrate phase, that the mage can truly utilize their beast's unique abilities and characteristics. For Elder Virion, who had unlocked the second stage only after decades of studying his beast will, the transformation allows him to wield the deadly prowess of a shadow panther. Now empowered by the shadow panther's abilities, the old man instructs his disciple to pay closer attention, particularly when he sneaks up behind him. This prior warning leaves Arthur deeply unsettled. From what he can gather, the old man is essentially saying he'll be able to sneak up on him even though Arthur is aware of his intentions. In an instant, the old man vanishes from sight, and before our boy can even process it, he feels a light tap on his shoulder. Arthur quickly twirls around at impressive speed, but finds no one behind him. Before he can react further, the old man once again appears behind him, catching Arthur completely off guard. This time, Arthur surrenders. Unable to keep up with the old man's blinding speed and the sheer presence of the Shadow Panther's terrifying form, a sight both awe-inspiring and trauma-inducing. The old man reveals a significant drawback of the integrate phase. It also takes a heavy toll on his body every time he activates it. Arthur, however, is still awestruck by the old man's speed. The movements alone were impressive, but what truly shook him was the inability to sense Virion's presence, even when he stood directly behind him. Apparently, Shadow Panthers possess the unique ability to instantly manipulate wind and sound, rendering themselves undetectable. Virion decides that playtime is over and extends a sword toward Arthur, signaling that the real training is about to begin. Days pass quickly as Arthur becomes completely immersed in his training. Under Virion's guidance and through his own insights, Arthur manages to access the first stage of his dragon will. In addition to mastering the first stage, Virion teaches Arthur how to conceal the presence of his beast will from other mages. When Arthur isn't strengthening his mana core or delving deeper into Sylvia's dragon will, he's sparring against Virion. Fortunately, the assimilation process has made his body resilient enough to endure the relentless training and conditioning. In his downtime, Arthur makes a point to embrace the joys and innocence of childhood, just as Sylvia had wished for him. He cherishes these moments, especially as his time grows short. Finally, the day of his departure arrives. Tessia is devastated, to say the least. After spending every day together over the last few years, breaking the news of his imminent departure was especially hard on her. Now Arthur is ready to leave, his bag fully packed. He also makes sure to hide the mark Sylvie gave him by covering it through those feathers Sylvia gave him. The carriage is ready to take Arthur off, and as a parting gesture, the old man hands him a pendant adorned with the Aerolith house crest. The pendant is meant to help him navigate the forest. Now it's Tessia's turn to say her parting words to Arthur, but instead of speaking, she simply nods her head in a dejected manner. However, her sadness is quickly melted away when Arthur pulls her into a tight hug. The warmth of the embrace overwhelms her, and she begins to cry uncontrollably. After exchanging their goodbyes, Arthur steps into the carriage, only to find Faerith and a few escorting knights accompanying him on the journey. Faerith immediately recognizes Arthur, but our boy has no clue who this person is. Faerith starts yelling and reminding Arthur of the time they dueled, when this lowly human had supposedly won unfairly. As soon as Arthur remembers Faerith's name, he greets him politely, which helps to ease Faerith's anger. However, Faerith's embarrassment quickly returns when one of his friends casually exposes his nickname, Fei-Fei, in front of a lowly human. Despite the rocky start, the group spends the journey in as lively a mood as possible. Soon, the carriage crosses through the portal, and they enter the floating city of Xyrus. Xyrus is buzzing with life, a city teeming with people from all professions and walks of life. The carriage finally stops in front of a grand mansion where his family is staying. Standing before the towering doors, Arthur feels his chest tighten. As he knocks, the memories from the past 3 years flood his mind. He recalls the terrifying fall from the hill that nearly claimed his life, the devastating loss of someone dear to him, the blood on his hands, and the grueling training that shaped him into who he is now. Yet, none of those experiences seem as daunting as this moment. He gulps down his anxiety and awaits for the response to his knock. A maid quickly answers his knocks and opens the doors. Right behind her stands a little girl, no older than 3, her bright eyes curious and full of life. Then, after what feels like an eternity, we finally catch sight of Alice, his mother, chasing after the little one, Eleanor Lewin. But the moment Alice's gaze lands on her son, she freezes on the spot. Even the bowl of food she was holding slips from her hands. The boy, on the other hand, is equally overwhelmed with emotions to think that this little one is his sister. He gathers his thoughts, flashes a smile, and greets his mother in the most heartfelt moment possible. His mother comes running in response and hugs him tightly. The tears of the mother just cannot stop falling, and even the little one gets overwhelmed and begins to sob, seeing her mother in a condition like this. Let's not forget about Reynolds, who is just as eager to meet his son. As the mansion doors remain open, he follows suit, joining the hugging spree with his wife. The family of four spends this heartfelt moment together, relishing the reunion. The moment is so touching that even the maid begins to cry. Once everyone settles down, they bombard Arthur with all sorts of questions. Meanwhile, little Ellie sits right next to them, clearly annoyed by the lack of attention she is receiving. Alice notices her daughter's sulking expression and quickly calls her out, encouraging her to greet her big brother. It's not surprising that the little one doesn't fully grasp the concept of a big brother, but after a moment of hesitation, she eventually walks toward Arthur. Her mother gently reminds her that he is the same brother she has heard about in all those bedtime stories. The adorable little one calls her big brother with a title he deserves, and Arthur warmly reciprocates as well. Once everyone is settled, Arthur takes some time to explain everything from the beginning. While he trusts his family, he carefully omits certain details while recounting his past. He explains his survival from the fall of the cliff as a combination of luck and his body's unconscious use of magic to protect him. From there, he continues with the story of finding Tessia, spending time in the kingdom of Elenoir, and recovering. What Arthur says makes sense to his parents, but Reynolds' attention is drawn to the small creature perched on Arthur's head. Curiosity gets the better of him, and he asks about it. Arthur responds honestly, explaining that he stumbled upon a mana beast's den where Sylvie's mother was dying from an injury. While he could do nothing to save the mother, he chose to take care of Sylvie from that point on. The concerned mother then asks if he is truly healed, especially given the illness he had suffered from in the past. Arthur confidently reassures her that he is fine now, explaining that his condition had more to do with the instability of his mana core from awakening too early. However, he does not tell them the entire truth. Deep down, he feels a pang of guilt for keeping secrets from his family, but he knows it's too dangerous for them to know everything until he becomes stronger. Speaking of mana cores, his old man fires up and excitedly inquires about the mana core stage his son currently stands at. But the son questions his father back, inquiring about his mana core stage instead. Proud Reynolds proudly boasts that he broke through 2 years ago and entered the dark orange stage. Well, it seems like this is indeed a feat to feel proud of, because Arthur was not expecting his father to break through to the next stage. So he is sure that his father must have worked hard. His father doesn't shy away and lets his pride and confidence do the talking. Reynolds then throws the question back at his son, and Arthur hesitantly responds that it's light red. As soon as the old man's mind registers the words light red, he is literally shocked out of his mind. "Holy shit," says Reynolds after hearing his son. Ellie also perks up upon hearing this little phrase, and she promptly repeats the 2 words after her father. The mother gets annoyed, seeing this unreliable father cursing in front of their little one. Reynolds quickly commands his son to come outside with him for a spar in the backyard. Seeing this usual side of his father puts a big smile on Arthur's face. He finally starts to feel like he has truly come back. Suddenly, someone comes barging into the mansion after receiving the report that Arthur is alive. It's a family of 3, and it looks like these are the people who had been taking care of Arthur's family. Reynolds promptly introduces his old friend, Vincent Helstia, who runs the Helstia auction house. This house also belongs to them as well. Arthur politely bows his head, using all the manners he can muster, and greets both Mr. and Mrs. Helstia. While Reynolds continues to jibber-jabber, both Mr. and Mrs. Helstia notice a stark contrast between Arthur and his father. For a moment, Vincent even questions if Arthur is really blood-related to Reynolds. Anyhow, Mrs. Helstia makes sure to introduce her daughter to Arthur. Her name is Lilia. Both Arthur and Sylvie warmly respond to the girl. However, Arthur's greeting goes unnoticed because Lilia experiences love at first sight, not with him, but with the little creature resting on his shoulder. Now that the pleasantries are over, Reynolds decides to proceed with the duel they were planning. After stepping outside, both father and son stretch their bodies in preparation. Mrs. Helstia forces her husband to sit down, to which the man reluctantly complies. He's clearly bewildered after hearing that an 8-year-old not only awakened, but has already progressed through 3 stages. Even those snobby genius brats admitted into Cyrus Academy are barely at the dark red stage, and they're 11 or 12. Meanwhile, noticing how dubious Vincent seems, Arthur feels relieved that he didn't reveal much about his powers. After all, light red is just the beginning. If he can train his core while assimilating with Sylvie's beast will, he knows he'll be in a league of his own. Anyhow, his father is all geared up and ready for a showdown with his son. Arthur, on the other hand, is equally prepared for the challenge ahead. They both dash at each other, with Arthur taking the lead by launching the first punch aimed straight at his father. But Reynolds blocks his son's punch barehanded. However, Arthur quickly turns the tide by executing a completely unexpected move that his father didn't even see coming. Still, Reynolds isn't a one-trick pony. He quickly reads through his son's intentions and sidesteps just enough to avoid the direct hit aimed at him. Arthur, though, manages to seize the upper hand and grabs his father in an attempt to throw him forward. Reynolds, however, regains his balance mid-motion and lands back on his feet with finesse. After a few blows are exchanged, Reynolds is forced to acknowledge his son's growing prowess. Though he makes it clear that he's been holding back so far, he warns Arthur that from this point onward, things won't be so easy. The father clenches his fists and ignites the fire within him, quite literally and figuratively. This is a little trick he picked up after breaking through to the dark orange stage. To understand the new trick Reynolds just pulled off, a bit of lore is needed. Mages, starting from their awakening, always have affinities or strengths in terms of which elements they can best control. Parents often seek out professionals for expensive tests on their children, so they can learn early on which path to push their newborn mage toward. In this world, conjurers have the innate advantage of being able to manifest and manipulate the element of their affinity right from the start. On the other hand, augmenters have a more subtle affinity for elements, with actual manifestation of the elements coming only after they've crossed a certain threshold. For his father, who had been fighting and training hard since an early age without formal training, it took him until the orange core stage to turn his explosive mana usage into actual fire. But from the world Arthur has come from, elements weren't something you were born with. They were a path one took willingly. You see, talent played a large part in it, but since no one was restricted to just one affinity, hard work also played a significant role. So for Arthur, who had so many advantages after coming to this world, has learned a trick or two as well. My guy also releases this crackling power he has under his sleeve. As both contestants stand face to face, ready to give it their all, Vincent is left with his jaw hanging. The fact that Arthur is a deviant is a feat in itself. Even his father, who was full of confidence just moments ago, seems to have taken a hit after witnessing this. Arthur quickly dashes at his father, and their back and forth ensues. As they continue trading blows, the intensity of their strikes escalates, and at one point, they generate an explosion so massive that people miles away can't help but take notice. It's clear that neither is willing to give up easily, and the fight only continues to intensify. After a relentless barrage of punches, one of Reynolds' punches finally lands squarely on Arthur's face. But instead of getting discouraged, this punch only makes Arthur happier. This is exactly what he expects from his father. Reynolds' punches are getting sharper, and he's using his longer reach to prevent Arthur from getting too close. But my guy is not letting this old man get the better of him. He quickly ducks down and throws a precise uppercut that has 0% chance to fail. This sight leaves everyone with their jaws hitting the floor, and as you can imagine, the fight is over. So hitting his father felt unnecessary, and Arthur stopped his punch mid-motion. The father feels immensely proud of his son and grabs him in a tight hug. Regarding Arthur's lightning powers, they are by far his most successful deviant affinity. However, he still has a long way to go. His ice magic remains unstable, and he hasn't even unlocked sound or gravity yet. Despite this, it feels good for Arthur to brag a little to his parents. Vincent, on the other hand, is completely exhausted. All this is far too much for him to handle in one day. Later, both families gather for dinner together, and Reynolds is still absolutely smitten with his son's prowess. He reminisces about how Arthur was only 3 years old when he awakened. Mrs. Helstea finds it shocking to hear that Arthur literally awakened at the age of 3. Alice then chimes in and further reveals that Arthur even blew up the entire house in the process. After everything Vincent had endured that day, he wasn't expecting to be overwhelmed even further. Yet here he is. Snapping out of his drunkard state, he suggests enrolling Arthur in Xyrus Academy. However, Arthur doesn't seem particularly thrilled by the idea. His father, too, is unsure about this decision. As far as Reynolds is concerned, Arthur is only 8, and Xyrus Academy is the most prestigious magic institution on the continent. Mrs. Helstea, however, supports her somewhat tipsy husband's suggestion. With Arthur's level of talent, she believes it would even be worthwhile for their family to sponsor him, so he wouldn't have to worry about tuition costs. But Alice firmly refuses to accept yet another favor, especially after all the Helstea family has already done for them. Vincent assures her that it wouldn't be a burden since he does a lot of business with the famed director of Xyrus Academy herself, and he can speak to her directly. That's when the man in question finally speaks up. He doesn't seem to appreciate the fact that everyone is discussing his future and making decisions for him without even asking for his input. Later, it's time for everyone to head to bed. Before going to sleep, both parents once again express how grateful they are that Arthur has returned. They are overjoyed to see him grown up and thriving. The idea that their son is a deviant with the potential to become one of the strongest mages in the future is news of an extraordinary scale. His mother also acknowledges this, but seems a little sad as she remarks that Arthur can't give her goodnight kisses anymore now that he has grown up so much. Seeing how earnestly his mother is pleading, Arthur relents and gives her a sweet smooch on the cheek. With that, the parents decide to head out. However, Reynolds stops once again to address his son. He reminds Arthur not to hold it against Vincent for being so excited earlier, as Vincent harbors no ill intentions toward them. The scene then transitions back to when Vincent was suggesting that Arthur join the academy. In response, Arthur made it clear that he had just reunited with his family today and would like to spend some time with them before deciding whether to leave them again to attend the academy. With those words, Arthur left the dining area respectfully. Later, as Arthur is walking to his room, Lilia spooks him. She points out that he's heading in the wrong direction and invites him to a better place where they can talk. Eventually, they arrive at the servants' quarters, where it becomes apparent that Lilia gets along with the staff remarkably well. The servants respectfully give them a place to sit. Lilia even enjoys some food while there, her high spirits causing the servants to crack smiles. One of the maids reveals to Arthur that Lady Lilia often sneaks into the servants' quarters when she feels stressed. At that moment, Arthur realizes something he hadn't noticed earlier, that the Helstia family truly has good hearts. In the present moment, Arthur responds to his parents accordingly, clearing their doubts by revealing that he holds no animosity toward the Helstia family. In fact, he acknowledges how kind and genuine they are as a family. The next day arrives, and Arthur is woken up by his little companion Sylvie. The tiny creature looks excited for the day ahead, and seeing Sylvie's eagerness, Arthur suddenly remembers Tessia out of the blue. But he quickly snaps out of his melancholy when his nose catches a whiff of the foul odor Sylvie is giving off. Well, it seems like Arthur isn't the only one who's going to take a shower today. As soon as they approach the bathtub, the stinky Sylvie starts cowering at the sight of the water. A while later, both of them are freshened up. Just as they're done, someone knocks on the door, and it's Arthur's little sister, here to greet her big brother a good morning. Apparently, their mother has promised to take both of them shopping today so they can bond and learn more about each other. The little one is already bouncing with excitement at the thought of spending time with her big brother. They race through the corridor toward the dining hall to join the family for breakfast. After a while, we find ourselves in the bustling marketplace, where merchants eagerly peddle their goods to passers-by. Arthur finds himself quite fascinated to finally see Xyrus City in person. The marketplace is filled with various intriguing items, and one particular shop catches his attention. This shop displays crystal balls and the mounted heads of monsters. Curious, Arthur asks his mother what kind of shop it is. Mrs. Helsty quickly explains that those crystal balls are known as beast cores. They are magical cores extracted from mana beasts and are used to enhance one's power. However, she adds that the effects of these cores can vary greatly depending on their type and the mana beast they came from. Purchasing beast cores is a bit of a gamble, as they can cost hundreds of gold if not thousands. However, if you're lucky, one might even contain a beast will. The mention of spending hundreds of gold leaves Arthur's jaw hanging wide open. Mrs. Hellstay then mentions that her auction house receives a fair number of beast cores and even infant mana beasts. She invites Arthur to take a closer look at them whenever he gets the chance. Arthur flashes a pleasant smile, and he is more than ready to redeem the generosity and the opportunity she's offering. Just then, Lilia starts pushing Arthur forward, eager to show him a place she's been excited about ever since she saw him. A short while later, they arrive at the shop she had in mind, and it turns out to be a barber's shop. Arthur seems unsure if a visit to the barber is really necessary, but his mother insists it's long overdue, because as far as she can tell, his current hairstyle is nothing short of atrocious. The barber, however, is quite the character. It looks like Bro has watched too much of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. When he gets unusually enthusiastic about Arthur's feminine charm, Arthur's inner self recoils in absolute terror, feeling as though his very soul is trying to escape his body. After getting his haircut done, the moment of the grand reveal finally arrives. With a little drum roll, Arthur graces the scene with his brand new look. He looks more charming than ever, to the point where even little Ellie enthusiastically approves of her brother's haircut. After their little tour to the barber, they return to the bustling streets of the marketplace. While crossing a particular bridge, Arthur notices something intriguing down below in the market. He spots a group of boys in the crowd mocking someone. Ellie quickly fills him in, explaining that those boys are students from Xyrus Academy. She adds that wearing the Academy's uniform is considered a major status symbol. Arthur doesn't need a closer look to tell that these guys are complete jerks. Their arrogance is apparent even from a distance. Ellie seems to share the same opinion and highlights that since these students are treated almost like royalty, they feel entitled to act as they please. Their mothers soon catch up to the duo, and as soon as Alice asks what they're discussing, Arthur suddenly bolts ahead like an excited puppy. Although the reason behind Arthur's sudden excitement remains a mystery, his mother finds herself smiling. She's just happy to see her son acting like a normal kid again. Mrs. Hellstay also feels relieved to see him acting like a kid, especially after the dramatic events of the previous night that she still finds hard to forget. Later, they enter a shop fully equipped with an impressive array of weaponry and armor. While Arthur is enthusiastically checking every nook and cranny of the shop owner shows up and reminds him that this isn't the place for a kid to hang out. So, while asking him nicely, the owner suggests he better leave. There's also this cocky rich dipshit hanging around, feeling full of himself. He can't resist reminding Arthur that these aren't toys for a kid like him. This smug guy even dares to put a hand on Arthur's shoulder, but my guy just flings it off without a second thought, showing zero respect for a cocky sucker like him. After tossing out a sharp verbal jab, Arthur begins to walk away. But of course, this idiot can't stomach being humiliated by a kid, so he tries to make a comeback. Before this bastard can start flaunting his title or bragging about how rich and influential he is, Mrs. Hellstay walks into the shop, and just like that, the cocky bastard is humbled. Mrs. Hellstay recognizes the man as Agastus, from the branch family of House Ravenpour operates. She doesn't hold back and threatens to revoke his family's participation in the Hellstay auction house if he doesn't back off. As soon as the bastard hears the threat, his knees buckle, and he starts begging like the cowardly dog he is. After that little scene in the shop, the group continues their tour through the town. Arthur expresses his gratitude to the lady, and she reciprocates, saying she was more afraid of what Arthur would do to that man. Meanwhile, a shady guy is keeping an eye on our family, his eyes particularly fixated on our little dragon fella. Finally, the dawn descends over the city of Xyrus, and the party returns to their mansion after their shopping spree. As they enter, the first thing they see is Vincent and Arthur's father, Reynolds, sitting together. It looks like Vincent had been waiting for Arthur to arrive, as he has a special guest who wants to meet him. It turns out to be Cynthia Goodsky, the founder and director of Xyrus Academy. She is genuinely pleased to meet Arthur in person, the boy Vincent has spoken so much about. Before we dive further, let's take a moment to appreciate the prestige of this institution. Xyrus Academy is hailed as the most exalted sanctuary for any aspiring mage fortunate enough to possess both the talent and the background to gain entry. It is a breeding ground for acclaimed scholars, guild members, leaders, royal guards, and military powerhouses. Anyone who has made a significant impact on this world has, at some point, been tied to Xyrus Academy. That's the level of fame this school commands. An insurmountable titan compared to the countless other academies scattered across the continent. And standing at the helm of it all is none other than the Academy's director, Cynthia Goodsky. It's Arthur's first time meeting her in person, and all he can do is stare at her for a solid few moments. The intensity of the silent staring contest is so fierce that even the onlookers begin to feel awkward. Finally, the older woman breaks the silence by extending her hand as a gesture of goodwill, greeting Arthur warmly and sincerely. Arthur, on the other hand, can only stare at her hand, completely clueless about the proper social convention in a situation like this. Should he kiss her hand? Shake it? He has absolutely no idea. Eventually, he decides to shake her hand, but his mother quickly steps in, shoves his head down in frustration, and apologizes for her son's rude behavior. She explains to the director that Arthur has just returned home and is still ignorant of formal customs. The woman, however, seems like a remarkably chill person. She doesn't mind at all. In fact, she's the one who apologizes for intruding unexpectedly. She admits that she couldn't refuse a favor from Vincent, given all his great efforts and contributions to Xyrus Academy. Meanwhile, we shift our focus to Lilia, standing quietly in the back with her mood noticeably sulking. It seems she isn't a fan of all the attention Arthur is getting. Or perhaps she simply doesn't want him to leave for the academy like this. Regardless, we shift to this old hag, who reveals something intriguing, mentioning that it's not often she takes a trip to someone's house to visit a potential student. But Vincent had piqued her interest when he insisted that a prodigy of the highest caliber was currently staying in his home. She then turns to Mrs. Hellstay and requests her to lead them to an open space so she can catch a glimpse of what this boy is capable of. Arthur, meanwhile, tries to bail out of the scene, making the excuse that he's hungry. Unfortunately for him, his mother doesn't allow him to act on that thought. Eventually, Vincent and Mrs. Hellstay proceed to escort their esteemed guest to the mansion's beautifully paved courtyard. As for Arthur, it seems he wasn't lying. He really is hungry, and he looks even more defeated to see that he won't be able to eat dinner anytime soon. Little Sylvie, equally hungry, has no choice but to follow her papa, looking just as dejected about this whole ordeal. This is the moment when the old hag notices the little one, finding the mana beast quite adorable. She asks if it's his father's contracted beast. Arthur quickly clarifies that Sylvie is his bond and that she hatched just a few months ago. The old woman finds this fascinating. You see, most nobles here purchase mana beasts to form contracts, but she has never seen a mana beast quite like Sylvie before. Arthur then explains that Sylvie's mother was some kind of scaled wolf with small wings. She was gravely injured, almost dead, while protecting her egg when he stumbled upon her nest. He chalks the whole thing up to nothing more than a stroke of luck. Cynthia, however, seems skeptical, but chooses not to voice her doubts. After walking down the corridor for a few minutes, they finally arrive at the grand courtyard. Now that they're outside, Cynthia looks eager to see if Arthur can live up to the praise Vincent had lavished on him, or if it's all just empty talk. As far as she remembers, Vincent mentioned that Arthur was an augmenter, but he didn't provide many details, as he merely wanted to keep it a surprise for her. We then take a peek into Cynthia's thoughts as she examines Arthur closely. She notes how he doesn't appear worried or scared. She can't quite figure out if it's confidence or arrogance that keeps him so composed. As for Arthur, he's not even concerned about the current situation. His thoughts are entirely consumed by one thing, the goddamn dinner. He's desperately craving grilled fish today, and that's all he can focus on. Meanwhile, Vincent looks quite smug as he confidently claims that Cynthia will definitely be shocked when Arthur shows her his fire and lightning magic. He's also relieved that Reynolds won't be able to burn down the courtyard again like last time. Before Arthur begins, Cynthia questions whether he doesn't plan to arm himself with a weapon at the very least. In response, Arthur casually remarks that he can tell she has no intention of using the wand at her waistband, so he'll go barehanded as well. This causes Cynthia to pause for a moment, realizing he's right, and her unexpected response makes her crack a smile. With that, they decide to begin the match. During his training with Virion, the explosive power of fire and the adaptive nature of water were the first key arts from Arthur's world to manifest as actual elements here. After that, the earth and wind-style martial arts techniques from his previous life also culminated, allowing him to control the mixture of internal and ambient mana to shape it into the desired effect. Unlike counters, these are the fundamental steps augmenters take to manifest an elemental attack. Of course, he faced some limitations due to his past knowledge. After mixing fire and earth spells together, Arthur kicks the ground beneath him, shattering it like it's nobody's business. Although Vincent expected Arthur to surprise everyone, he is still absolutely rocked to his core by the display. Among all the stunned onlookers, the proud sister and Sylvie are the only ones genuinely thrilled to see Arthur rocking the stage. With the next kick, he sends all that shattered debris at the lady. The lady smiles as she sees that this boy is indeed some good shit. She quickly blocks all of the debris. Arthur then braces himself, generating a massive blast from the ground that propels him forward. He breaks through the barrier of air surrounding her and attempts to strike her over the face, but she counters effortlessly, throwing him back with a burst of her power. Arthur quickly reacts, using earth and wind spells to conjure a floating stone that supports his body, preventing him from careening aimlessly. He grits his teeth, frustrated by how difficult it still is to use earth and wind spells simultaneously. Even after all his training with Virion, it feels far more challenging compared to his fire and water techniques. He launches himself at her once again, but she effortlessly uses her wind magic to push him back, not even allowing him to get close, let alone cause any real damage. Amidst the swirling winds around her, she chants an unusual spell, summoning 3 or 4 tornadoes. Arthur, however, has a clear plan to counter this. He conjures wind around his hand, spinning in the opposite direction of the tornadoes. As soon as his winds clash with them, the tornadoes are dispersed completely. Though his reckless move left him with some nasty cuts and bruises, Arthur successfully accomplishes what he set out to do. He eventually earns a compliment from the old hag for his efforts alone. She is genuinely impressed by his skills and precision, but she also believes he's a bit overconfident in his ability to face opponents head-on. All in all, his display of magical and combat prowess is exceptional. For his final test, an extra challenge of sorts, she quickly enchants him with a spell and informs him that his only task is to stay conscious. Whatever she did feels like his brain is being split apart. It's actually sound magic she's using, a clear indication that she's a deviant. Despite the excruciating pain, Arthur braves through the test. When it's over, the woman happily announces that he's passed with flying colors. Given the aptitude Arthur has shown in wind magic, she admits she's tempted to teach him personally. The father, on the other hand, is still confused. Since when did Arthur learn to use earth and wind magic as well? The mention of as well catches the lady off guard. What she understands, Arthur might even be able to use more elements. Shocked, Vincent quickly responds, explaining that Arthur used fire magic just yesterday and lightning magic as well. He brought him to the paved courtyard because the boy had burned down part of the lawn. The old hag finds herself utterly boggled when she learns that this little boy can control not only 2, but at least 3 elements, none of which are at a deviance level. Arthur, however, quickly corrects them, clarifying that he can actually use 4 elements. He makes sure to demonstrate by conjuring some water. The woman literally recoils in utter bewilderment, and Reynolds makes sure to support her. Seeing how strongly Cynthia has reacted, The little girl asks if her brother is strong. While her mother doesn't respond, Cynthia laughs softly and agrees that he is indeed very strong and will be even stronger in the future. After everyone settles down, Arthur apologizes to his family for keeping his powers a secret from them. His chest tightens as he sees his mother so worried about him. Realizing that her son had been hiding something, she hopes that, from this point onward, there will be no more secrets. As much as Arthur wishes to promise her that, he knows he cannot. Once the apologies are done, Cynthia decides to have a private conversation with our boy. She encloses them both in a bubble that appears soundproof, ensuring no sound can get in or out. Now that they can't be overheard, the old lady assures him that he can speak freely. With no other choice, Arthur begins to explain. He reveals that he only showed her his abilities because there are two things she possesses that he needs, which are power and influence. He wants her to keep his family safe until he becomes strong enough to protect them himself. Not only will he attend her academy, but he will also consider her his benefactor. Cynthia Goodsky is quite moved, though not in the usual way. To see this brat have the audacity to demand something like this from her is almost laughable. Not even the king and queen of Sapan would dare propose such a one-sided deal. And yet, Arthur seems to think she'll bend to establish a relationship with a mere child. But my guy just smiles in response, fully aware of how much potential and value he holds compared to the rulers of Sapin. Although his part of the deal will have to wait until he actually attends her academy, he's confident in his position. You see, Arthur has made a promise to someone important, to live his life to the fullest, and he believes attending Xyrus Academy at a more normal age will help him honor that promise. Cynthia is once again a little rattled to hear this. To think that she will have to wait for 3 years until he joins unsettles her. She presses him to explain what he plans to do during this gap. Well, Arthur doesn't hesitate. He speaks his mind and reveals his plan to become an adventurer. Later, Arthur's parents take him aside for a private conversation, as they are absolutely against his idea. His mother is distraught the most and begins to berate him. After everything they've endured, after thinking he was dead for years, he now says he wants to put himself in danger again. It's a thought she simply cannot bear. The little girl also starts tearing up, unable to handle her mother's outburst. Reynolds steps up in order to calm her down and suggests that they at least hear Arthur out and listen to his reasoning. But his mother does not relent. She continues lashing out, questioning how he could even consider such a thing after everything they've been through to get to this point. Eventually, her emotions overwhelm her. Her thoughts spiral, clouded by worry and pain, until she can no longer discern what is right or wrong. It's then that Arthur speaks up. His voice is calm but resolute as he explains that he isn't planning on leaving anytime soon. In fact, he's looking forward to spending several months at home with everyone. He admits that while he's only just returned, spending over 3 years in the Elven Kingdom has left him feeling disconnected from Sapin and the rest of Dicathan. He wants to experience the same thrill and excitement his parents had when they were adventurers. It's not just about seeking danger, it's about truly living, understanding his world, and growing stronger in ways he can't within the safety of their home. His father acknowledges Arthur's point, understanding exactly what his son is talking about. He even admits that, as an awakened teenager, he himself had been eager to experience the adventurous life. However, he also recognizes that Alice's concerns are entirely valid. No matter how strong or prepared Arthur thinks he is, the life of an adventurer is both dangerous and unpredictable. Arthur then suggests having some sort of guard or supervisor accompany him on his journeys, but Alice remains unconvinced. That's when Reynolds startles his wife by approving Arthur's plan. She immediately turns on her husband, practically strangling him in frustration. She can't believe he would even consider such a thing, let alone agree to it. There's no way she's letting her son leave again, not after just getting him back. Things begin to settle down when Arthur clarifies that he isn't planning to be away for 3 full years. He explains that he intends to come back every few months, or even more frequently between missions. Even so, Alice remains skeptical and is not sure how to proceed with this. At that moment, Ellie approaches her brother with her eyes filled with tears. The thought of him leaving already is too much for her. Seeing his little sister crying causes Arthur to panic. He quickly clarifies to her that he'll be seeing her a lot and won't be gone for long stretches of time. Alice, however, is still unwilling to give her consent. She demands an answer. Why does he want to become an adventurer now? What drives him to take this path so soon after returning home? As far as she is concerned, it makes far more sense for her son to go to school before setting out as an adventurer. Arthur, however, reminds them that if he were to attend school now, he'd be quite a bit younger than the other students. He explains that he actually wants to fit in and make friends, but a significant age gap might make that harder. His worried mother quickly counters, suggesting that he doesn't have to go to school right away. Instead, she proposes helping him train herself, along with Reynolds. Well, Arthur is open to the idea, but he doesn't just want to train, He wants to fight and test the skills he's learned since coming to this world in real-world scenarios. He wants to experience an open environment where he can truly challenge himself is what he's looking for. Though he does not say all this to their parents. The next morning arrives, and the entire family gathers at the dining table, joined by the Hellstay family. As they eat, the room is filled with lively banter and conversation. At one point, Arthur asks what plans everyone has for the day. Mrs. Hellstay responds that she and Alice need to run some errands around town to prepare for an upcoming event at the Hellstay auction house. She adds that they're taking Ellie and Lilia along, and Arthur is welcome to join them if he wants. Arthur, however, decides to stay behind today. Vincent then grabs everyone's attention and inquires if they've decided what to do about Arthur's plan. Alice then reveals that she has agreed to let him become an adventurer under certain conditions. The father outlines them as follows. First, Arthur will wait until after his birthday in 3 months. Second, he must have a guard with him at all times during his missions. And third, he will need to visit home at least once every 2 months. Beyond that, his father is confident that Arthur is smart enough to manage the rest on his own. Vincent acknowledges the rationality behind the decision, but raises an important question. Who will be Arthur's guard? From what he's seen so far, it seems highly unlikely that there's anyone capable of guarding Arthur effectively. Meanwhile, the little girl is having her own fun. She pretends to be a Sylvie, balancing 2 forks over her head to mimic the creature's horns. Her childish antics give Reynolds a sudden idea. With a wide grin, he announces that the twin horns will be returning from a dungeon expedition soon. He recently received a letter from the Adventurers Guild confirming that they'll be back in 2 months, and they could arrange for one of them to accompany Arthur as his guard. The idea is so solid that even Alice agrees right away. The mention of the twin horns immediately excites Arthur, as he's been eagerly waiting to reunite with them. After all, the twin horns were the group that had helped escort him back to his family years ago. It means he'll get to see all his old friends, Jasmine, Durden, Angela, Helen, and Adam, together again. He can hardly wait. Later, Arthur visits Vincent's office to discuss a certain matter. Meanwhile, the ladies are out on a shopping spree. During their outing, Ellie and Alina get into an argument. Since Alina is older than Ellie, Mrs. Hellstay doesn't appreciate her daughter teasing the younger girl like this, so she gives her a bonk on her head. But Alina snaps and angrily responds that all Ellie ever does is think about her brother. She finally lets out her frustration that has been bubbling over the past few days. She admits that she doesn't like how everyone is giving so much attention to Arthur. She's jealous. Jealous that Arthur is already a mage stronger than most adults, while she herself hasn't even awakened yet. Deep down, she desperately wants to become a mage. Seeing the girl's distress, Alice steps forward to console her. She gently reminds Alina that comparison is the thief of joy and encourages her not to compare herself to Arthur. Everyone grows at their own pace, and her time will come. But Alina, still upset, asks how Arthur became so strong in the first place. Well, even Alice does not know the answer for this question, and honestly admits that she doesn't really know either. She explains that aside from a little sword training Reynolds gave him, they didn't do much to shape his abilities. This revelation startles Mrs. Hellstay. While she acknowledges that Arthur is undoubtedly a gifted child, the idea that he reached such an extraordinary level of skill without formal training sounds almost unbelievable. She is convinced there's more to this story and presses Alice for answers. Alice then further admits that Arthur is indeed hiding something from them. She confesses that even they, his parents, don't fully understand what it is. Mrs. Hellstay advises her to just ask Arthur directly as his mother, like how he became so strong while he was away, and how, even before the bandit attack, he was already so skilled with the sword. She is sure that both Reynolds and Alice must be dying to know the truth. Of course, as a doting mother, Alice does want to know everything her son is hiding and why he hasn't shared it with them yet. But she explains that giving him the space and support to open up when he's ready is what being a good parent means to her. With that, they set their worries aside and resume their errands. As the group walks through the bustling streets, a shady figure observes them from a distance, carefully taking note of their movements. In the back alleys, this shady man meets another shady guy cloaked in mystery. He informs his companion to relay to Lord Sebastian that the mana beast wasn't with the group today. Furthermore, a mage from Xyrus Academy was guarding them, which made trailing them extensively impossible. However, he adds that the boy, who is most likely the master of the mana beast, is expected to attend the 10th anniversary event at the Hellstay auction house. The second shady guy replies that they will make sure to inform Lord Sebastian right away and that the auction event will be their best opportunity to act. Meanwhile, Vincent finds himself sitting before Arthur, who is seated calmly yet exudes an air of authority. The way Arthur carries himself, his posture and presence, feels as if Vincent is sitting in the presence of a king. In fact, Vincent is more nervous now than he's ever been before the King of Sapan. He also notes how starkly different Arthur's demeanor is compared to when he's with his family. The relaxed and carefree boy he had observed earlier seems like a completely different person. The commanding aura Arthur displays now feels like his true nature. Adjusting his glasses to compose himself, Vincent greets Arthur politely, saying it's his pleasure to speak with him. Arthur initiates the conversation, explaining the reason for his sudden intrusion. He requests Vincent's help in procuring a few items. Specifically, he asks for a protective cloak, preferably one with a hood, a decent sword suited to his size, and a mask capable of altering his voice. Vincent assures him that a cloak shouldn't be a problem to acquire. However, crafting a voice-altering mask would require an artificer with expertise in sound magic, likely a divination mage. Vincent suddenly pauses, questioning himself internally. With the anniversary event already burying him in work, why is he going out of his way to accommodate this child? Yet, even as the thought crosses his mind, he knows he can't bring himself to refuse Arthur's request. Something about the boy demands compliance. Arthur, on the other hand, is truly grateful for Vincent's help. Although he doesn't have any money to offer as compensation, he thinks of another way to repay Vincent for his kindness. However, Vincent quickly refuses any form of compensation. He explains that Arthur's father has been an immense help ever since they began working together. Thanks to Reynolds and the training he's provided for their guards, thefts and fights in the auction house have reached their lowest point ever. But our boy still insists that he still wants to offer something in return. Apparently, he has recently discovered a method that might aid his sister hasten her awakening, and while he is going to help his sister, he can also help Lilia in awakening. This revelation startles Vincent, as neither he nor his wife is a mage. However, Arthur confidently assures him that he can help their daughter awaken as a mage and eventually attend Xyrus Academy. Later, Arthur is seen practicing his beast will. Despite his efforts, he can only wield it for a few seconds before it dissipates. Frustration begins to creep in as he feels his efforts are insufficient. Whether it's his past life or this one, he knows he needs strength to protect the people he loves. His mind drifts to memories from his past life, where he lost someone dear to him and was powerless to stop it. This time, he vows to gain strength, not for revenge, but to ensure the safety of those he holds dear. As Arthur heads back downstairs, he encounters his mother, who has just returned from her errands. She seems angry because she thinks he is making fake promises of helping Lilia in her magic awakening. Mrs. Helsty is equally frustrated, visibly annoyed at the idea that Arthur might be playing pranks on them. Arthur makes it clear that he would never joke about something as serious as this. He reminds them that he made a deal with Mr. Helstia. Later, as they all settle down, Arthur sits between his two sisters, ready to demonstrate something no one expected. He begins explaining that mana is best sensed during slow and deep breaths that follow a precise rhythmic pattern. He strives to keep the explanation simple and clear as he prepares to demonstrate the technique. Arthur first instructs them on the first step, to breathe in a special way. He even closes his eyes to demonstrate the proper technique. As soon as both ladies try to follow, there are many hurdles to overcome to get their breathing right. But once he sets the stage, Arthur decides to check if his theory is working. He warns them that their bodies might feel a little hot, but they should continue breathing the way he instructed. As they persist in their rhythmic breathing, they begin to see small artifacts with their own eyes. Arthur then tells them to focus on gathering the white sparks together, because these little lights are their friends and need to be united in order to be happy. After the training session, the three of them are exhausted. Vincent has a lot of questions, particularly about how this method will help his daughter become a mage. Arthur explains that it will take a few years, but if he can help them with the first few months of training, Lila should have no trouble awakening as a mage. Before he can finish his sentence, Mrs. Helstia suddenly hugs him tightly. Overcome with emotion, she begins to cry, thinking of how Arthur has just opened up endless opportunities in front of their daughter, opportunities that her non-mage parents are unable to offer. Vincent, too, is overwhelmed, and the moment is heavy with emotion. From that point on, Arthur's life falls into a comfortable rhythm. Every morning he trains, then helps his sister and Lila get closer to awakening. Even with his impatience to grow stronger, he makes sure to spend time with everyone, knowing that there wouldn't be many more opportunities like this in the future. 2 months later, it's finally time for the twin horns to arrive. Arthur stands anxiously in front of the door, eagerly awaiting their arrival. When the door is knocked, he rushes to open it, and instantly Angela bursts through, wrapping him in a tight hug. Durden is there as well, looking even bigger than the last time Arthur saw him. Despite his imposing size, Durden's heart is just as soft, and the sight of Arthur brings back memories that make him emotional. Adam, meanwhile, is as cheerful and energetic as ever, exuding the same lively presence. Helen, on the other hand, almost chokes Adam for his antics. She's also smitten to see how handsome Arthur has become since they last met. Jasmine, the quiet one, steps forward as well and gives Arthur a tight hug. Her tears flow as she continues to apologize to him for not protecting him back then. Later, everyone gathers, ready for the day ahead. The gentlemen come down after getting prepared, and soon, once everyone is assembled at the exit door, they prepare to leave for the Hellstay auction house. They leave the mansion and climb into the carriages. The vehicles zoom through the bustling streets of the city. As they sit together, Arthur begins to reveal the entire backstory of how he ended up back with them, sharing the details of his journey and everything that led him to this moment. Adam expresses his apologies for all the trouble Arthur had to endure after he fell from the cliff, though they are glad that at least Arthur was able to form a bond, which is something even seasoned adventurers and nobles rarely achieve. Suddenly, the carriage screeches to a halt, and two servants step forward to welcome and escort our party. Arthur is awestruck when he actually sees the Hellstay auction house for the first time. The 10th anniversary of the Hellstay auction house is an event that nobles and adventurers alike have been eagerly anticipating. It won't just be a celebration, but also a chance to see, and perhaps buy, priceless artifacts that have been kept locked away and guarded for this particular event. As soon as Arthur lays his eyes on the magnificence of this place, he's struck with awe. The exterior of the building is amazing, but the inside holds up just as well. Vincent then addresses everyone, reminding them that since today is a big day, they should get their heads together and make sure no mistakes are made. Reynolds also takes charge, instructing and assigning soldiers to their respective posts. Arthur, Mrs. Hellstay, and Alice make their way into the grand auditorium before everyone else. The place is so massive that it could easily house more than 10,000 people. Arthur, who had been a king and lived among the royal family of the Elenoir kingdom, finds what he's currently seeing jaw-dropping, even for him. Mrs. Hellstay inquires about Arthur's opinion on the auction house, to which he responds that calling it a house would be an understatement. Lilia then assures Arthur to wait until he sees the private viewing rooms at the top, as he's going to be even more awestruck. And as expected, the private viewing room is nothing short of magnificent. It even has its own bar, with a bartender ready to serve them delicious drinks. Lilia and Island then peek through the windows and notice that people have already started to arrive, and the place is already bustling with life. Suddenly, a servant arrives and informs Mrs. Hellstay that the VIP guests have arrived and will be here soon. Our family members stand respectfully as the knights ensure the esteemed guests are escorted inside. The guests are none other than the king's family: King Blaine Glider, Queen Priscilla Glider, Prince Curtis Glider, and Princess Kathleen Glider. Seeing the other guests, the king inquires of Vincent why he must share the space with them. Vincent quickly reminds His Majesty that this is his family. He brought them here because he remembers that His Majesty had explicitly wished to see his family. Vincent introduces his wife, Tabitha, and his daughter, Lilia. He then introduces Alice Lewin, his close friend's wife, along with their children, Arthur and Eleanor Lewin. The king seems to be a very laid-back person, and happily tells Alice and her children to stand up because Vincent's friends are his friends as well. After all, they are all here to congratulate the Hellstays on the 10th anniversary of this wonderful place, and to enjoy the event. Queen Glider suddenly notices the little mana beast Arthur has acquired. Arthur quickly responds to the queen that she just hatched several months ago and introduces her as Sylvie. This also catches the attention of the king himself, who quickly asks if perhaps this mana beast is his bond. Arthur doesn't shy away from claiming that it is. The king seems so fond of this little creature that he even tickles her. He can tell Arthur is fortunate to have her, as even infant beasts are not easy to tame, yet she seems very obedient. Arthur quickly states that he can communicate mentally with the beast, so it's more like a mutual agreement rather than simple obedience. That's when a shady old man grabs everyone's attention by questioning if Arthur is implying that he's under an equal contract with the mana beast. Arthur hesitates briefly before affirming, claiming that Sylvie was the one who initiated the contract. The old man then quickly puts his hand over Arthur's to check what kind of bond he has. But before this shady old man can succeed in his intention, the king stops him, reminding him that this is neither the time nor the place to study someone's pet. The man stumbles over his feet and apologizes heartily. To diffuse the tension, Mrs. Hellstay quickly chimes in and requests the king that the event is about to start, and requests that he take a seat. It seems like this old man might be behind those hooded bastards who had been trailing Arthur and his family for quite some time. Lo and behold, the Hellstay auction event is underway. The host welcomes the esteemed audience for their most anticipated event, their chance to obtain the rarest items in their collection. Excited more than ever, the guests roar in celebration and excitement, and a round of applause follows afterwards. The host instructs the audience to turn south before they can officially start. Special mention is given to the most important figures of the land of Sapan, the royal family. The audience respectfully pays them the deserving respect, and with that, the honors have concluded. The host finally addresses the man who made the entirety of the event possible. Vincent Hellstay makes his presence known as Arthur, and the others clap for him. The scene is nostalgic of his previous life as a king, but he tries to shake those memories off instead of reliving the past. After, the kid hasn't even hit his growth spurt, and he's already thinking about being king again. Arthur manages to sneak in some alcohol while no one was paying attention while Lilia is busy with Ellie. Just up ahead, he sees his mother talking to the queen. Observing her wand, he instantly concludes that she's a conjurer-magician. There's also the fact that he's yet to sense her presence, which means the woman must be actively using a concealment artifact to hide it, or she's so powerful that he merely can't even sense it. She gives him a good look, causing him to feel slightly embarrassed. Arthur thinks it's rather strange that he doesn't really fancy any of the older women as his romantic interests, even though they're about the same age he died. He thinks it's possible due to his mother being in the same age group, but at the same time, Arthur doesn't find himself attracted to those younger than him either. He's in a weird situation and thinks his dating life is temporarily ruined for good. His train of thought is disrupted by the man himself, who knows about Arthur's ambitions to purchase a good sword. Vincent drops him the offer of a lifetime to place a bid on the sword, and he's even ready to cover the costs for the kid. The short sword coming up for display is made by a legendary mastersmith, and it's got notable qualities. For example, just reinforcing the sword with a slight hint of mana will produce electricity around the edges of the blade. This adds to the cutting power and even releases a paralysis effect on the victim. Arthur's interest has peaked and the bidding quickly kicks in. For such a weapon, many of the guests are competitive and keep raising prices upwards of 50 gold coins. Let's compare how the currency works in comparison to a modern house. 1 gold coin is enough to purchase it, and even an average family can easily live on a few copper coins without any trouble. That means, just the opening bid for this expensive blade could easily sustain a family for a quarter of a millennia. Vincent is out here acting like Elon Musk's fictional son and simply asks the kid if he likes the weapon or not. Arthur confirms that he does like the blade, but he isn't looking for something so bold and unique. That's just the way Vincent expected the boy to react, however. He thinks it's okay for the boy to choose something else. As for the rest of the items he requested, they've already been arranged. Arthur is excited because he's expecting the voice-altering mask to be one of the items on the list. Vincent acts like a hotshot who could fetch any artifact from any corner of the world. He acted urgently and got what the kid wanted. Arthur is the happiest he's ever been, but like a responsible adult, Vincent advises the kid to use the item wisely, or he'll be the one to catch trouble from his family. In the end, Vincent was proven correctly. The sword was nothing compared to the rarer items that followed. There were a few weapons and beast cores that even the king found himself interested in. He placed extremely high bids and won himself an A-class beast core. But of course, he has yet to manifest the powers of the core to find out if it has a beast will or not. Arthur finds himself stretching to ward off the laziness, and finds himself confused when he sees Sylvie missing. He asks Lilia, who also doesn't know, so he starts inspecting the furniture to see where she went. Suddenly, he hears the cute little beast hiss in fear, as if it was being threatened by someone. The ugly bastard Sebastian is trying to get his dirty hands on her, making Sylvie weep in fear. Arthur sees this, and just like any pet owner getting their best friend harassed, he wants to slap the shit out of this frickface. But he tolerates himself, knowing that this asshole is a royal mage. He simply calls Sylvie to his side and prepares to leave. Instead of facing humility, Sebastian tells him that a commoner like him shouldn't be in possession of a creature so special. Arthur questions to confirm if he didn't mishear just now. With a sinister smile, the evil mage confirms that the beast will soon be under her control. This makes the boy's blood boil with anger as he shoots him a murderous look, challenging the mage to utter those words again. Let's revisit what happened before this went down. Vincent was slightly disappointed that he couldn't get the boy anything he liked. Arthur was searching for a good sword as his only requirement, which makes the auction house owner wonder if they can find something in the storage. His thought is disrupted by the king, who is glad to have acquired the A-class beast core from their collection. As long as the beast's will is intact, he's in good hands. Vincent is glad that he was able to please the king with his measly little event. Their conversation takes a sudden dark turn as Vincent detects a bloodlust so powerful that it brings him to his knees. This causes the royal knights to spring into action, alerted by the presence of a threat. With an urgency to act, the king brings out his sword and demands the attacker to reveal themselves at once. We then catch the royal mage Sebastian collapsed on the floor, afraid of Arthur's wrath. Vincent still doesn't understand what happened, and the entire auction house is in chaos. The knights haven't found anything suspicious after searching the rooms. Arthur's father wants them to search upstairs, and after a while, both the royal family and Arthur's family are sat in silence. Telepathically communicating with his familiar, he checks on Sylvie's condition. The knights express that they've just captured an intruder just now. The king's normal reaction sends Arthur into shivers. He's glad that an intruder did fuck up the whole scene, proving to be the perfect distraction from Arthur's personal fiasco. As for Sebastian, they make a mockery of the royal mage for getting his panties in a twist after seeing a level 1 intruder. Bro has to make an excuse saying that he slipped, and he gives our boy a good look before turning away. The auction house resumes its function, and the final item of the night is finally about to be presented. The veil is lifted, revealing an infant world lion, striking the guests in amazement. This mana beast is special for its nurtured treatment, allowing it the potential of becoming an A-class beast in the future. Arthur's a little pissed that the mage doesn't give a damn about any other mana beasts except Sylvie. The host starts the enormous opening bid at 500 gold coins. People raise 550, 600, all the way up to even 800. Until finally the king steps up with 1,000 gold coins to offer, double the price of the opening bid. Of course, the guests surrender their bids knowing they can't compete with the wealth of the king. Vincent congratulates him and asks about his plans regarding the new pet. After all, it does require a legendary beast tamer to be brought up properly. Instead of raising the pet himself, the king wants Curtis to take care of the special beast. Curtis rises to the occasion, hoping to do the very best for his father. Her mother teases the kid, which invites a generous thought from Arthur, who thinks that even the royal family behaves like any normal family would. Vincent claims the end of the auction and wonders how the king would like his items. The king isn't planning to wait and intends to grab his prized possessions with the man. Vincent wants to lead him the way, when suddenly the royal mage makes a sudden request, whispering in his master's ear. After that, he shoots a sharp glare at our boy, which means the dipshit is planning something again. Vincent escorts them to the room where the king's items are kept. He also uses this opportunity to allow Arthur a chance to grab a good sword. Intrigued by the boy's interest in a sword, the king wonders if he's planning to take sword lessons. Since Curtis is also interested, he wants the two of them to have a sparring session someday. However, Sebastian is against the idea and mocks the kid for being nothing more than a commoner. Arthur pays respect to the king's generous offer and acts humble in front of the family. The boy's father comes into the picture, startled to find the king there as well. The king learns that he's the one who captured the intruder and commends Captain Lewin for his work. The king also learns that Arthur is Reynolds' son. He presents Sebastian as a royal guard who has done the king's family many favors throughout the years. And this time, he's seeking a reward, particularly in the boy's familiar. This announcement shakes Arthur to the core, knowing where this conversation is headed. The king declares that giving up Arthur's beast would be a service done for the welfare of the kingdom. This is bad news, and Reynolds can immediately see it on his son's face. He tries to intervene on the boy's behalf. The king is prepared to compensate them thoroughly and is even prepared to hire a personal mage to sever the contract between the two. Reynolds apologizes in his resignation. He claims that his son has his own decisions to make, and he doesn't intervene on the boy's behalf. Father of the Year award goes to Reynolds Lewin. Anyway, the king now turns to the boy, who has eyes filled with frustration. Sebastian tries to start a fire, but his master stops him. He greets the child and presents the same offer to the kid. Maintaining his calm, Arthur does his best to respond adequately to the King of Sapin. While thanking the king, he refuses in kind, claiming that he could never give up his familiar for even the most brilliant sword. Pet Owner of the Year award goes to this kid. The mage tries to butt in and is immediately slammed shut by the king. He even pitches the rare world lion cub in exchange for Sylvie, which prompts an annoyed reaction by Curtis. Once more, Arthur refuses, apologizing for being unclear just now. He's adamant about his decision to keep Sylvie, no matter what. Hearing this, the king is now peeved. He has been kind in his approach in requesting a favor, and yet the boy is yet to budge. The king asks once again, this time warning Arthur of his thin patience. Controlling his anger, Arthur asks a counter-question to the King of Sapin. Boldly and shockingly, he asks for a price on the king's children. Then, he follows up by reasoning that even though he's declined 3 times, the king's pride refuses to budge. That's why he's asking such an important question. He wants to know how much money would be worth to exchange even one of his children. The atmosphere turns tense and silent. Sebastian gestures to the knight to act immediately. The royal knight furiously advances to cut down the boy who insulted the royal family. Sensing mana concentrated inside the blade, Arthur realizes the knight is going for a kill. Remaining calm with his own mana, he evades both strikes and throws the knight off balance. Then he grabs the knight's fist and releases every single ounce of his momentum into an uppercut. This knocks the knight out instantly, gaining shock from even the royal mage who ordered to kill him. Sebastian is done playing around and decides to act on his own, ready to accept any punishment. He knows that Sylvie's potential with Arthur actually triumphs that of an A-class beast, which is why he's so greedy and stubborn about the bond. Sebastian prepares a beam strike to vaporize Arthur as his family swoops in. All of a sudden, something happens as time stops, freezing the spectators around them. Confused, the mage finds himself perplexed where his charged attack went. One boy's voice echoes and gains his attention. He deems Sebastian's efforts meaningless. After all, each spell that requires ambient mana won't work against him. He shoots Sebastian a resolute glare and instantly appears next to his body. The royal mage's overconfidence has been used against him. One move is enough to break Sebastian's leg, causing him to wail in agony. He begs for someone to come and help him, failing to understand why everyone has frozen still. Arthur's voice and embrace is the only loudness he feels and hears. The boy offers a bone-chilling announcement, reminding him that no one will come to help him. Traumatized to the bone, the pathetic mage begs to be spared as the royal conjurer. Arthur simply gets up and confirms his statement. He only says 3 words, reminding the mage to know his place like the dog he is. Let's go back to the uppercut from a moment ago. As you can expect, even the king was shocked to find a commoner child overwhelming a trained royal guard. So much so that he wonders if his own guard made a mistake. Seconds after, Arthur's body is seen collapsed in a different location on the ground, causing Lilia to panic. What's even more brutal is when she and the others come to notice Sebastian's twisted leg. The man's face is bawling with tears and sweat, with a frightened cry for help. Even the king is terrified to see him in this state, while the queen orders the guards to check Sebastian's vitals at once. A while later, Reynolds checks on his son's unconscious body. The boy's mother is worried sick. She does her best to use her healing magic, but eventually gives up, realizing that nothing can be done. Vincent's family weeps alongside him, seeing the boy's loss. Arthur's fading consciousness is brought back into reality a while later. He finds himself on a bed with a ringing headache, wondering how he got back here. He remembers painfully torturing Sebastian using static void, but it messed with his brain. It's only thanks to Sylvia that he was able to use the ability. Thanks to that, he could momentarily disconnect himself from the string of time. It's a godly ability that only he has possession of due to being a legacy tamer. At the same time, it comes at a cost. He's done years of training until now, and still can't use the ability for more than a few seconds without enduring the painful backlash. He went over the time limit and suffered great consequences. This was also his first experience using it on another person, adding to his list of troubles. He rests on the bed, grateful that the worst was just him falling unconscious. The door opens with Sylvie curious as heck to see her master. The boy's mother is shocked to find him awake at last. She endearingly hugs him and found herself at calm after hearing the doctor's verdict. It's been 8 hours and he woke up much later than expected. The boy is disappointed, making his mother cry again. He experiences a sharp ache, startling his mother. Instead of addressing it, Arthur asks what followed after he passed out. It turns out that the king's family left early. They sent a representative of the king to discuss matters with the boy's father. Arthur is curious and wants to go see what's up. He tells his mother that he's doing splendidly okay and that he wants her to get some rest instead. He also orders Sylvie to stay with her. Arthur is managing his way downstairs, hearing Reynolds' speech about how his son was nearly killed. The boy interrupts their talk, causing his father to come rushing to his aid. He reveals that the representative of the king is here to spend a few gold coins on them for the small incident they caused. You can tell Reynolds gives very little fucks about royalty and places his family first. The king's representative greets the boy as Jasper Cogwright. He shows him a pouch of gold coins. In this situation, Arthur thinks it's best to act like a victim who was wronged. He greets the man with respect and learns from Jasper that both guards who tried attacking the boy were suspended at once. Reynolds is still frustrated that the king thinks this will undo the unjustified treatment. Jasper and Reynolds are in a strong conflict with one another, so Arthur decides to be the one to resolve things. He admits that he acted out of line and claims that he's not hurt, so there's no need to escalate things anymore. Acting guilty, the boy inquires about the royal mage who had his knee twisted to the bone. It turns out that even Sebastian didn't escape the king's wrath and was suspended from his rank. Arthur curiously asks if they were able to figure out what happened to his leg. To that, the representative mentions that they learned from the mage that the boy inflicted him such an injury. Reynolds finds himself in utter disbelief and lashes out. Jasper expresses that they didn't believe in him and simply suspected the knight who concentrated mana and interfered with the mage's spell. It sounds confusing, but it's the ideal situation Arthur was looking for. With the conclusion of the meeting, Jasper leaves the family with the pouch of gold. Reynolds doesn't want anything to do with it and lets his son handle the coins. After all, it's his life that was put on the line earlier. Arthur appreciates his father's generosity and goes to sleep. Before leaving, he praises the boy for his splendid uppercut. How can this man win 2 Father of the Year awards in one story? Amazing. Arthur places the coin bag in a drawer and finds himself relieved that the situation died down before any commotion. It reminded him of his great limitations as a child just observing the world. However, he's looking forward to great things once he becomes an adventurer. Arthur inspects the voice-altering mask that he acquired and thinks that he can attain some liberty now. Sharing a table with his friends at a bar, Reynolds asks for an opinion on his offer. Crazy hair redhead doesn't really like the fact that he's got to babysit Arthur, and with his shitty personality, he's certain that Arthur might just kill him. Everyone agrees with his own opinion, causing Arthur to smile. Reynolds expresses that he was originally expecting Durden or Helen to help take care of his son. As humble parents, they are ready to reward them for the trouble. Durden assures his friend that they're all family and would be willing to help out with Arthur's development. Even Helen agrees with the idea, and they're not looking for any money in return, especially since they acquired enough from their last raid. One more person raises their hand to volunteer, catching everyone by surprise. This person happens to be Jasmine, who usually despises escort missions. It's really surprising that she's okay with joining, reasoning that it's Arthur. Helen argues that Jasmine is the most fitting person to take care of the boy. Durden's area of expertise is AoE-focused spells with larger groups, so he won't be much help. As for herself, she isn't the best at defense or protection. The boy's mother questions if Jasmine is truly okay with the idea, and she responds with a thumbs up like it's no big deal. The redhead agrees that they should allow Jasmine to shine as she's the only augmenter among them possessing an elemental affinity. She's the best candidate to protect a guy like him. Durden agrees, even though he wanted to personally accompany the boy, but reasons that it doesn't fit for him to go. Reynolds comforts him and tells him to look forward to next time, while Arthur feels safe journeying with Jasmine. Fast-forwarding to the boy's family visiting Vincent's place. Lilia is seen practicing meditation according to Arthur's teachings, instead of relying on him completely. Arthur believes that even Ellie should be capable of awakening at age 7 or more if she can meditate. But he's also hoping that she doesn't awaken too soon, or else there will be too much attention. Excited, the boy requests his father to visit the auction house, since he's been meaning to pick out a sword. Arthur's mother decides to cook dinner while they're away. At the auction house, Vincent and his wife were already busy with work when they found the duo entering inside. It was Arthur's first encounter with them after the incident, so obviously they had a list of questions to ask him. The boy played it calmly, assuring them that he was in top-tier condition. However, they seemed very upset about the king's way of handling things. Vincent is hoping for the worst to happen to the guards who jumped in and caused trouble. Even Reynolds shares the same sentiment. Arthur decides to change topics and focuses on getting a new sword before his application test. Vincent is delighted to show him the way, and he invites the boy to look around plentifully to see what he likes. Arthur scouts the storage room, filled with hundreds of spaces with artifacts all around. It's kind of like an adventurer's heaven dreamland. The boy can't contain his excitement at first. But only seconds later, his excitement is reduced to sheer disappointment. He's tried so many different types of swords, but nothing comes natural to him. He tosses away another sword and observes that it's probably due to the rise of augmenters in this world. There's so many dual-handed swords or larger weapons that just don't fit the boy's size. All his efforts to search for a capable weapon were in vain. The boy fiddled around and found Batman's batarangs. What a cameo. He also tried channeling his inner Bruce Lee with those nunchucks, only to feel stupider by the end. Strangely, Sylvie is interested in something as she's searching around. She manages to drag out a scabbard, excited for him to try this blade. Arthur is pleasantly surprised because he wasn't really expecting a stick to be his weapon. He places his hand on the so-called stick, only to become shocked at how heavy it is. Then it hits him. The weapon he's holding isn't a stick, but rather a sword. Arthur tries unsheathing it, but it doesn't work, which makes him wonder if it requires mana to realize its effects. He tries pulling that off, but that doesn't work either. Testing his theory even more, he tried to cast electricity, wondering if it reacted to an elemental affinity. In the end, a mere stick sword got the best of him as he couldn't learn how to use it. Arthur has hit a wall for answers until he suddenly spots the band on his arm. He decides to entrust his new theory and picks up the blade again. Activating his powers, the boy manages to unlock the weapon at last. The sword appears a mystical teal, catching the boy's undivided attention and gaze. He could find himself swinging the weapon beautifully all around, to the point he couldn't even consider the blade a tool of war. However, even he understands that the weapon is too heavy for him to use fully in his current state. Apologizing to Vincent, the boy takes a shot by cutting a barrel clean. This proves that the sword has both the cutting power and the right size for him to use. Arthur takes a closer look at the blade, and finds a bunch of letters inscribed on it. The words read Dawn's Ballad, which is as confusing as it sounds. Suddenly, the boy experiences a jolt of electricity, wounding his hand. He assures his little pet that he's all good, but strangely can't find an explanation for why the sword reacted this way. The bloodstains on the sword vanished moments after. He picks up the blade again, only to find himself astonished how light it feels. It turns out the weapon adjusted its weight and balance according to the needs of the user. This time Arthur tests it out, only to perform his swings flawlessly without any trouble. Even the length and handle have shortened to accommodate for the boy's stature. It's the perfect kind of weapon. In his past life, he's had many invaluable swords, but none could compare to the synchronicity he feels with this one. Arthur decides to take another swing at the barrel, this time cutting it clean with a precise slash. The barrel is sliced in two instead of getting smashed from the sheer weight the previous time. It's a rare case for master artificers to create wands having the ability to bond with their user. The weapon in that example would adjust to the needs of the user, allowing for better mana manipulation. However, the boy never anticipated for a sword to have a similar property of binding to its user. This makes him question the sword's previous owner, Right then, his father and Vincent come along searching for the boy. They want to leave since it's getting late. Arthur rushes to their sword while picking up another sword. He's happy that Sylvie picked out the best weapon for him. Even his father is impressed that he was able to scavenge something to his liking. Arthur claims that he finds this weapon to be perfect. Vincent isn't really impressed since the boy chose a common sword that would never sell at any stall. Unsheathing the blade, Reynolds tests out the weapon to get a good feel of it. Vincent asks for his opinion. Reynolds points out the flaws of the weapon rooted in its weight distribution. At the same time, he thinks it's the perfect weapon for the boy. He returns the blade to his son and questions the stick he's got attached to his belt. As much as Arthur wanted to play it cool, things have just messed up. Maintaining composure, he tells them that he liked the stick to be a good practice tool. Vincent is surprised because he's never found this thing laying around. Inspecting the cane for himself, he asks his assistant if they've got any records around. James explains that one of the merchants sold them with a story about a crazy old man. They tried using multiple inspectors to check the weapon, but it only turns out to be a mere cane. They wonder if they should fetch a master artificer to check it for them. Arthur apologizes if he's overstepping his boundaries. Dude gives him the most puppy-eyed look imaginable with his pet dragon. Vincent obviously can't keep the cane after that and returns it easily. The mission is a glaring success for our protagonist, who now has a special blade no one knows about. It's that time of the year. Arthur's birthday is celebrated with a roar, and he thanks the group for always supporting him. They can't believe that he's reached the age of 9 so quickly. Vincent has brought out premium treatment for the boy with special waiters and food serving them all around. They share a table to celebrate the joyous occasion. I know you guys are salivating seeing the food, but I advise you against eating pixels on the screen. Anyway, they got a lot of great memories that day, securing them in memorable frames for everyone to remember. The redhead freak is out here drunk as a mess, snitching Durden's horrific story of his pants getting caught on fire. Embarrassed as hell, Durden covers his face. Next up is Jasmine, who takes a dig at Adam and reminds him of the time he got scared so bad he pissed himself in the dungeon. Yeah, that's a story not even Batman could beat the shit out of me for. Jasmine's story got the whole party laughing in uproar, including Arthur and our favorite little reptilian. After wrapping up the dinner party, it was finally time to get to the presents. Coming up first, Reynolds and Alice prepared a special gift for a boy. Arthur invited his cute little sister to come open the gift with him. He lifted the top and found a special glove. These gloves were specially prepared by hunting monsters and imbuing magical gems on top of them. The 3 gems could provide a one-time healing effect when needed. It's the perfect gift for Arthur who wants to gear up for missions. He embraces his parents with endearment and love. Next up is Vincent's gift, who presents the boy with a mystical pair of rings. His wife slaps the shit out of him for unnecessarily teasing the kid. Vincent is out here getting on his knees for a 9-year-old, so I can get why she's worried. Anyway, one of the rings is for Arthur, while the other is for his mother. The ring's purpose is to inform Alice of Arthur's mana levels dropping down to a dangerous level. It's the right kind of artifact for someone like Alice who worries too much for her son. She hugs her dear friend for presenting them with such a wonderful gift. As for our boy, he sees the ring in both a positive and negative light. It may help his family to stop worrying about him, but at the same time, they would be in constant tension whenever the ring would fire off. Next up is Adam and Jasmine's pair, who are ready to one-up both their presents. They wanted to follow Vincent's train of thought and already knew about the boy's monstrous strength. That's why they got something for the entire family to enjoy. It's a sound transmission scroll, and they cost quite a damn bit. Jasmine kicks the idiot for ruining the mood. Getting back to his speech, the redhead explains the usage of the scroll. It allows for a one-way communication path which would go along well with the rings. Infusing mana into the scroll and then recording a message is the only requirement. Then, as soon as Alice gets the message, she can reply one time. After the message reaches Arthur, the scrolls will unfortunately vanish into thin air. Have you ever thought about our phones being a blessing to our world? Arthur has to go through so much for just one message. Arthur's application test is just one day ahead. His father is excited while his mother only wants her son to be safe, no matter his rank or status. She kisses him with tear-filled eyes. His parents have so much love for him that he can't help but promise them of his return. The party ends with the group leaving. Jasmine in particular catches Arthur's attention as she waves him goodbye. That night, he found himself wide awake, despite trying his best to sleep. He had come to the realization that he possessed an invaluable family, people who treasured him and supported him through thick and thin. The boy wanted to treasure this family and fight his every breath for their betterment. That's what fuels him to become stronger, even stronger than he was as king. The following day, Arthur is out here having a really tough time handling Sylvie who doesn't want to take a bath. The little dragon is just like my cat, causing a temper tantrum every time. Arthur is frustrated that she's using mana to repel him, which is relatable. Dude goes full power by using his own mana and drags her sorry little ass into the tub. We can just see Sylvie's tear-filled eyes and a feeling of betrayal as she drops into the tub. Arthur makes sure to see her plop down. After the bath, he gets all ready to go. But look at Sylvie's eyes. The little girl is pissed as hell. His parents feel so proud of their son for dressing up as if he were a high-ranking adventurer. Reynolds trusts in his son's powers and reminds him not to get overconfident. And when things get tough, Jasmine can always help him out. Arthur promises to do that. Among them, Ellie is the most distraught because she doesn't want her brother to leave. She's got a crying face, sobbing for her brother and begging him to stay. Alice can't even bear to see the sight and turns her face away. Alice does her best to comfort Ellie, telling her that they'll be back soon. But the girl is stubborn as a knot and refuses to let up. The boy gets on his knee, leaving a very important job for Ellie to do in his absence. He wants her to protect his parents while he's away. In response, she meets him with a tender hug, crying her eyes out. She tells him about the fruits of her practice, and how she can see the little lights he was talking about. Ellie is prepared to protect their parents for him. Reflecting on the moment, Arthur expresses that he had been absent in a large part of his sister's life. While it kills him to leave, he wants to become stronger for the greater benefit of his family. Alice hugs him with a worried look as well, promising him that they'll all be okay so he doesn't have anything to worry about. The sentimental moment draws to an end with Alice reminding her son to keep the ring on at all times. As Arthur grips the door handle, his parents see him off sharing their undying support for their son. The moment the door closes, Alice is seen breaking into tears. Outside, Jasmine was waiting for the boy. She asks if he's good to go at last. Arthur puts on his voice-altering mask, donning his iconic look, and the real adventures begin. They arrive at the Adventurers Guild, where a whole bunch of people are scouting for conjurers and augmenters. Sylvie is already exhausted, and the journey hasn't even begun. Jasmine observes the beast and claims that she looks different from last time. The boy expresses that Sylvie is actually capable of altering her appearance to a certain extent. Currently, she's modeling a black lizard instead of a dragon. They come across the receptionist's desk, where the lady welcomes them to the guild hall. Arthur wants to speak, but Jasmine merely slaps a note on the desk, expressing her request to sponsor the boy for his rank examination. The receptionist lady is seen pressing a button before exiting her quarters. She leads the way, sharing how they've got a bunch of examinations taking place today. As for sponsors, they're ready to bump them at the front of the queue to cut out the waiting time. They follow her into another room. Arthur is seen catching a bunch of people staring at him. Jasmine tells him to just keep up for now. They enter a second hall where Jasmine's request as an A-rank adventurer is expressed for a rank examination. The gentleman knows enough about Jasmine and is ready to accommodate them. He asks about her father, but apparently, Jasmine doesn't seem to take a liking to the guy. Caspian introduces himself as the manager of the branch. He tells them about the application process that is usually accompanied with an inspection and then a practical test. However, with Jasmine's special request as an A-rank adventurer, he's ready to skip those steps to make it easier for the boy. Arthur observes her reaction and wonders if the Flamesworth family really carries that much weight. With the extra steps gone, the only test remaining for Arthur is to face off in a mock duel against one of the examiners. Caspian judges the boy to be a fighter or augmenter type. While he's usually uninterested in knowing about people's names, he's interested in learning Arthur's identity because of the boy's connection to Jasmine. The boy remembers observing the mark on his mask, which reminded him of a half note on a music sheet. So now he introduces himself as Note and shakes Caspian's hand. Their first contact is a mutual reaction for both of them, judging the other as a strong fighter. With that settled, the branchmaster tells Mary to handle things from here and take the boy to the exam hall. He shoots Caspian a glance before going away. As they're walking along, the boy has come to an understanding. He now knows about the weight of the Flamesworth household, which also makes him wonder if that was the reason Jasmine volunteered to come with him. At the same time, he could tell her to be annoyed at the mention of her father. There's no telling about her goal for now. Mary introduces both of them to the route that leads them to the level where the testing will occur. The boy blocks a strong shimmer of light as he enters the testing hall. Here, one examiner is adequately dodging a warrior's repeated strikes. Arthur observes Egghead's fight over here. The dude thinks he's in a comic and announces his attack right before using them. Even the kid thinks he's a little lame for that. Conjurers are supposed to use incantations, so in this case, Arthur thinks that augmenters also chant the names of their attacks. Still, it's stupid to do that for simple moves. Egghead finds his spear tossed and loses the fight, much to his surprise. The examiner is really annoyed and tells him that even grannies could swing his weapon better than him. Yeah, this examiner just verbally murdered this man. He critiques his strength to mana reinforcement ratio and his open attacks that anyone could dodge. The dude ends up whining like a child despite being in his mid-30s. He's a Saitama copy who thought 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats would be enough. The examiner is just done with this guy and recommends placing him in E-class. At the same time, he does acknowledge One Punch Man's fire affinity in this comic. Slapping the note on his face, We learn that he's placed in D class instead of the bottom rung. Egghead walks away disappointed, while the next candidate is announced to step into the stage. Forget about beating monsters. Diane can't even beat a flight of stairs. She crashes down, face planting on the floor and earning everyone's laughter. One particular brat thinks she deserves E-class for her inability to walk. Arthur observes this kid from afar, immediately classifying him as one of the stronger people here. Diane regains her confidence and introduces herself loud and clear. She's a conjurer specializing in water. But this introduction turns awkward, as the examiners remind her that they already know about her. She is directed to choose her weapon and assured that she'll be fine in case she gets hurt. Sitting on the side, Arthur reflects that conjurers reach specialty after crossing the orange stage. Instead of the stupid approach of mastering all 4 elements like the Avatar or something, they focus on mastering one element to the highest level. The boy has also heard how some conjurers are capable of commanding dual specialization, which makes it really difficult and demands a stricter test to judge their true abilities. The professional conjurer awaits Diane's powers and urges her to give her best shot. Waving her wand, she commands a water spell and surrounds herself with a body of water. Jasmine teaches Arthur about the limitations of conjurers, who aren't proficient with mana reinforcement like augmenters are. That's why their first setup is to claim a defensive approach in a fight. In response, the examiner responds with a mud spell of her own, blocking Diane's vision from the confines of her water sphere. Since it's like a turn-based battle, Diane is up next. She casts release of the mud spell and then counters with a second water spell. It's a spiral beam, precisely aimed at the conjurer who dodges it with little to no effort. But the second stage of her attack is more interesting than the direct approach. She causes the spiral to explode, engulfing the stage into a thick fog. This gives Diane the opportunity to calibrate a stronger attack. She descends multiple shots of water against her opponent, but when the fog settles, there's no one to be found. The expert conjurer had already appeared behind and whacked Diane with her staff. Despite losing the fight, she's impressed with the girl's excellent control over her element. Her only flaw was failing to plot a second defensive maneuver to protect herself. The rest was great. This performance earns Diane into C-class for her age, something that Arthur thinks is very commendable. Coming up next is Elijah Knight, but for some reason, there's an issue with their name. The elite augmenter examiner deems this candidate a B-class rank without even testing them out. It's shocking enough to Arthur. He finally gets to see a boy wearing glasses, the same kid they're talking about. Moving forward, Lucas Wykes is called. This is the same brat who happens to be overconfident and requests being placed in A rank immediately. Frustrated by the boy's attitude, she chooses to ignore and reads that he specializes in fire magic. Reaching light orange at the age of 11 is unheard of, so Arthur's looking forward to this matchup. The conjurer finds him arrogant, but Lucas is nonchalant and doesn't really care. She thinks it's about time they begin. The conjurer begins the test, only for Lucas to cast a ring of fire with his staff at once. He smashes the staff into the ground, raising a monstrous fire guardian to help him in this battle. Even the augmenter examiner is impressed by the boy's talent as expected of his family. The flame guardian moves over the conjurer examiner, while Lucas ushers an incantation. The examiner is impressed to find a good match out of the boy. At the same time, she's more than happy to teach him some level of humility for the future. She raises earth spears to fan out the flames. It's the perfect response from the examiner, as the flame guardian won't be able to sustain itself for long after its oxygen supply is cut off. However, Lucas thinks the battle is already over. He's never heard of a case where an examiner received a potent injury in the testing grounds, so he's happy to have her be the first example to be made. Ticked by the boy's words, the examiner counters each of his fire strikes. Lucas releases an expulsion spell, which causes a cluster of explosive fire attacks to overwhelm her. She barely manages to escape his fury and tries to grab him with her earth hand from behind. Lucas tries to dodge, but he's grabbed by a second hand from his blind spot. Lucas does his best to release the spell and braces himself for impact. His arrogant display comes to an end as the examiner impressively blocks every single one of his attacks with a rock shield. The test ends with Lucas's body crashing to the ground. The examiner offers her thoughts, claiming that he possessed an incredible pool of mana for his talent. Just when you thought Lucas would learn some humility, this brat decided to attack her, refusing to let this be the end of the test. The conjurer is engulfed in flames and unable to respond. This causes the augmenter to swoop in and swipe the attack clean. Lucas is enraged that another examiner intervened with his test. The augmenter outlines his violation of the rules, since he casted a surprise spell after the end of the exam. In his outrage, the boy disrespects the conjurer who blocked his fire beams and interrupted the test. Lucas thinks he's been wronged since the final attack was part of his plan. The augmenter is done with the boy's bullshit and asks Emily to announce the result. She goes back to her review of his exceptional control. His only weakness is a lack of experience, and yet, that's more than enough to earn him a spot in the B-class category. Lucas returns to the stands, frustrated by the outcome. Egghead tries to congratulate the boy for his exceptional result. However, Lucas feels insecure and thinks they're mocking him. He sits in annoyance, hoping for his father to swoop in to his rescue when the time comes. Next up is Arthur's turn, who is announced as Note in the candidates list. Jasmine bids him the best of luck, while the boy descends down the stands, questioning how he should handle an augmenter with years of training and experience. At the same time, the boy could judge the man's weaknesses in the openings he created. The augmenter learns that Arthur is also taking the test under special conditions, as no background information regarding his past is provided. He readies his blade to test the kid's capabilities, when all of a sudden, the augmenter is overwhelmed by peerless pressure emanating from the one approaching him. It's enough to make his very body shiver. Before the match could even begin, Caspian commands the battle to be done with. He doesn't want George to test the skills of this one, and instead volunteers to personally test him. George is shocked that the branch head has taken an interest in testing the candidate. It doesn't make sense for a powerful mage like him to test an examinee. George even apologizes for his initial hesitance. The branch head tells him to be at ease, as he isn't here to question the augmenter's abilities. He's just obligated to take the test as the sponsor. He's curious about Arthur's opinion of the change. The guildmaster points his blade before the boy. He's one of the most reputable masters in Sapin, as well as a AA class adventurer. This guy possessed no openings and his bloodlust was obvious as day. It was as if Caspian never intended for this to be an ordinary test. In response, Arthur finds himself more excited than ever. The branchmaster hopes that the boy doesn't take this test to a discouraging level. The boy simply nods and receives Caspian's thunderous lunge. His insane speed has already caught Arthur in a twist. The boy deflects the sword and uses the ground to his advantage. Caspian tries to swipe him with the swing of his blade, only for Arthur to roll and duck his attacks. Each time Arthur turns to take a swing at him, Caspian vanishes and blitzes from behind. Arthur manages to surprise his opponent by ducking the strike and following a counterattack that even shocks the branch head for a moment. He takes his distance before assessing the kid's remarkable talent. Caspian swoops in again as both warriors clash their swords against the other. Arthur swipes and Caspian dodges. The guildmaster grazes the boy's face, before bolting from behind and attacking Arthur with the hilt of his blade. As the battle raged on, Arthur was starting to understand his disadvantages. Since he had a lower physical strength and stature than his opponent, he is constantly on edge than when he was at his prime. Caspian relentlessly attacks him, while Arthur is busy thinking about his body's weaknesses against an advanced fighter who had exceptional control over his mana. Gaining an opening to stroke, Arthur lunges with a swing of his blade. Both swords deflect the other as they gain distance again. He finds his current body trembling due to inexperience, despite his skill. Caspian decides that it's best to take things up a notch and imbues his body with mana. It was at that precise moment that every fiber of his being demanded Arthur to move. Faced against this version of the guildmaster, his body could only activate the flight response of running away, so that's what he did as his only option. Caspian is repeatedly impressed by Arthur's ability to dodge his attack. The wind bullets are so fast that it's impossible for him to dodge them. It's only thanks to their predictable trajectories that he's managing in this fight. The only fighting chance he has is to narrow the distance between him and his opponent. Arthur skillfully rolls, lunges, leaps, and dashes away from Caspian's wind bullets. Finally, he's in range to commence a blazing strike of his own. The examiners are left stunned by the boy's command over the flames. He cuts past Caspian's wind bullets and reveals to the world his fire abilities. Their swords clash against the other, both elements colliding on equal footing. The outcome of this match should have been clear according to Caspian, as he's a AA ranked adventurer with spells that any augmenter would die to achieve. But even in this moment, as he's facing a mere examinee, he finds himself actively worried in the face of defeat. In complete denial, Caspian expresses a furious side to himself and overwhelms the boy with his wind waves. The powerful attack even alarms Jasmine to worry for him. The branch head seems to have lost his sense of reason as he's attacking Arthur without even giving him the chance to land. The boy escapes his wrath and returns to the fight with a descending swing of his blade. He was so close to dealing a finishing blow, but unfortunately couldn't manage to deal it. Caspian's incredible casting speed overwhelms the boy as a wind bullet is aimed right towards his head. It's only thanks to Arthur slipping on his feet that he dodged the lethal attack. Right when he's down, the branchmaster descends with his blade. Arthur dodges and gains his distance, realizing that he's being pushed into a corner to reveal the extent of his abilities. He's done playing around and decides to go all in. He'd already shown the branchmaster the use of piston stamp, but this next spell is something of a masterpiece that goes in tandem with the previous attack. Arthur uses piston stamp's explosiveness and gets right up in the man's face, ready to deal the finishing blow against his opponent. It was at this moment that Caspian knew he fucked up. Had it been a normal situation, Arthur would have beat his ass right here. But this snob's temper tantrum and denial of defeat caused him to release gushing wind pressure that could be felt by even the audience in the stands. The masked warrior reclaims his footing and sees his opponent's feet lifted in the air. This man was now engulfed by the winds themselves. Jasmine tries to jump in for his rescue. Arthur doesn't really give a fuck about holding back anymore. He internalizes a thought regarding the external and internal lightning magic. The book suggests that internal lightning is too difficult for typical mages to learn. But this is where he strongly disagrees. Arthur charges his entire body with a flow of lightning magic and thinks that with his inhuman reflexes, he can dodge anything in his path. Preparing to finish this fight with his enhanced state, Arthur suddenly hears a release from his opponent, causing him to become perplexed at what happened. Caspian sheaths his blade, apologizing for going overboard with the testing. Bro avoided the smoke is what happened. The branchmaster fully understands the boy's interest to remain at a lower rank. After all, he chose to mask his abilities until the very end of the fight. It's the right assessment, as Arthur is looking for that too. Even at the lowest, Caspian places him at the B rank, leaving the rest of the candidates absolutely stumped at the boy's monstrous abilities. Lucas is pissed as hell while Elijah is impressed. The branchmaster wonders if he's okay with this outcome. The boy responds with a nod, which means it's all good with him. The A-rank Jasmine quickly hurries to check on the boy. George the Augmenter commences the end of the examination and tells everyone to receive their cards at the desk. Arthur sees Caspian heading off, and later, we see the branchmaster busy in thought in his office. He had seen the peerless determination in the boy's eyes, to the point it makes him nervous. Both examiners want to have an immediate meeting with their leader to see what's going on. Caspian tells them to close the doors shut. Both Emily and George can't comprehend how there were 3 monstrous B-ranked candidates today. Their roaring is stopped by Caspian, who reminds them of what happened 6 months ago in Xyrus City. It was the time when the first tournament between the 3 races took place. Caspian confirms this, and explains that he was recently told about the revoked banning policy on elves and dwarves from joining the guild. He has a data book on the representative examinees for today. George is inquisitive enough to ask if all 3 candidates belong to different races. It turns out that Lucas is indeed a half-elf, and based on Caspian's personal guess, he thinks the boy must have been an elf slave. The same goes for his family, who boasts a terrible reputation of nurturing the mages of their household. Still, the boy is far from normal, as he's equipped with a control over fire magic despite his elf lineage. The boy awakened at the age of 8 and followed the path of an adventurer to enhance his abilities in practical fights. The Wykes family ended up hitting a wall despite enhancing the boy's growth with beast cores and elixirs. Then it leaves Elijah Knight, who is a greater mystery than even Lucas. The boy's origins are unknown, but it's confirmed that he lived among the dwarves from a young age. Written in his file, it is confirmed that he was sent as a representative from the kingdom of Darv to join the humans. Still, Emily can't help but ask why he was granted permission to enter B class without a test. Turns out that Elijah's awakening was recent, and despite this, his powers have been personally spoken highly by a person of high trust. Despite that, Caspian is curious to learn about the boy's powers. Finally, for the masked augmenter, they have 0 data on him, apart from the boy's connection to the Flamesworth family. It's certain that he isn't representing the elves or the dwarves. Caspian's excitement was pleased after seeing Jasmine bring up a worthy talent to sponsor. Emily is stumped to hear the name of the Flamesworth family, the same house which was famous for bringing up some of the most powerful fire attribute mages around. George thinks that it provides a reasonable explanation over his fire magic. The branchmaster also intends to make this information public knowledge very soon, but for now, he warns them strongly from discussing it before the announcement is made. Both examiners take their leave, but Caspian is still busy in thought regarding his fight with the masked augmenter. He knows for a fact that George is wrong in his assessment. It's not the magic, but rather the boy's sword talent that makes him a force to be reckoned with. It was as if the boy felt unease in his own body, but as he grows older, without a doubt he'll be a disaster to deal with. Caspian is happy that apart from dwarves and elves, a human student also has a chance at becoming strong. This makes him thrilled to witness the coming era. Over to a different scene, we see an elven girl busy in thought remembering Arthur. She catches a glimpse of the boy and his pet Bond. She's more than happy that he has reunited with his family and has since been treated well. At the same time, this chick is jealous as heck of Lilia's existence and thinks that he's being overly nice with the girl. Competition is fierce because she wants to be Arthur's exclusive friend. She collapses on her bed, regretting that she didn't show him a good time when he was around. Then again, she hates the fact that he constantly treats her like a kid. Her longing is disrupted by an elder. She hits the old geezer with the pillow. Her grandpa interrupted her without knocking first, but this man out here is ready to accept a marriage proposal from Arthur. He tries to soothe the little child by entertaining the possibility of helping her attend the same school as Arthur's. This fills her with joy and excitement. The sheer possibility of sharing the same school is way too much for Tessia to handle. Tessia's mother confirms that her grandfather shares a close connection to the director of the guild, who was already looking for an elemental augmenter skilled in 4 types of magic. However, the process of sending Tessia to school is kind of complicated. They highlight the Continental Tournament and are in current negotiations for their kind to train with humans at the academy. The director also mentioned Arthur's enrollment for 3 years, which means by the time he starts attending school, she'll have already become his senior. Tessia's parents urged her to train well as she's going to become a part of the next generation. Back to Arthur's side of things, Jasmine wants to know if he's doing okay. The boy found himself reliving the memories of the fight. He enjoyed it greatly, and wonders if the captain of the guild shares a connection to Jasmine. The black-haired girl isn't exactly proud to admit that her father shares a deep connection to this guild. Caspian just so happens to be one of her father's acquaintances. Suddenly, the receptionist lady calls for note. As Arthur is moving along, the rest of the candidates are left wondering if the kid is really a child or not. The report of his duel is finally here, and the boy is presented with a congratulatory adventurer's card. He picks up the card and discovers his newfound fans rooting for him. Even Sylvie thinks these fools should stop clowning around and go train. Jasmine shows him her own card and emphasizes that he's one of the adventurers now. Even the boy is proud of himself, as after adopting Note as his alias, he was free from the typical life of a commoner. At the same time, today's fight against the branch head informed him of many things. He invested a lot of time learning about the world's magic system. Coursing through his body is Sylvia's will. Then he honed his elemental control over various affinities. He's become so invested in his powers ever since arriving here that he neglected training the one thing he was the best at. In his previous life, the only thing he fixated on was his fundamental techniques. But limitations don't exist in this world, which puts him in a dilemma of whether he should hone his magic or sword skill. The boy's thoughts are disrupted as he bumps into Elijah Knight, the same kid who acquired rank B without proving himself in a fight. Elijah acts dismissive and thinks it's all right. Lucas joins the party of 2 and wonders if there's something he's missing out on as a B ranker. Arthur provokes him with his question regarding his temperament. Lucas reminds the boy not to get arrogant that they share the same class, as even among the ranks, there are levels. He grossly underestimates Arthur's abilities and places him at the bottom of the levels. Before leaving, Lucas even bumps into him to add to the injury. Arthur considers this dude a cliché side character with seriously nothing new to add. As for Elijah, the kid is Batman with how fast he disappeared. Arthur asks Jasmine if they should go and pick up his first quest from the board. Assessing his capabilities, even Jasmine thinks it's an absolute waste of time doing that. So she's got something else planned. She takes him to a portal leading to Beast Glades. It requires a permit which both adventurers showcase to the guards. Arthur's got everything planned in terms of luggage, so they just step inside the portal without any worries. Now inside, they're met with a scenic view of nature. Beast Glades is way too peaceful for his expectations, but that's only because they're in the explored area at the base of the mountains. Jasmine shares that lower-class adventurers are known to use this area for simple training and gathering quests. The lower-level monsters release liquids which could be used in brewing potions and elixirs, so there are countless quests for them. Poor guy got annihilated by a skunk. As they're moving past, Sylvie notices a fox-like beast and leaps from his body. Sylvie wants to eat the creature and starts chasing the beast. Jasmine considers it normal and explains that mana levels are denser in this area, which means their connection is easier than before. She urges them to hurry as the first stop will take them a full day, and they also need to manage through the night. Jasmine enhances her body and hopes for the boy to keep up. Arthur experiences a unique emotion, wondering if this is the same feeling that parents experience after seeing their child leave for school. He's had so many lovable memories with this little baby that it's hard to say goodbye for a while. Arthur hopes for Sylvie to be safe while they're busy. Takes a while, but Arthur collapses in exhaustion. He never would have been able to match Jasmine's endurance if not for Sylvia's mana rotation technique. She's quite impressed by the boys' physical abilities, as she expected them to stop and take lots of rest in between. She adjusts the sticks and uses the kid's fire attribute to light them on fire. By the night, Jasmine wonders if Sylvie is all right. Turns out that Arthur is keeping in touch with his bond, and nothing serious has happened yet. Jasmine thinks it's reasonable that his bond felt suffocated inside their chambers. That's why she's having so much fun now. A while passes until Arthur decides to ask an important question. He wants to know what made Jasmine turn to the path of an adventurer. Observing her reaction in silence, the boy wonders if he accidentally said too much. In response, she reveals that it was her desire to escape her family. This makes sense, and adds to the weight of Arthur's assumption. Jasmine's sharp enough to know that he's already observed her reaction. The Flamesworth house is a major contributor in the massive war led against the elves. Their house is responsible for raising incredible mages of both types, and possesses command over the flames unlike any other. Fire is often boasted as the most powerful of all the elements. So when Jasmine awakened her powers sooner than the rest, she was hailed with high expectations from all fronts. That is until the tests revealed her lacking any control over the fire attribute. That's when her family began regarding her as beneath them. She plays with wind magic while wearing a disappointed look. The boy roars in anger at their narrow perspective. He thinks it's pure insanity for mages to create a hierarchy centered around the elements alone. After all, no element is considered the absolute best in all cases. Each has its different use. His uproarious reaction just now causes Jasmine to break into laughter. It makes him embarrassed, but Jasmine can't believe that he reacted in such a way despite remaining composed nearly all of the time. Arthur takes note of this and thinks it's because of his past life. The one disadvantage he shared back then was his Kai pool, similar to the world's mana core, being much weaker than even the average person. He had to persevere and manage in the previous world. But this world is different. They possess elemental affinities. The fact that Jasmine was at a dark yellow core for her age, she was unwanted by her own family. She could never experience the same happiness and lovable treatment he received. Jasmine shakes her head, claiming that people always look for ways of appearing superior from one another. She has accepted that fact as a human. In this moment, the boy looked at her smiling face and realized how the usually cold Jasmine now appeared vulnerable and human. The chick's stick caught on fire, so she grabbed Arthur's hand to use some of his water magic. After putting out the flame, they decided to lie down. This time, Jasmine sparks the conversation. She feels guilty for becoming her guardian, as she's different from the rest. She's unlike the people who are approachable and knowledgeable. She thinks it's wrong of her to assume responsibility without considering his feelings. Arthur is rather stunned to find this sensitive side from her. Jasmine releases a wind spell to remind him not to tease her. The boy goes against her opinion, believing that she made the best choice to volunteer. He's happy that she's not scared of correcting, which is exactly what he needs most right now. Hearing that, her face lights up with another smile. The boy recommends they head to sleep. Jasmine seems to be up for a while and shares a weird feeling. It's almost as if she isn't talking to a child when speaking to the boy. The boy doesn't respond, so she assumes that he's already slept. But then we catch Arthur's perspective, who did hear her words, but couldn't respond with the truth. Morning comes around with Arthur experiencing a nightmare of his life. He sees Sylvie looking like a damn alien and shoves her away. Turns out this creature wasn't Sylvie, but an ugly-ass beast. Jasmine woke up sooner than him and greeted the boy good morning. Arthur's peeved she didn't wake him sooner to help with the chores. Turns out Jasmine did her part, but he was out cold. Anyway, she thinks it's best for them to eat now. Arthur decides that it's a good idea to ask Sylvie to eat together. What's really funny is that she hunted the same ugly beast from earlier and secured food for herself. Since she's fine on her own, they share breakfast and get ready to go. Jasmine explains that she brought him to this place to fight against him. Arthur hadn't considered that. She wants to fight him to help mitigate the stance issues with his fighting style, almost as if his body isn't listening properly. She could see that in his fight against Caspian. Arthur knows she's right, and asks what they're going to be focusing on. Jasmine draws her blade and explains that she wants to test his physical prowess before jumping into missions. That's why she wants him to focus his mana only on his weapon. Arthur reaches for the sword, only for Jasmine to shockingly instruct him to use his real sword. The boy is stunned that she knew, but Jasmine found out judging by his personality and use of practical equipment. He grabs the stick and follows Jasmine's lead. Arriving at last, the boy unsheathes his blade, surprising her greatly. He gets into stance to take her on, so she responds the same. Both fighters are ready to fight, and it's been quite some time since Arthur fought without reinforcing mana. The fight begins with him being aggressive. Jasmine blocks his attack with her twin blades and responds critically to each attack. Arthur goes for a forward thrust, which is also conveniently dodged by her. This fight experience has confirmed his fears from his previous fight. He could barely keep up with Jasmine with her overwhelming flurry of attacks. Arthur gains his distance, only to find her advancing with her blade again. He realized his mistake with being obsessed with magic only. Arthur quickly found himself on the extreme defensive as a swordsman, and Jasmine was exploiting this side of him to an extreme extent. He faced much difficulty without relying on magic, to the point he was nearing exhaustion. It was as if the magic he had been using became a crutch to rely on. By the end, his exhausted state couldn't continue. Arthur conceded the match, leading to Jasmine's verdict. She values his techniques but finds his movements jarring and unnatural. She also praises his intuitive talent. At the same time, Arthur could tell she was holding back to an extreme extent, once again confirming her assessment of his skills. Jasmine believes that he's only become stronger with experience in his teen years. However, Arthur doesn't want to wait that long. His new training is to focus on his sword fighting skill without focusing on mana. Jasmine thinks he's going crazy if he thinks he'll survive dungeons without activating mana. The boy confidently declares that he only needs 2 years to overcome the gap. A time skip of 2 years follows after the boy's declaration. In one of the guild gatherings, talks of a famous masked swordsman are circling about. One guy confirms that the rumor is true as his friend managed to team up with him once. The swordsman travels with Jasmine. The only thing his acquaintance mentioned about the boy was him not being a mage. But no one is ready to believe those words. After all, many are under the impression that the masked swordsman is supposed to be an augmenter. Everyone has heard stories about the guy solo clearing dungeons all on his own. It's something even the B-class augmenters greatly struggle with. That's why no one is ready to believe that the kid is an ordinary swordsman without mana. Also, the fact that Jasmine is with him adds to the possibility that he was assisted greatly. They all undermine the masked swordsman's skill and believe that the rumors must be linked to Jasmine instead. The brute drunk musclehead is ready to take on the masked swordsman any day of the week. Still, it appears that Arthur's identity as Note has become a really big deal. Some stories talk about him being Jasmine's personal apprentice, but that possibility seems out of the question too. They recall the boy being placed in B-class out of the bat and even moved up to A-class recently. Heavy on the drinks, the dudes think he must be A-class after honing his skills. This NPC is regretting that he's nothing more than a C-class adventurer who couldn't promote himself for 3 years straight. He understands Turman the Musclehead's frustration, as he's also a B-class augmenter himself. The masked swordsman's very existence is a hard thing for many people to accept because of their own weaknesses. Interestingly, the door opens as one warrior steps forth. The same guy they were just talking about. It's the masked swordsman in the flesh, and he's come right on time. Turman tosses his drink and prepares his blade. He's happy to test out the midget who everyone has been obsessing over. Turman's outlash receives concerns from his friends, but he's too busy talking Arthur down. The boy merely ignores him and walks past as if he were nothing. This provokes the brute into taking a swing. Turman tries to go for a kill shot from his blind spot. The attack wraps up in his disappointment. He missed the boy. Either that or the masked swordsman dodged. He stares at Turman with a dark glare, pissing him off even more. The brute rages on after infusing his blade with wind magic. He thinks the outcome this time will be different, but Arthur simply dodges all of his swings like nothing. In one precise moment, Arthur gets so pissed that he slashes the man's fingers clean off of his hand. Turman wails in agony and fear, crying his eyeballs out. Then he sees a haunting face, an atmospheric pressure unlike any other. The overwhelming swordsman is done with this man's temper tantrum and takes his seat. The rest of them are intimidated by his mere presence. Arthur wants the waitress to fetch him a sack of rations. He takes what he came here for and goes back to Jasmine, who wonders what took him so long. Choosing not to divulge into the truth, he blames it on the waitress, but Jasmine can tell something went down with blood on his mask. Arthur lifts his mask and confirms that he didn't cause irreversible damage to his victim. The same day, Arthur decides to write a heartfelt letter to his parents, mentioning his forthcoming experience in the dungeon. He apologizes for his lack of visits and glosses over the past 2 years. His excitement over Lilia is uncontainable, and hopes for Vincent to have an easy hand on his daughter. He wants Lilia to train on her own for a while before heading to the academy. The boy finds it strange to think that she'll be his senior. He talks about becoming even stronger than last time, when he challenged his pops in an arm wrestling match. And recently, the boy broke through the light orange stage. Jasmine, on the other hand, is helping him lots with training and expertise on wind magic. At the same time, he is coaching her on techniques so they're learning from each other. As promised, this is going to be his last trip before he starts his school life. He closes the letter with an endearing confession of love. After writing, Arthur expresses that the letter will be mailed soon. Jasmine thinks there's nothing to worry about now, because a letter is better than his family waiting outside a dangerous dungeon. Jasmine asks if the little Bond will be accompanying them today, but Arthur tells her that Sylvie has only been communicating telepathically. She's also grown smarter and talks in detail now. She doesn't want to engage with him until she's fully ready. Arthur doesn't get what she's implying by that either. The black-haired girl suspects that she wants to become stronger before they start school together. With that settled, she places emphasis on their current mission. They both hurry ahead and find themselves stuck with Lucas's annoying group. Yeah, that bratty kid who got on our boys' nerves last time. The beefy guy with a mustache seems to be the leader of the group and wants to introduce them to his party. He's also glad to meet the masked swordsman in all his glory. This guy is Reginald Bastion, an A-class warrior. He mentions Lucas's specialties, but they don't need an introduction on that since they're already aware. There's also Creole, a water specialist augmenter acting as their line of defense. Then there's another in their group, Elijah, who is currently recruited as an A-class warrior with a specialization in Earth. Oliver the Conjurer also makes his presence known as an A-class mage. He specializes in healing magic, but judging from his words, he sounds arrogant. Then there's Samantha Tempest, a pretty girl who is also an A-class conjurer specializing in water. Like the others, she's heard plenty of rumors regarding the masked swordsman and hopes to be in his care. Brawled Landon is the Prince Charming of the group, who has recently transcended to the AA class. He's the guy who's going to lead them in the dungeon raid today. Brauld offers both Jasmine and her friend to introduce themselves. She mentions her rank as a AA class augmenter specializing in wind magic. Now they've got 2 reliable warriors among them. Lastly, there's our boy Note, an A ranker specializing in fire attributes. Hearing this, Samantha is astonished to learn that he's capable of using an elemental affinity. The boy reveals that he's been holding back on using his magic for a while for a personal reason. Brauld seems intrigued by him and wonders if the 2 of them don't have dimensional rings to take care of the luggage. Both of them shake in disapproval, so Brauld turns to Lucas for help, who rejects immediately. Oliver is already full in his inventory carrying Samantha's stuff. But Elijah's storage seems free, so he's happy to assist. Using his dimensional ring, he absorbs their luggage. Arthur is rather surprised to see Elijah in possession of this ring. It's a kind of ancient technology built by the same mages who made the floating city of Cyrus. As expected, they cost a lot of money, and I'm talking thousands to get even one. Arthur expresses his gratitude with a smile, which causes Glasses Boy to get flushed. With their preparations finally ready, the group collectively heads inside the dungeon's entrance. The party's inside the drenched dungeon. Their leader, Brauld, instructs the group to remain cautious since they've finally reached the first level. Lucas is surprised that they've yet to discover a monster in a supposedly monstrous dungeon. They've yet to find anything in this silent cavern. That is until one tiny rock catches the group's attention. Brauld's attention draws towards the ceiling as he is horrified to see the terrifying creatures eyeing them from above. These are the vicious bat runners, and these creepy bastards are not one to leave you alone until you're dead. Jasmine quickly saves Oliver's life while their tank sets up his shield to block off the creepy crawlies. In the face of this sudden and unexpected attack, their leader enforces a team formation to counter the monsters. The healer among them casts his healing spell to make sure no one gets injured for long. The Batrunners are unsuccessful in their attempts to take them all down, as even Elijah displays his talents with earth spears. Brauld is cutting the sons of bitches down when he realizes there's no point wasting their energy here. On the other hand, Lucas, being defiant as always, casts an enormous fire cyclone that incinerates these uglies in one single attack. But the leader is extremely displeased with his personal decision on the matter, especially since they are needed to conserve their mana for now. He wonders if the kid even knows the kind of dungeon he stepped into. Lucas is narrow-minded and reasons that he wanted to prevent everyone else from wasting their mana. The leader leaves him alone and recommends they hurry up ahead unless they want Batman's cousins here to get back up again. Arthur notes that this dungeon is infamously known for mysterious undead and immortal creatures. This made it impossible to recover mana cores by other adventurers. It was just an endless amount of fighting to no avail. There's a solid reason why the first raiders of the dungeon decided to call this hellhole the Dire Tombs. Traversing up ahead in the dark dungeon, Brauld recalls the location he marked last time he came here. This assures Arthur of the reason they stepped into the dungeon in the first place. The leader wants Elijah to cast some handholds for them to use as a climbing mechanism. The rest of the group decides to assist each other with the use of the handholds, and eventually all of them are up at the top. The leader recalls how he made it to the second floor before deciding to opt out. This means whatever is up ahead is unknown territory to all of them. At the same time, Brauld is optimistic that the artifact responsible for casting the infinite reanimation of the Batrunners is also hiding somewhere around here. The tank of their group is willingly to do whatever it takes for his share of the prize money. Brauld is happy to compensate Creole well as long as they finish things up. Turning his attention back to the floor, Brauld thinks it's about time they step inside. The group traverses their way inside until eventually, Arthur dashes in to save Samantha from a projectile only he could see. The girl doesn't even get what happened, and some of them are frustrated that their leader didn't highlight the mention of traps around here. This is actually a shocking occurrence since not even Brauld remembers facing traps the last time he was here. The healer checks on Samantha's condition, but she thinks she's okay, and turns her attention to the masked swordsman, who is inspecting the projectile shot at them. Arthur sharply judges that this wasn't a trap, but rather the work of a mana beast. This shocks the rest of the group and alarms them for what's to come. Brauld insists that all of them stay sharp from here on out, since things will only get even more unpredictable. The group explores the deeper dungeon until at last, they've arrived near a red smoky domain. Once more, things are not as they seem as Brauld recalls something different this time. It's not the steam emanating from the cave, but rather something else. Even Arthur picks up on the same sensation. It's not the heat they're feeling, it's the powerful pressure cruising past them. Entering the volcanic room, they come across a bunch of geysers layered all over and across. In suddenness, the entire group experiences sudden collapse and questions what's happening. Even Brauld is perplexed as to why the ground is shaking. All their questions are answered when a giant fucking sandworm straight out of Dune emerges from the ground. The mother of all creepies scares the healer shitless, and Brauld immediately calls for their tank to come forth. This dude Creole may be a fat ass, but he can jump pretty high and raise a wave of water sphere to shield the group. Now the sandworm is blocked out momentarily, allowing them enough time to form a counterattack. Brawl doesn't recall encountering a giant mana beast like this, while Creole is dumbfounded how a new kind of monster species suddenly spawned inside this dungeon. Their discussion matters very little to the creature who's about to launch its first wrathful attack. But astonishing everyone's expectations, it chooses not to attack and traverses underground instead. This makes it seem like the creature has stopped targeting them. The healer arrogantly recommends they check on the artifact instead of worrying about the worm. He stupidly goes up ahead while defying the leader's orders. Even Samantha thinks he's being an idiot, but this guy has balls of titanium for a healer and walks away from the team anyway. Brawl calls out his name repeatedly, but this guy just doesn't listen. Meanwhile, Arthur senses something from underground and finds himself terrified to realize what's happening. He alerts Lucas to cast an instant heatwave barrier and reaches for Brawl next, grabbing his coat. Lucas snaps and has no choice but to cast the barrier in confusion. The attack is directed near Oliver, and right when Arthur is about to suggest him to cast a barrier for himself, this guy is incinerated in a dam explosion, wiping him out. In response to the tense situation, Samantha casts her own water barrier. When the scene settles, Brawl's face turns to horror. The rest of the group can't even bear to look at what they see before them. Their healer's body has been roasted to the bone, leaving pieces of his flesh scattered on the ground. May he roast in peace. Arthur decides to retrieve the mana crystal from his remains and tosses it to Samantha, requesting her to replace the gem with the one in her wand. She follows his instructions as Arthur emphasizes the requirement of an immediate exit. Even the leader can't turn down the boy's suggestion, as they've got no way to survive another eruption from one of these geysers. The group moves fast on its feet, racing towards the exit. But that's right where their friendly mother of all uglies pops out from. Brawl once more directs their tank to cast a water barrier, but this time, the worm is extremely aggressive and on the offensive. Next up is Elijah and Samantha's turn to shine as they cast a stun attack to delay the creature as much as they possibly can. Elijah casts his stone serpent's grasp to restrain the monster, but it can only do so much. Even the leader is surprised that both their spells were ineffective. Then he directs both Jasmine and Reginald to cast a combined attack with him. Brawl's body is enforced by the flames, and he directs Jasmine to distract the creature, allowing their final assailant to deal the actual blow between the monster's eyes. If this plan of attack fails, then Lucas and Arthur will jump in to ramp up the offense. Brawl is the first to strike the creature with his fiery slashes. Then up next is Jasmine's windcutter slashes, both of them injuring the worm a bit. The final and main attacker is Reginald, who hammers down on his target, busting the monster's head. The scene leaves Lucas out of the picture, who is frozen solid in place and refuses to act in fear. That's because none of the fire spells are proving effective against this monster so far. Arthur thinks that he has to ramp up the intensity of his flames to an extreme amount to challenge the worm's durability. He coats his weapon in an orange hue and leaps away to land the first critical hit on the monster, severing some of its teeth. He alerts Jasmine to follow through with her side of the attack, and she does the same by rupturing the other side of the monster's face. The worm is now wailing in agony as blood pours out of its crevices. The leader alerts Lucas to act immediately, but before he's able to jump in for the attack, the worm finds itself retreating. They're safe for the time being, and their leader is grateful of the group's performance. Jasmine emphasizes them to hurry, while Lucas is already acting boastful that the worm was scared away easily. Bro is easily humbled as the ground shakes uncontrollably, this time even worse than last time. Arthur realizes that the worm's goal was never to kill them directly, but to wait for another eruption that would wipe them all out. The entire team sets up its defensive barriers to avoid the same fate that happened to Oliver. Jasmine could have saved Arthur, but then Lucas would be undefended. Our boy risks his life just to save his ass and casts an incredible wall of flame, becoming his savior. The eruption ends, but Lucas's temper tantrum doesn't. He swipes Arthur away, which really makes me want to root for Arthur chucking his ass in a volcano. I mean, come on. Arthur turns his attention to their injured leader, who did his best to protect their teammate, but lost his limb in the process. Samantha can't even bear to look at the horrific sight. The man wails in unrelenting agony, screaming his lungs out as his companions hold him together to seal off the wound. Arthur's doing his best with his sword, while Brawl is experiencing so much pain that he's crying his eyeballs out. After Arthur was done, Samantha took over to heal the man. This was a tedious job for the masked swordsman. Creole, being a hardy fellow, decided to share some of his sandwiches with the boy in an effort to cheer him up. He sat next to the kid talking about his emergency sandwiches whenever he felt sad. The boy is grateful for his consideration. Using his instructions, Arthur roasts the inside of the sandwich, making it smell steamy and delicious, so much so that even Creole wants some of it. They both enjoy the delicious sandwiches that Creole's fiancée made. The boy thinks he's one hell of a lucky man to have scored such a chef of a wife. He wants Creole to send his regards, but from his hesitant reaction, we can assume the worst for his wife. Aside from these guys, the group is in shambles because Lucas is fucking around pointing fingers at their leader. He's pissed that their leader is effectively useless now, and their main healer is also no more. A seriously annoyed Brauld roars at the arrogant child who got saved by Arthur at the last second. The leader wanted to save a teammate, that being Samantha, which is why he sacrificed his limb for the job. Brauld roars at Lucas for failing to set up a proper defense barrier in time. But the masked swordsman has had enough of their crap and confronts Lucas as the main issue. Arthur shuts his bullshit down by stating that he doesn't give a flying fuck if he's the best augmenter or conjurer there is. All he thinks of him right now is that the spoiled brat is nothing more than a liability to the team. Hearing this, Lucas frustratingly leaves while Reginald recommends their team leader to get some rest in the meantime. With Lucas gone, the boy confronts their leader, requesting him to make an immediate decision before they advance deeper into the dungeon. Reginald has suffered burns because of the eruption, but his injuries aren't deep. The rest of the team is okay, but the only person in jeopardy is the team leader himself. Arthur wants him to decide here and now if he's going to continue onwards or not. Grinding his teeth, the team leader shows eyes of determination, claiming that he's ready to take on the final dungeon raid of his life all the way. Samantha offers her concerns, knowing that he'll have trouble fighting with one arm. Regardless, Brauld is a powerful augmenter in their team. He confirms that he won't be a liability. However, his only condition is that the leadership be switched to Arthur instead. After all, he's the most practical person of the group, despite facing so much uncertainty. The rest of the team members agree with this decision without any trouble. Realizing that they're all okay with this decision, Arthur is okay with the decision. His first command is to rest for 1 hour before advancing forward. Having rested, the team goes up ahead, but Brauld is continually confused at new revelations. The tunnel wasn't blocked before. Reginald does his best to swing his weapon, but there's only a dent. So this time, he uses his elemental affinity, coating his weapon with a rocky barrage and casting Impact Blast. Even that only leaves a spiral that isn't enough to break through. Tapping the guy's shoulder, Jasmine prepares her wind cutters and recommends that he use the same move again. The both of them lunge forth to use a dual attack. This time, it obliterates the tunnel's shield and creates an opening for them. Penetrating light blocks their vision, before the group is shocked to find a forest out of nowhere. The team enters the forest, and the first thought that comes to the boy's mind is how there aren't any pillars, which begs the question why it hasn't collapsed yet. Around them are pretty flowers and a space to rest as Creole claims he's getting sleepy. It's a surprising suggestion, especially since they've rested a while ago. Arthur insists that they keep the move on, and he thinks something about their current environment is an issue. Creole is unsure of his opinion, but the masked swordsman's senses are going off the charts. He just can't tell what's wrong with this weird place. Just up ahead, Jasmine spots a shrouded figure, and soon after, she seems hypnotized for a second. That is until a loud thud breaks her from the illusion. Creole has just dropped his weapon, and he sees his late wife Clara just up ahead. He tries to reach out for her, prematurely rushing to get to her. The rest of the group knows that he made a hasty decision, but their words can't reach him. Arthur knows this is getting dangerous and tries to stop him, but it's of no use. Jasmine grabs him and claims that the mist is affecting all of them with its illusions. This is exactly why Arthur's senses were on high alert earlier. He bands the group together and explains how the mist is fooling them all. Samantha is instructed to cast an immediate water barrier, which she does. She's also curious about this Clara person. Reginald is sad to express the truth, that Clara is already long gone, as she was killed in a dungeon. Even Brauld was there to witness the horrific scene. They buried her ashes with their own hands, so it's impossible. Reginald believes they should go and search for their teammate, but Lucas is seriously getting fed up with their bullshit. He can't figure out how they're still going against the devised plan of sticking together, despite being the senior adventurers of the bunch. Meanwhile, Arthur is focused on Jasmine, who seems to be consistently dazed and worried. The boy asks if she also saw someone. It turns out that she witnessed her father's illusion, who called out to her as if to accept her. He brought back some bad memories for her. Seeing her distraught makes Arthur angry, and he comforts her by saying she's going to be all right. She smiles in front of him, signaling she's okay now. Arthur now wants her to use a wind spell to get rid of the mist. Unfortunately, her spells aren't capable of destroying the mist completely, but she can clear a path for them to find Creole. She casts 2 wind orbs and goes rushing with her spell. Arthur tells Samantha to put down her barrier, allowing Jasmine to use a move called the Banshee's Howl, casting a strong, concentrated gust of wind that forges a path ahead. With the mist cleared, the group is horrified to see what lies ahead. Extremely large vines weren't even accounted for a moment ago, and they were unaffected by Jasmine's wind spell just now too. Their first line of attack is Lucas, who's already ready to rumble and cast his crescent ember flames to incinerate the vines in his path. However, these burnt vines are strangely unaffected moments after, shocking the fire conjurer. The masked swordsman directs Reginald to prioritize protecting the conjurers until they can cast stronger spells to deal a significant blow. Arthur empowers his blade with mana and instructs both Brauld and Jasmine to lead an attack with him. The three of them unleash their attacks, each cutting down the vines with their blades. Arthur finds himself momentarily trapped, so he unleashes a vortex slash, cutting them all down. However, none of the vines are catching on fire, which makes him wonder if the moisture is keeping them alive. So he charges his sword and unleashes a second strike. This time the vines can't regenerate, which proves his strategy. So he calls Brauld and recommends he use a searing spell on his weapon. But he's shocked when he sees this one-armed swordsman going crazy reckless on the vines. He has lost his sanity and Arthur knows it. He turns to see how Jasmine is faring, and she's doing just well on her own. Deciding to pursue Brauld's side, Arthur dashes in. The reckless blonde finds himself completely restrained by the vines with nowhere to run. Thankfully, Arthur is there to save him by cutting them all down. He then turns to ask the former team leader if he really plans to die in this dungeon with how reckless he's being. Arthur requests that he fight smarter with his Brian instead of going crazy, since they still need him for the completion. Lucas drinks a mana potion and decides to go crazy with his flame spell. This attack is weaker in potency but has further range and is more flammable. Our boy is impressed with the spoiled brat's performance so far. Reginald warns Elijah as a vine is headed right towards him. Thankfully, Brauld has regained his senses and protects him when it's the right moment. This allows Elijah to prepare his own earth spell, breaking the ground and causing the vines to sink. Two of their spells are keeping the plant monster in check, and with Samantha's spell, they should be able to find their missing teammate. She releases her spell using her new gemstone. Aqua Siphon is a unique skill that is normally used to gather water from surrounding areas, and in this case, it's being used to suck the moisture from the vines, leaving them withered and useless. However, Samantha collapses after using the ability, only for Arthur to catch her. He's impressed that she efficiently used a utility spell as an offensive one. Samantha earns his praise and they turn around to see the mist drawing towards the vines. Once more, these damning vines end up completely regenerated, proving their former efforts useless. Even Lucas is concerned now, while Arthur realizes that the vines are forced to absorb the mist due to their heavy attacks. Unfortunately, before he's able to instruct them to do anything, he finds his team paralyzed under the plant monster's command. When Arthur turns around, he too feels a heavy shudder run down his spine. Those vines have transformed into a giant eldritch monster straight out of a nightmare. Arthur's sword drops as he sees the nightmarish Goliath towering before him. This thing is a sleep paralysis demon on steroids. Samantha's so overwhelmed with fear that she surrenders at once, realizing that the legend of the Elderwood Guardian isn't just a legend at all. Brauld, who is supposed to be one of the strongest, also accepts that they simply cannot survive this dungeon. Arthur realizes that this blonde idiot has lost his sanity again. Reginald is staring at the thing with his fucking eyeballs popping out. There's just no way they're dealing with an S-class mana beast in a dungeon like this. What's more, they see Creel's body being used up like a vessel. His very life is being sucked out of him, and he's still a whining mess pleading for his wife to come back. The entire team is too stunned to lift even a finger. The Elderwood Guardian lifts its gigantic leg and crushes Creole, leaving Reginald to wail for his lost friend's name. In response, the monster releases its own tantalizing roar, with terrifying layered mouths and horrific teeth. Reginald is out here turning Super Saiyan like he's just lost Krillin or something. Arthur knows this guy is getting annihilated if he challenges a Colossus monster like that. He wants them to stop fighting, but Reginald is pissed and uses his hammer to send Arthur flying. Reginald is done playing around and he's lost his mind. He covers his body full of rocks, adopting a powerful transformation. The fight begins as the horrific Colossus releases its vortex of vines blitzing at the man. Arthur begs Elijah to cast an immediate shield to protect Reginald at once, but the shield immediately shatters upon impact. Meanwhile, Jasmine grabs our boy's hand, insisting that they leave at once since they've got no shot of defeating this Goliath. Arthur, on the other hand, is worried about his team. Elijah's barrier is slowly being penetrated by the creature, and he's expiring his own life force just to sustain it. Arthur reminds Jasmine of his promise to the team, but in response, Jasmine is teary-eyed in reminding him that she promised his family that they'll make it back. The attack annihilates Elijah's barrier while Jasmine insists on her promise to protect Arthur for his family's sake. Reginald is a madman because this dude actually survives the attack and comes out cussing the giant vegetable of a monster. Arthur knows they should be leaving, but he isn't willing to leave his team in a lurch. Not like this. Despite her feelings, Jasmine decides to accept his decision. Back to the fight between the mother of all uglies and Rocky Hulk over here. Reginald's got his golem armor on and he's in the mood to obliterate this walking salad. His first attack pierces the creature's vines, causing it to scream in pain. The rest of the vines are directed towards the other team, who can barely manage to deflect them. Reginald's attention turns to the vines coming at him from behind. He manages to clear them with the swipe of his weapon, but the relentless Elderwood Guardian still ends up restraining him anyway. Supporting Samantha's body, Arthur directs Elijah to cover Jasmine while she can escape with Brauld. Their only goal now is to focus on escaping. That's until Arthur sees the Elderwood Guardian roaring in its dominating presence. They're scared shitless to find Reginald fully entrapped. Arthur tries to instruct Lucas to burn the vines and save their teammate, but the fire mage is done playing around and points his fire staff towards Samantha. But that was only a misdirection to catch the masked swordsman off guard, as his spell pierces Arthur's body. We get a recap of what happened when the vines struck down Lucas earlier. He quickly got up and realized how outclassed he found himself. He could see the exit within reach, and saw his teammates fighting for each other's lives. But his damn pride in the Wykes family got the better of him. So he grabbed his staff and reclaimed his stance. Lucas couldn't allow this to go on. In an unexpected plot twist, he pointed his weapon towards Arthur, ensuring his own survival. Then he blasted Arthur at point-blank range, sending him flying from the impact. His body is tossed aside with grievous injuries in his abdomen. The very sight leaves Jasmine in terror as she mindlessly jumps in to protect him. Lucas warns her to stop and releases a fire beam while she's distracted. The attack hits her too, giving her similar injuries like Arthur as her body flops to the ground. Brauld is in a pinch too now, while Lucas points his staff towards Elijah, happy to send him to hell if he moves an inch. Elijah questions what's gotten into him, but this stupid half-elf is succumbed by his pride and isn't ready to risk his life to let the rest of them escape. He thinks they should be honored to have died as heroes, giving him the time to escape. Lucas blasts the crystal and hopes to inform everyone about their courageous sacrifices. Elijah wants to kick his ass, but he's unfortunately knocked down by the Elderwood Guardian, leaving very little hope for our heroes. They're all in critical condition as toothy plant monster gnaws at them. Elijah refuses to let this be the end of his story, stringing together every last bit of his strength to do what he can. Coming to his rescue is the AA class hero Brauld, who wraps his flames around the vines, protecting the boy at the last moment. This time, the former leader is finally acting like a man and refuses to let the young adventurers bite the dust. The monster issues a menacing roar at him, but the flaming hero of justice is defiant as he marches on with his flame sword in hand. The hero leaps with a blazing sword strike, descending his full wrath upon the Goliath. Meanwhile, Elijah sees both Arthur and Jasmine in seriously bad condition. The Elderwood Guardian's body is totally severed in half with Brauld's final stand. But as the vines find themselves regenerating, the hero's flames fan out and his face turns to despair. The horrifying monstrosity staring him down is so fucking scary that even Brauld is scared to the bone. He simply accepts his fate as the creature of vines encroaches him with its tendrils. It's safe to say that Brauld is fucked. As for Arthur, he's in a shitty condition coughing out blood. His mask has dropped and he can barely maintain consciousness before Elijah. The boy turns to look at Jasmine, who is also down for good. Then he sees the crystals and realizes that there's genuinely no way out except his last resort. Still, after using the move, he thinks he may not even survive. Arthur casts use of his powers and taps into Phase 2 of the Dragon's Awakening. Previously, his training in the Land of Elves led to significant discoveries. The first of which was unlocking Phase 1, called Acquire. By using Sylvia's innate skills, he could temporarily disconnect himself from time and space. This came with many limitations because it inflicted his mana core and sapped him of energy. The second breakthrough in the Land of Elves was something beyond his personal expectations. The same transformation that took Varian decades to achieve only took the boy no more than 3 years to achieve. This phase is called the integration phase. Arthur's body experiences a change as his hair shifts in color. Finally, we get to see the missing Sylvie, who is now a mature winged dragon. She senses Arthur in danger and rushes to help him out. He communicates with her mentally, ushering her to stay away for the time being. And if something happens to him, he wants her to return to Vincent's place. Sylvie, being the defiant child, chooses to ignore his warnings. Arthur can barely walk and he begs to stay out of this for once. She listens to his words, entrusting that he's going to return home. We get a menacing shot of our boy walking towards the eldritch monstrosity. His brain scrambled in emotion as he leapt on top of a rock. Arthur then casts an ice spell and concentrates his undivided attention on the S-class beast. He's the first to launch his attack, reflecting how Varian felt necessary to knock him out immediately after the boy entered the integrate phase. He's hoping to get this done quickly so he can reduce the backlash of the ability afterwards. Arthur's ice affinity freezes the vines in place. However, despite his control of ambient mana, he still has trouble dealing with the spell. With the vines frozen in his path, he lunges forth to freeze everything ahead, clashing nearer and nearer to the monster's face. Arthur's trouble increases when he sees the vines breaking free and moving despite being frozen. He freezes them again right before they reach his face. In fact, the ability he used just now is called Absolute Zero, and it has completely neutralized the monster. With all the time in the world, Arthur concentrates 3 elemental affinities in the palm of his hand, his body eroded in purple, crackling lightning. This attack obliterates the creature's face and obliterates what was left of its vines. With the boss monster defeated, blood floods out of his body from every opening. Our boy has saved the day at the cost of his own life. He faints to the ground with nothing more to offer. Cutting back to the city of Xyrus, his family is having a moment of their own, with Ellie exhausting herself due to training. They put her to bed as Reynolds hovers over her. All of a sudden, a noise followed by the glowing gem puts both of them at unease. Arthur's mother is in utter disbelief and hopes that the ring is malfunctioning. The boy's consciousness is weary, and his entire body is filled with pain. He coughs blood as Elijah sees him finally waking up. He begs Elijah to break the healing crystal in his glove. Following his instructions, Elijah quickly gets to work. He shatters the gem, which releases a pool of healing magic that frees Arthur's fingers from his unrestrained ice magic. He experiences a small sense of relief, but just can't seem to forget the bastard who ditched them. His mind is fixated on the thought of revenge for a second, until he remembers Jasmine and asks to see how she's doing. Elijah points to his side as she's also knocked unconscious. Unfortunately, in her case, she suffered an even more brutal attack as her body wasn't enhanced with mana at the time. Elijah could treat the burn the best he could, but he's certain that she suffered internal damage on top of that. Arthur senses urgency and instructs him to use the second gem on her. Elijah follows through sensibly, healing Jasmine's injuries by a lot. He's certain that she'll be fine in a few hours to come. The boy is thankful of his birthday present being the gemstones made by her mother. He recalls his current level of suffering to be familiar from when he was 4 years old. Switching to Sylvie's side, she senses that her father's awake now and lunges to approach the dungeon. Meanwhile, the bastard Lucas is seen hurrying out of the place barely in one piece. Arthur tells the winged dragon to simply focus on her training for now, since they're clear of danger. He reminds her that there's nothing to worry about, so she should simply focus on her training for now. Their conversation cuts off there with Elijah checking on our boy's health. Arthur jokes that he's in tip-top condition to run a marathon. Bro is out here competing with David Goggins. He's sure as hell persistent. Busy in thought, Elijah decides to shift the topic, finding himself surprised to see the masked swordsman being just as young as him. This makes our boy remember that he's lost his ultra-cool mask. Not even Elijah could find it in the ruins of the battlefield. That's fine, but Arthur is more troubled about his sword and asks if he found a stick. Thankfully, Elijah recovered the weapon by chance, which relieves Arthur quite a bit as he falls down again. He's infinitely grateful to this guy saving their lives and protecting his weapon, when in reality, he could have prioritized himself and left the dungeon. It's a noble deed, a truly noble one. Elijah argues that if he did that, he would be no different from Lucas. The boy laughs, disagreeing with that statement, because that spoiled brat is far worse. Glasses Boy wants to know why Arthur chose to stick around and fight for others when he could have left at the right moment. To this, Arthur responded that he promised someone very dear to him to become a person who could cherish others around him. This kind of confession makes the usually stoic Elijah laugh because he thinks Arthur is speaking no differently from an old man. He wonders the kind of life someone his age must have led up until now to believe in such things. Arthur changes the topic and asks how long he was knocked unconscious for. Elijah isn't sure for certain but claims it's more than 1 day's time at the least. Arthur regrets that they'll be stuck here until Jasmine is up and running, so he thinks this is a good opportunity to become familiar with one another. He extends his hand to Elijah, this time introducing himself by name and even his nickname Art, with a smile. Thus begins the start of a new friendship. Elijah introduces himself as one from the Dwarven lands. Tapping the metal, Arthur asks if he's the one responsible for creating the metal shelter. It turns out it was Elijah's only way to ensure the cavern didn't collapse on them. This means the Elderwood Guardian's body was the reason it maintained stability for a long while. Arthur knows for a fact that ordinary people can't create metal out of thin air. That is, until said person is a dwarf, of course. Elijah realizes that his final secret is out the gutter now, while Arthur is willing to hear his side of the story. Glasses Boy thinks it's only a fair trade if Arthur also reveals what he did to turn his hair white and become a god for a moment. Elijah could even remember Arthur's eyes turning a glowing purple, so there's a lot to explain there. Our main character is fine with the explanations as long as they're trading equal information. Elijah starts off by confirming his suspicions regarding his origin. He comes from the Dwarven Kingdom, where Elder Radius took care of him and never talked much about the boy's parents. The only memories he has as a child are filled with incomplete flashes. Anyway, he lived quite a normal life there before penetrating past the dark orange stage. That's when he felt a surge of energy and went unconscious. When he woke up, the boy was surrounded by spikes of metal all around him. That's when Rhaeus decided that it was best for the boy to explore the rest of the continent without really attaching a core reason to it. Much of his own powers are shrouded in mystery, and he always gets this uneasy feeling about something out of his control, about his origin. Just when it's Arthur time to explain, Jasmine releases a loud snore in her dream. She's out cold talking to Arthur in her dreams, causing both of them to release a hearty laughter. Elijah apologizes for his emotional story, but Arthur thinks it's fine. He wants to know about the masked swordsman's real origins now. Arthur straight up tells him that he's proficient in quadra-elemental casting, and he's an augmenter with the deviance of ice and lightning. It's so much to take in at once that Elijah carelessly bumps his own head in shock. He thought he earned the top spot for being a weirdo, but Arthur's composition just knocked him out of the water. Arthur explains the reason behind the markings, as he's a beast tamer who released his beast back there. Elijah is getting continually stunned by his words, especially when he discovers that Arthur's only 11. Elijah is older than him by a year, but he thinks it isn't a proud admission. Hearing that, Arthur's the one trying his best to contain his laugh. Both misfits laugh at each other in good memories. Still, Arthur hasn't fully recovered and feels pain from his injuries. He uses the final gem on himself, and that's when Jasmine wakes up seeing the boy's condition. She quickly grabs his body, apologizing for failing him. Jasmine sheds tears, overwhelmed by the guilt of being unable to protect him. Arthur softens his expression seeing her in this state, and tells her that it's all right. He embraces her with love as she finds herself overlapped with her actions. Arthur soothes her, stating that it was his choice to stay behind and fight, and she got hurt for it. While this is happening, Arthur muses a thought. It's the first time he feels that Jasmine is smaller than him. He releases a slight ache, which makes her worried about his injuries. She wants Elijah to use the storage ring to release their bags. Thankfully, she packed an emergency kit for them to use. After a while, she gives our boy a bandage treatment. He looks like a mummy with how much he's covered. Arthur takes his stand, supported by his friends. It's time for them to head home now. The trio makes it out alive as Elijah releases his metal barrier. Outside, the entire place is frozen in ice. Arthur questions if anyone from their team survived. It turns out that Brauld and Reginald didn't make it, so it's likely no one else made it either. Arthur's overcome by guilt, while Jasmine is curious to what happened to Samantha. Elijah explains that he created the metal shelter around her around the girl before they separated, but he's unsure if she made it out alive. Then again, Arthur's asking the same question. There's no telling how they're going to escape from this cage. He searches for the monster's beast core that was lost in the barrage of ice. Elijah wasn't able to locate it before, but he thinks he could try and find her now. Elijah concentrates his energy towards the earth, ordering it to search for the one missing. This spell is called the Earth's Pulse, and it sends a signal all around to detect life forms. Thankfully, he located Samantha in good shape, so he went up ahead to save her. His ability just now left Arthur stunned, because the spell usually only searches the surface instead of underground. Both of them decide to follow in his footsteps until Elijah comes to a stop. There, he sees the metal encasing he wrapped around Samantha. He grabs the metallic wall and carves it open, asking for her. Samantha is in seriously bad shape, burned and bruised all over her body. Elijah tries to reach for her, but Arthur thinks it's unsafe, as the vine is responsible for making her injuries worse. Thankfully, her breathing is good, but her fever is concerning. Arthur is glad that she's unconscious at the very least, or else she wouldn't have survived. But Elijah wonders if that's really a good thing at all. Being the strongest of the group right now, Jasmine carries her flailing body and suggests they return. Arthur looks around, worried that he won't be able to track the creature's beast core. A priceless core of an S-class mana beast will be lost for good. As the group is walking along, they feel a sudden tremor underneath. Elijah is worried and prepares his spell, but Arthur stops him because he knows what's coming. The dungeon breaks from the top, and what appears before their eyes surprises all of them. A matured Sylvie in her mighty form is here at last. Arthur is stunned to say the least, as she was tiny just a couple years ago. And now she's tall and strong. Sylvie licks his face, ruining our boy's hair. Elijah shudders as he can't comprehend how a wyvern is capable of growing 4 limbs. Then it hits him. It's a dragon. A real dragon. Arthur confirms it, shocking him even more. He adjusts his hair and adores his bond, introducing her as Sylvie. Elijah can't figure how dragons, who were thought to be extinct for centuries, have reappeared again. Arthur emphasizes that he needs to keep her very existence a secret. Jasmine isn't a threat since she already knows. Sylvie gives her the same licking treatment, ruining her hair also. Elijah is probably having the same reaction as us, because he's trying to figure out how an 11-year-old boy can be so overpowered on top of having a dragon on his side. Anyway, they decide to use her as a lift. Arthur instructs Elijah to hop on as it's time for them to leave this hellhole. They land outside the boss's lair, and the rest of the journey is traversed by foot, where the group takes on the Bat Runners. The monsters end up getting scared the heck away after seeing a giant dragon nearby. Elijah is really confused why they didn't bring Toothless over here from the beginning of the raid. As for Samantha, she's slowly regaining consciousness. They put her on the ground for some rest. She opens her eyes and finds our boy even prettier without the mask on. Arthur just wants her to conserve her energy. Samantha reveals that she's holding on to something Dara and critical. She not only acquired the Beast Core but also protected Arthur's shattered mask. Both things make him smile and he praises her for it. Arthur thinks it's a good idea to split the Beast Core's profits after selling it. However, Jasmine doesn't want it and thinks Arthur is the most deserving of the group. The same goes for Elijah, who seriously doesn't want anything to do with the monster's remains. Arthur tries to remind these fools how much the mana core is worth. Samantha leaves it in his care, emphasizing that she's only breathing right now because of Arthur's final stand. She thinks he's rightfully deserving of the reward. The boy takes it as the rest of his allies are content leaving the core in his hands. He thanks them for entrusting him and turns to Samantha. He checks her pulse and recommends both Jasmine and Elijah to get some help as soon as possible. The both of them get up, but right before leaving, Elijah leaves his emergency bag with our boy to make sure he's up to date with supplies in case he needs them. It's here where Arthur sees the mana scroll and senses the urge to write back to his parents to make them not worry anymore. The message is sent, and he's glad they won't be worried when he returns to them. Next up, he's curious to learn how Sylvie grew so much by devouring cores. Sylvie hunts a lot of creatures to get this big and strong, which makes him wonder if she's capable of using her transformation ability. She demonstrates it by molding her form back to the tiny little lizard we all know and love. The little girl draws near as Arthur pets her well. His own injuries are getting rough on him, and it's going to take at least a few hours before help arrives. He thinks he should be okay with the newly acquired Beast Core. Taking a deep breath, Arthur remembers the name of Lucas Wykes well. The same boy who belongs to a family filled with a notorious reputation. One man's actions caused the death of Brauld and inflicted dangerous injuries upon the rest of the group. While he's filled with vengeance, Arthur wants to be careful with how he settles things. Only one thing is for certain this time. He doesn't care how long it will take. This man will make sure to settle the score with Lucas no matter what. The rescue team eventually arrived and took care of the situation. Samantha is rushed to the hospital while Brauld meets his end. Arthur is doing all right in one piece while his friends are handling the report with the branch master. The traumatizing retelling of the story comes to an end. Arthur is fed up that they're going this far just to pursue the truth of the story. Each of them shared what they could. Caspian lets them rest up for the meantime when suddenly, Lucas Wykes the bitch comes thriving with his guards. Jasmine and Elijah draw weapons to demolish this fucker at once, but Arthur recommends they don't do anything for now. Lucas acts like he's the innocent one of the group, only increasing Caspian's headache. The spoiled brat wonders how the group managed to escape from a clinch, and even accuses them for sacrificing a life in order to save their own. Caspian roars, standing to shut him up, but Lucas keeps on going, claiming that Samantha must have become the sacrifice of the group. Next, he turns to accuse Brauld of being the sacrificial pawn. His words are tossed shut when Arthur slaps a blade right next to his face, slicing his ear clean without even his notice. Lucas acts like he's the one getting attacked, but Arthur has had enough as he gets up with his overwhelming rage. Each of the men experience a strange shift in pressure. Lucas can't believe that they're standing around without even trying to protect him. The guards are ordered to attack at once. In response, Arthur merely makes a fool out of all of them in his injured state. He doesn't even have to kill them and casually dodges their attacks. Caspian warns the boy to be careful as his premature actions could lead to issues. However, Arthur has already chucked his fist for a strike. Turns out, he just wanted to retrieve his weapon, but his attack just now scared Lucas shitless. That's for sure. This guy is literally shaking in his boots while Arthur acts like he just wanted to reclaim his blade. He then turns to Caspian, who orders his assistant to escort Lucas to the medical ward immediately. Arthur wants both of his friends gone for a one-on-one conversation with the branch master. Caspian was scared for a moment and recommended Arthur to not fall to provocations. However, Arthur ruthlessly marches with a case of his own. He has the full power to squash the bug and protect his identity using his mask. He also really doesn't like Caspian's tone, as if to suggest that he's the one threatening the boy. Arthur releases a bone-chilling question, asking if Caspian is capable enough to protect Lucas from his wrath. This time, his eyes are different. These are the eyes of a merciless killer. The branch master maintains his calm and explains that he isn't threatening him, but rather saying for the best of his interests. Even if he manages to squash the bug, the Wykes family won't stay silent. They'll start with Jasmine and then target the rest of the group. Their connections too. He thinks it's unwise to earn the Wykes family's attention until Arthur fosters the capacity to protect his loved ones. Even with his strength, it's impossible for him to deal with someone like Lucas's half-brother. This is actually an enlightening realization for Arthur, who thanks Caspian for his words. He comes forward for the real subject of interest. He sits on the branch master's chair and claims that the guild would only do its best to benefit a talent like him. Caspian feels an air of confidence coming from him and offers whatever assistance he can. Arthur lays out a list of his demands and promptly exits the room. There, he finds his friends waiting for him, who are worried he might kill Lucas for sure. He changes topics because he's seriously hungry after all that. Arthur walks away, leaving both of his allies concerned over his state. Let's see how the hearing goes out. Both Arthur and Lucas are presented on each side for their case in front of the jury. They've come to conclude that among the reports, Lucas is the rat who betrayed his party, and thus his ranking is stripped at once. Also, he can never be enlisted as an adventurer again. They want him to return his card, which is what follows. Arthur is unimpressed that he was freed with such a minor punishment when his crime could have ended with him in prison. The panel turns to Arthur for his crimes against Lucas Wykes and potentially the rest of the Wykes family. The Adventurers Guild has come to a conclusion to ban Note completely from the city until Lucas Wykes' term at the academy ends. This is the exact outcome the boy wished for. He's smiling under his mask and decides to object against the decision on purpose to make it seem like he's worried. The panel emphasizes their order, claiming that they refuse to take away his guild license because of his righteous acts. He will be allowed to continue his adventures as an adventurer, so long as Lucas Wykes isn't around. The spoiled brat's smile quickly fades as he brings in the obvious concern regarding Note's identity. After all, he could easily unmask himself and decide to target the Wykes family under a different identity. The panel has judged for the boy's identity to be recorded right after the sentencing is cleared. They will not inform Lucas's family of his identity either, but only a few conjurers of the guild will keep an eye on the boy's whereabouts. Lucas's temper tantrum doesn't do him well, and he's left disappointed on the side. He leaves Arthur with a warning to stay as far away as possible from him. In response, the masked swordsman responds calmly, claiming that he's nothing more than a pretty boy. Lucas turns away as Arthur is requested to be escorted. However, the panel's head decides it's best to grant the boy his own protection and leads him the way. They go through a secret passage room, and as the door closes, it's revealed that everything was a setup from the ground up. Arthur is glad they compiled. The court is hoping that he doesn't cause any more trouble as they won't be able to contain the truth from the Wykes family for long. Arthur emphasizes that underneath the mask, he's cautious. A secret passageway opens. The panel is hoping that Arthur remembers this favor that was granted to him because they really might need his help someday. The masked swordsman is glad that they chose to support the correct person. He turns to remind him that he'll never forget. And then he walks away. The final impression of this Note character, according to the Elder, is that Caspian was right to call him truly frightening. Arthur reaches for the door handle and opens it to find Sylvie tackling her papa. Both his friends are also there, and it's finally all over. It's time to return home. As they walk together, Elijah asks if it would be right to visit Samantha before leaving. Arthur thinks it's a bad idea for him, but recommends Jasmine to check on her eventually. They reach the gate where Elijah realizes they're supposed to part soon. Arthur remembers that he isn't from the Sappan Kingdom and offers Elijah to come hang out with them before he heads off to school. This man tries to explain what a school is, causing Elijah to get frustrated. He originally never had any ambitions to go to a school, which is why he's surprised for Arthur. The masked swordsman thinks that it would be a wise investment to climb the ranks by receiving an education from the academy. However, Elijah has his objections. He doesn't know how he'll be able to step foot inside the best magic academy there is. After all, there are qualifications, money, and network that come first. Arthur wraps his arm around him and assures his friend that he can take care of the rest. All he has to do is drag himself to the academy, and the rest is nothing to worry about. Arthur tells Jasmine to take their new friend home because he's got something else to deal with for the meantime. There's the issue that Lucas is also going to attend the academy, which is one reason that Elijah decides to go. He is grateful for Arthur's help, having earned a really good friend. With them gone, he tells Caspian to emerge from his hiding spot. Arthur is thankful he got the judge to act the way he wanted. Lucas is blinded for the time being, and the issue has been resolved. However, Arthur is quick to remind the branchmaster that this shithole still resulted in the murders of valuable heroes. Caspian emphasizes that he doesn't want to start a fight. He tosses him a bag, a parting gift for the boy. It's full of gold, the kind of money that could really help him in Caspian's eyes. Arthur thinks he'll only face trouble if he wills it. The only concern is if Lucas has spotted Sylvie before. But in response to that, the creature simply changes into another form. This surprises him as he wasn't expecting her to wield so many transformations. It's just a benefit of having a familiar dragon. Fast-forwarding ahead, Arthur adjusts his hairstyle and decides to enter an inventory shop to buy a dimension ring. The boy acts clueless and lost, so the shopkeeper reminds him about the hefty price of the ring. Arthur decides to showcase a bag full of gold and ends up leaving the man speechless. He foolishly spends most of his gold on a dimension ring that could barely fit his sword and a beast core. Still, with this, his preparations are now fully complete. He books a carriage to the Hellstay Manor. Busy in thought, the boy remembers how 2 years have passed since he adopted his new identity of Note. He gazes at the view and wonders how his school life will go. By night, Arthur has returned home. Ellie angrily stares him down, before tackling her brother mid-sentence. She can't believe that he returned, but she did say it with angry, tear-filled eyes. Arthur's happy and returns her a smile. She relieves him at last and goes inside. Arthur is glad to find her growing up quickly, but a shocking realization hits him. There's going to come a time where she'll date some bozo, and that's just every brother's nightmare. His parents are quick to welcome him in loving arms. Reynolds mocks his son's hair for the only growing factor in his physique. They tease each other lots as Arthur's mother hugs him dearly in open arms. She's just happy that he returned in one piece. The boy apologizes for always worrying her. Vincent and the others are also here to welcome him in. The whole family and friend group shares a circle while Arthur freshens up taking a shower. He realizes that Jasmine left a letter before going on a mission again. He's sad to see her go. Her letter is very to the point and has scribbled out any affectionate words from it, reflecting her personality. He's sad he couldn't see her off. At least he knows about her coordinates. As for Vincent, the man's beaming like an angel to announce that Lilia is currently a part of Xyrus Academy and has been attending for almost a year now. Arthur's glad to hear that. Vincent's family will forever be in his debt for helping their lineage become mages. They never expected it from the Hellstay house. In return, Arthur looks towards Elijah and claims that he's got a request to make for someone. Before that, though, Reynolds is all up and excited to hear about the boys dungeon diving. It's a long story, and he has trouble starting it. Anyway, they get to the really scary bits, and that's how the story concludes. Vincent is left shuddering by the end. They can't believe an Elderwood guardian faced them off, and Arthur single-handedly defeated the monster. The boy is curious to ask about his father's stage. He learns that Reynolds hasn't advanced from the Dark Orange stage no matter how much he tries to purify his mana, so he tosses a beast core to Reynolds, recommending to use it. He did use some of its energy to heal, but the rest of it is intact and powerful enough to break through the level. Reynolds hesitates to take this gift as this is something Arthur risked his very life for. None of them could imagine him gifting an S-class beast core, as it would reap a lot of profit. However, the boy has his priorities straight and wants his father to catch up to him using the beast core. Reynolds has a striking realization that his son has surpassed him by achieving the light orange stage at last. This gives him the strength to grasp the beast's core, promising to beat his son the next time they duel. The father-son rivalry just never ends. The same day, Elijah's having a relaxing shower when Arthur foolishly barges in to deliver his pajamas. He doesn't seem embarrassed even a bit and leaves quickly while Elijah slams the door shut. The boy observes his mask and reflects how so much has happened in 2 years. Sylvie agrees even though she grew taller than her papa. Elijah comes out from his shower and asks what took him a while. Arthur explains that he was talking to Vincent and helping him get sponsored for the academy. Elijah is excited as Arthur closes the door while confirming that everything is in the green. That night, the dwarven boy is full of excitement that he'll get to be a student of the academy. He wonders if they'll have enough opportunity to learn. Arthur expresses that they're super powerful for their age group, so it might be a boring experience if anything. Even so, Elijah can't wait to encounter powerful rivals and awakening greater powers. Arthur thinks the best benefit for him would be information regarding his 2 deviance affinities. Lightning especially exhausts his mana, while ice is hard to control despite his beast will. Worried, Elijah asks how they'll handle Lucas. For the time being, the spoiled brat doesn't know about Arthur's identity, which is good since he only wants to challenge his entire family when he's ready. Glass's boy is surprised that he can hold himself that much. On the other hand, Arthur can't figure out why Elijah is so shy that he built a pillow wall between them. He teases the kid and receives a body pillow smacked in his face. Curious about relationships, Elijah asks if he'll be able to score a girlfriend at the academy, which comes as surprising to Arthur. He thinks the nerd will end up finding a nerd girlfriend, and then they'll have Jimmy Neutron for a baby. It will be a nerd family, basically. On the other hand, Elijah is easily confident that our boy will be the Riz Master 69 at the academy with his lethal face card. Arthur assures him that girls their age aren't his type, so there's nothing to worry about. Both of them head to sleep after that. Arthur wakes up and runs into Vincent, who came in contact with an inventor called Gideon, known for being one of the most accomplished in his trade. The inventor will return to the city in 3 days, allowing them the chance to make a detour before meeting everyone in the city. Arthur's okay with that idea and wonders if something is happening in the downtown area. Vincent tells him that the royal families of all 3 kingdoms will make an important announcement which will be broadcasted in the downtown square. The boy is glad that Uncle Vincent over here is giving him so much of his time. Arthur's interested in a meeting with Gideon, and he's ready to use the knowledge of his past life in action. Vincent's confused until they run into Reynolds, who reminds the dude that he's got an important meeting to catch. The auction house owner bolts off, leaving the father-son duo together. The old man has officially broken into the solid orange stage, Interestingly, the beast core refused to crumble even after he absorbed everything from it. He leaves it in his son's care before thanking the boy for his help. Later that day, Arthur finds himself perplexed. He can't place how the jewel didn't crumble. It's only when he meditates and sees the haunting image of the towering beast that he realizes that the beast still exists inside the core. Let's explore how beast wills work. These things are powerhouses that seriously ramp up the intensity of the user. They're only obtainable via a powerful mana beast passing on their will. This makes Arthur excited as to what would happen if he integrates two beasts. He tests that theory out by meditating and interacting with the horrific Elderwood Guardian. His body is enveloped in a coat of purple as Sylvia's will manifests and terrifies the giant. Arthur breaks free of the experience and has confirmed one thing. The two beast wills are at odds with each other. He wonders why his father couldn't absorb the whole of the crystal. The kid suddenly remembers that a large factor is dependent on one's compatibility. So now, he's absolutely certain of the person he should grant this beast core to. He wonders how Tessia is holding up. The next few days flew by like nothing. He continued training and enjoyed a fun time with his family like any ordinary kid. One day, Ellie came to inform her brother to eat breakfast, but she could hear him knocking him cold talking in his sleep. It's the day of the announcement, so their mother wants them to get ready. Ellie is getting pissed and she decides it's a good idea to slam her brother full force, knocking the daylights out of him. Arthur teases her for learning weird habits for a lady, while Ellie reminds him to catch breakfast while she's gone. She hums away while our boy is left wondering why his sister has to be so damn violent all the time. Skipping ahead, we see both Elijah and Arthur deciding to check out a few stores. While our boy may be hard stuck with his savings, Elijah has been keeping his savings intact. The boy suggests his bond to follow Elijah while he chats with the inventor. Later, he and Vincent go and greet the inventor, whose butler scares them both. Himes leads the way, when suddenly Arthur catches a musty smell that stops him dead in his tracks. The old butler thinks he's asking the wrong question and should instead focus on what isn't a smell. The inventory pops out his clothes, looking like a zombie who hasn't showered in 2 centuries. He's furious at first, but quickly realizes that it's Vincent who's come here to meet him. The inventor Gideon expresses his annoyance with meeting people nowadays as he's got over 12 messengers from the royal family coming to him. They've all tried their best to coerce him to travel the ocean for his abilities. Arthur questions why they would ever try to do that, which only makes the inventor more pissed. Anyway, Gideon wants to know about the pipsqueak that Vincent has brought along. The boy introduces himself in good manners as one of the Lewin family and admirer of Gideon's work. The inventor seriously doesn't like the fact that Vincent brought him here regardless, as he doesn't like taking disciples under his name. The auction house owner expresses that it's rather the boy who wanted to come here on his own. Arthur uses this opportunity to express that he's got an offer, and is willing to take care of the fact that this musty, smelly bastard has to travel safe distances over the ocean. The inventor is listening, so Arthur grabs a chart and starts drawing away. Gideon belittles the boy for drawing a bunch of doodles until he finally sees what's on the canvas, causing him a great deal of shock. Gideon's expression worsens every second as he reads the concept of an engine powered by steam and generated by external materials, an idea that not even the great inventor himself could come up with. However, even with this idea, he feels as if something is missing from the equation. Arthur expresses that he intentionally left out important details, which he would be interested in sharing as long as their negotiations are finished. The inventory quickly realizes that this smiling boy isn't just any ordinary kid. He swipes off the feeling and requests his butler Himes to show the boy something worthy of his knowledge. The chest opens to reveal a brilliant ironized diamond in all its beauty. But Arthur isn't impressed. The inventor explains that this gem is one of the most valuable on the planet, and can store 5 times its size through mana. However, Arthur is disinterested as the object has little to no use for him. Gideon thinks it's time to bring out the big guns and shows the boy a whole bunch of valuable items. Among the pile, he takes out one mirror that is so special he hasn't shown to anyone. The boy coldly turns down each one of his suggestions, causing the inventor to drop the mirror in utter disbelief. If Alfred the butler wasn't here to catch it, they would have lost it permanently. Vincent sees how Arthur consistently turns down the great inventor himself. It gets to the point that Gideon is throwing shit at our boy to just take something for once. Vincent can't even comprehend what's going on anymore. Forced into a corner, the inventor thinks the pendants are the only options left. The butler reminds his master of their original worth, but he's snapped now. Himes quickly rushes to fetch the pendants and comes back a moment afterwards with 2 boxes. Both are snapped open, revealing the best pendants made possible for the likeliness of the royal family. Arthur inspects the object in his hand, realizing that it was made from a phoenix worm, his impressive knowledge astonishing Gideon. Not even Vincent knows about them. Gideon explains that phoenix worms are a race of S-class mana beasts typically considered just as rare as the existence of dragons. They're known for their ability to preserve their existences, which is how they were able to store the same ability inside the pendant. It's a cool concept, as a phoenix worm is capable of protecting itself in the face of danger. It causes a protective shell conjured around the person it is supposed to protect. The best part comes after the shield breaking, as the mana stored inside the pendant will be consumed by the wearer, and transporting them to the safest location in their mind. It's just the perfect defensive artifact. Arthur questions how many times he could abuse the ability to his advantage. The inventor can't tell, but he's wasted 5 precious Phoenix Beast cores, which are typically considered the most valuable of the S ranks. He points out his fingers and thinks the artifact should be good enough to use twice. The boy is thinking of both his mother and sister, considering the effects of the object. Also, he quickly remembers that these were crafted for the royal family. The inventor confirms that they were responsible for donating the cores after all, but he doesn't care much about that. All he cares about is Arthur's special little idea and what the boy is aiming for. Arthur acts like he just wants to give his sister a good birthday gift, but even Gideon can tell he's lying under his skin. The boy adds one condition to his knowledge, stating that he won't reveal any information unless he knows the intentions of the inventor. Gideon thinks it's pointless since he'll find out soon in the announcement to come. Arthur points out the shortcomings of the speeches reserved for the masses. He wants to hear the cold, hard truth from the inventor himself. The inventor wonders if he'll drop the deal for the pendants if he just tells his goals. But Arthur is relentless in his negotiations and isn't planning to back down either. Gideon is out here begging for him to just take 1 instead of 2. In response, Arthur wears a happy little smile and lights a torch in his hand, threatening to burn the drawing he just made. The inventor realizes he's dealing with a highly capable brat. Vincent pounces in, vouching for the boy's promises. At last, Gideon is done and decides to leave the pendants in the boy's care. He talks about how only last year, they came to shockingly entertain the idea of there being a second continent beyond Dicathan. This information stuns Arthur, while Vincent can't believe the rumors are true. He was informed by an employee of the royal family who told him not to pass information on. Gideon's confirmation just now has added another layer of truth. The boy goes deep in contemplation and asks for proof of certainty. The inventor is nearly offended that he thinks they didn't compile evidence for the fact. He sits down on his chair to explain everything in detail. It turns out that they discovered a unique artifact attached to a mana beast a few years ago, an artifact never seen before on their continent. It had the unique ability to camouflage completely, blending in with the world. Vincent is shocked and wonders how they were able to catch it. Lady Luck favored them that day, as one adventurer aimed to strike down a squirrel and eventually struck the bird instead. They found an artifact attached to it that was so complex not even the great inventor could figure out its intricacies. The purpose of the artifact is not revealed to anyone unless they're from the royal family, so Arthur threatens him by threatening the blueprint again. Now pissed, Gideon reveals that the artifact efficiently records moving and still images with ease. The boy's curious if that's everything. Vincent thinks it's the best kind of proof, but Arthur doesn't get how that could work, as it could be made by any inventor in the Dicathan continent. The auction house owner explains that he's already introduced him to one of the best artificers known to the world. It just so happens that Gideon is at the top of the list for being the greatest artificer the continent has ever seen. But our boy out here is seriously doubting this guy's reputation, causing Gideon to lash out, claiming that he's living proof of the fact that there can't be a secret artificer like Arthur is suggesting. The boy outlines how foolish of an idea it is for the royal families to conclude that there's another continent based on Gideon's inability to comprehend the artifact. The inventor agrees and adds that the same artifact had recorded images of all the 3 kingdoms, complicating the matter. Arthur's calm reaction sends this dude's temper flying as he highlights the dangers of stronger and better mages and inventors on the opposing continent. Our boy confirms that he's already well aware of the dangers, but he doesn't want to imagine hypotheticals. Instead, he's ready to showcase how the steam engine could prove the existence of a new continent or not. Later that day, Vincent remarks how Gideon's the happiest he has ever been, ever since receiving the blueprint. At the same time, not even the auction house owner can envision a steam engine powerful enough to move a large ship across the ocean. Arthur thinks it's only natural for the people of this world to have completely become dependent on mana and forget about the capabilities of technology. Vincent goes ranting about his own crap, while Arthur zones out, recalling how he could easily manipulate the use of a harmless technology in exchange for a good weapon for his family. Still, the fact that there's a second continent outside their own makes him excited. Sylvie communicates with him, telling Arthur she's coming to see him and Big Glasses Boy, which is Vincent. Elijah's done shopping around and reunites with the group. He simply cannot wait for the announcement to come regarding the unification. Arthur knows for a fact that the unification is definitely because of the discovery of the continent. Vincent acts like he already knows about the contents of the announcement. All of a sudden, Elijah sees a violent scene taking place in front of them. A boy is shoved by a brutal kick as he collapses to the ground, begging for his life. The bully is a scumbag brat who hates dwarves and mocks the child for using mana to protect himself. He urges the kid to release his mana at once, and when he doesn't comply, the punk uses his pipe to beat him up. But Elijah quickly tackles this fool and goes to check on the boy. This bully's forehead rivals the height of Mount Everest as he gets up and bitch slaps Elijah across his face, shoving his glasses away. The bully is offended that they ruined his fun, while Vincent acts like an adult and urges to call the guards before something serious goes down. However, Arthur grabs his hand and stops him, because he's pissed as hell. Elijah is one of their victims now, but he can't use magic to save his life as it will put all of them in trouble. He maintains his calm when one of the bullies recognizes the symbol from the Darv Kingdom on his uniform. They're surprised to find this discovery as the bully grabs his hair and asks if he jumped in to save one of his own. Elijah's in a pinch and can't win the physical fight, when suddenly, Arthur comes up from behind with a pipe of his own. They can't believe they've run into another annoyance. But the way Arthur is walking towards them, I have a feeling they're going to be rushed to the ER. In the royal carriage, Curtis is disappointed that they have to travel with so much discretion without their parents. Their guard expresses that the event is tightly guarded, so there will be nothing to worry about as he's their greatest protection. This is to respect Princess Cathleen's desire not to catch any attention. She wasn't planning on coming here in the first place but came because of her brother's interest. Curtis thinks it's a miracle that a girl like her could survive the clutches of the royal family for so long. He teases her, thinking that she'd be locked in a library all day if not for him. She bites back, reminding him that he considered her a last option after his friend cancelled. Moving on, Curtis regrets leaving his bond, which, if you guys recall, was a rare lion mana beast. Unfortunately, the beast is just as big as the carriage and not yet trained for the job. Curtis tries to seek Cathleen's approval for Grotter, but she's busy eyeing down someone. This someone just so happens to be our boy. Back to the scene at hand, Vincent is out here afraid for the children's lives. He thinks this is surely the day Arthur becomes a murderer. So he pounces in front and tries to control the situation in his hands. In response, the bullies call him an old fart. This makes him pissed because he's doing his best to protect them, and here they are calling him old. Arthur calls for Vincent's name and with an innocent yet brooding smile, requests that he move aside. A chill runs down his spine as he clears the path for the boy, already accepting that these lousy kids are dead now. Green Hair wants to act like a hero, so he's up first. He approaches with a pipe in hand, only to get smashed in his face with an attack so powerful that it leaves the rest of them stunned. Blonde wants to get a piece of our boy next, so he approaches Arthur with his trained sword skills, acting overconfident. It's technique passed down in his family, but Arthur can easily navigate his eyes and keep track of the boy's movements. The kid attempts to use a feint before releasing an ultra-fast lunge strike. Yes, it's really called that stupidly obvious name. Arthur stands there and dodges it point blank as if he wasn't ever afraid. He stares his opponent down and merely slaps his back, breaking the pipe as well after reinforcing it with mana. Arthur is feeling confident in his ability to finish this fight by throwing some hands. The leader of the group calls him cocky, but this dude doesn't know what's coming from him. Jamiel is a person who possesses a trident's fist, a punch far more extraordinary than normal. He's hoping to remind Arthur his place in the world. But when the boy coldly approaches him, terror sets in with those paralyzing eyes of blue. He can't fathom how a mere kid can possess a more damning pressure than that of his adult father. Regardless, he swoops in to attack, only for Arthur to chuck a fist in his face and beat the ever-living shit out of him. This dude's face receives plastic surgery as he crashes to the ground. He gets back up, reinforcing magic in his attack and releasing it at once. In response, an icy shield manifests to protect them. A girl with luscious black hair has stepped up to save them. It's Princess Kathleen. Before we proceed further, here's a little inner monologue of Kathleen Glider. Arthur was just another boy in her eyes, like her childish brother and all his friends. At least, that's what she thought in the short time she was with him. But her gaze seemed to always go back to him. Maybe that's how she realized he wasn't like the immature boys she had grown to dislike. Arthur was different. As she steps forward and freezes everything, her brother, Curtis Glider, also steps forward, demanding to know the meaning behind all this fuss. The guys who were trying to bully Elijah begin to cower in fear, and it doesn't take them long to drop to their knees and bow their heads to the ground, begging for mercy. In their defense, these bastards claim they were just enjoying their time chatting with each other when that barbaric peasant started beating them up for no reason. Of course, these baseless allegations annoy the hell out of Elijah, and before he can speak in his own defense, this loud bastard interjects, claiming that he and his friends are the ones being bullied here. Meanwhile, Elijah helps the dwarf kid stand up. Seeing the banged-up kid, even Kathleen Glider can tell these bastards aren't telling the full truth. What they've said so far doesn't explain how the dwarf got injured. On the other hand, it seems her brother isn't as sharp as she is, and he quickly believes these bastards' words. He begins interrogating our boy, asking if what they're saying is true. But Arthur isn't here to entertain questions from a clown who doesn't have enough brains to see through the obvious lies. The bullies on the ground find a spark of hope when they see how nonchalant and arrogant Arthur is being toward the Prince of Sapin. They're sure Arthur is screwed for sure. The escort knight quickly steps in, stopping Arthur from just walking away after insulting the Prince of Sapin like that. But my guy? He grabs that filthy hand of the knight's and apologizes in a cold, sharp tone. He makes it clear that his speech just tends to turn crass when he hears bullshit. The grip Arthur has is so strong that the escort knight is left questioning his life choices. But before shit escalates into a full-blown mess, Vincent steps up and tries to apologize on Arthur's behalf. He explains that what Arthur meant to say was that the boys on the ground are the ones lying. The prince is quite startled to see Vincent Helstia here. Vincent quickly explains that they were on their way to the announcement at the plaza when they came across this group of hooligans bullying the poor dwarf boy. As if to seal the deal, the beaten-up dwarf boy even coughs up blood, making it painfully clear he's seriously injured. The prince finally channels all his annoyance toward the bullies and demands to know their identities. The first guy introduces himself as Jamiel, the firstborn son of House Trident. As soon as the prince hears the mention of such an influential and renowned house, he finds himself at a loss. While it's obvious Jamiel has been bullying the dwarf boy, the prince can't help but remember that the Trident house is a major donor to both his family and Xyrus Academy. Since he does not want to stir up any bad blood or animosity, the prince is left unsure of what to do next. Meanwhile, it looks like Princess Caitlin already knows exactly what should be done with these bastards. But before she can hand down her judgment, her brother cuts her off. Contrary to what his sister wanted to suggest, he tells everyone to just reconcile and move on, especially since, according to him, there are no serious injuries or major damage. This bastard Jamiel had already expected the outcome to swing in his favor. After all, his father pours copious amounts of gold into the kingdom, which makes Jamiel practically untouchable. But we all know Arthur isn't about to let this incident slide. He quickly turns to Uncle Vincent and asks if he still has the communication scroll. As soon as Arthur gets his hands on it, he wastes no time and calls out Cynthia Goodsky. Hearing this, Jamiel thinks Arthur is a complete clown for foolishly involving the director of Xyrus Academy. At first, Cynthia seems annoyed, assuming it's Vincent calling her. But her tone shifts dramatically when she realizes it's Arthur on the other side of the scroll. She immediately goes from irritated to chummy, even a little smitten, which leaves everyone standing behind Arthur completely bewildered. Arthur doesn't waste a second. He tells his old friend that he wants her to expel Jamiel Trident and his group of friends from the academy for racial bullying and using lethal magic within the city. At first, all the criminals responsible start flinching and trembling, dreading what might come next. But then Cynthia casually asks what's wrong and what Jamiel Trident did. For a moment, Jamiel feels a glimmer of hope. Even if that peasant Arthur is a bit close to the director, there's no way she would side with him. Not when his family pours so much money into her school. But my guy doesn't hesitate before issuing his own subtle threat. He might reconsider joining her academy. Well, that's all it takes for the old lady to fall in line. Without a second thought, she complies with Arthur's wishes and rolls out an order on the spot. Jamiel and his group are officially expelled. Later, the prince personally visits Arthur to apologize for his earlier behavior, admitting it was unbecoming of a prince to be swayed so easily. Arthur also apologizes for letting his emotions get the better of him earlier. Surprisingly, the prince doesn't mind at all. In fact, he respects Arthur for standing his ground. House Trident or not, the prince is just glad those students won't be attending Xyrus Academy anymore. After that, the prince joins his sister back in the carriage. As he takes his seat, he mumbles about how Arthur is quite a strange fellow. While there's no doubt Arthur is a good kid, something about him doesn't feel right. But his sister doesn't seem to be paying him any attention. She suddenly stands up, and out of the blue she invites Arthur for a tea time together once they meet each other in school. Well, my guy has no reason to reject the offer, so he simply says yes. Meanwhile, Elijah standing behind him can't help but feel a bit jealous that the princess herself invited him. Even her brother is absolutely dumbfounded, seeing his usually heartless sister showing interest in someone. By now, a huge crowd has gathered to hear the big announcement that's about to happen. All these people are just moments away from discovering that there's another continent out there. Arthur can't help but look forward to seeing how everyone will react. But there's one thing bothering him. The fact that this other continent has been spying on Dicathan using camouflaging mana beasts and recording artifacts. They wouldn't be doing that unless they were either scared of Dicathan or had some seriously malicious intentions. By now, Arthur isn't sure if he made the right decision in expediting Dicathan's ability to reach this new continent. Perhaps it's for the best. If these people from the other continent really are hostile, then Dicathan might be able to launch a preemptive attack. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by his mother, who notices his sulking mood and looks worried. But he quickly assures her that he's fine. To this, she warmly responds that, while she'll always worry about him, she'll never stop him from doing what he wants. As much as Arthur wanted to promise her that she'd never have to worry about him, he knew he couldn't lie to her like that. So, instead, he simply flashes a smile and thanks her for her concern. A few mages step forward and use their magic to create a giant holographic screen, ensuring everyone in the crowd has a clear view of the king as he delivers his speech. The king begins his address, introducing the other big shots that are beside him. Then, finally, he reveals the main reason everyone has gathered to listen. He assumes that many in the audience are aware of the animosity that has existed between humans and elves, while even the dwarves have long been considered just business partners. However, that's not the way they want things to continue. He explains that he, along with other leaders of their respective races, has met countless times over the past few years in an effort to unite their races. 2 years ago, they took the first step by allowing members of all three races to become adventurers. It brings a smile to his face to see parties of humans, elves, and dwarves forming and working together toward a common goal. Last year marked another milestone. Xyrus Academy welcomed students from the Kingdom of Elenoir and the Kingdom of Darv. Now, a new generation of mages can form friendships and memories without the outdated barriers that once separated them. As a leader, he acknowledges that he and his fellow leaders understand how difficult it may be for some to adjust, especially after years of constant enmity. However, he emphasizes that it's time for everyone to let go of the past and any lingering discrimination. Thinking beyond narrow perspectives has become a necessity, not just for individual growth, but for the future of this continent and its children. All the people gathered seem to support the king's idea. Next, it's the turn of the king of the elves, Alduin, to deliver his speech. He begins by expressing how honored he feels to speak on behalf of those gathered here on this unforgettable day. He firmly agrees with the message King Glader has so eloquently delivered regarding the future of their continent. However, while they share a clear vision for the future, Alduin admits that this continent is still filled with many unknowns. Here in their homeland of Dicathan, there are places so dangerous that no one dares to explore them. But what if there's a possibility of even greater mysteries and dangers lurking beyond their borders? With that said, the Elven King formally announces that they have found evidence of another continent. The mention of a new continent sends the crowd into a frenzy, and clamor erupts everywhere. Arthur had expected the common folks to react this way, but the King of the Elves quickly steps in and calms everyone down. He explains that even they don't know much yet and have many questions that remain unanswered. What they do know, however, is that out there lies another continent, full of mystery, adventure, and possibly danger. He adds that there's even evidence suggesting the other continent has tried to reach Dicathan as well, but the current technology on both sides doesn't allow them to travel such a great distance. That's when the Dwarven King rises to address the crowd, calling for silence. As Alduin said, they don't know much yet. However, he emphasizes to the masses that, in these times of uncertainty, one thing is clear: standing together, as one people, is what's best for their continent and its future. Fighting amongst themselves is pointless. Their appearances may be different, and their cultures may sometimes clash, but everyone must remember that they were all born on the continent of Dicathan, and he for one is really proud of that. He hopes future generations will feel the same way. He asks the crowd if they share the same sentiment. For a moment, the crowd falls silent, deep in thought. Then, they erupt into a round of applause, clearly confirming their support for the idea. The process of bringing the three races and kingdoms together is a long-term endeavor. To ensure the process runs smoothly, 6 individuals will be appointed for this important task. These individuals, chosen by the royal families, are believed to be the most courageous, tactful, intelligent, and powerful representatives of their respective nations. They will represent each of the 3 races on a continental scale. The primary goal of these 6 individuals will be to defend and safeguard the well-being of Dicathan. They will work alongside the rulers of this continent to ensure their home remains protected as they enter this exciting new era. These individuals will henceforth be known as the 6 Lances. Each lance symbolizes the unity they share, not only with their own kingdoms, but with the entire continent. To represent this, each of them is given a special ring that signifies their title and will be recognized throughout Dicathan. The first representative is Alea Triskin, followed by Varai Orai. Then comes the third, Ulfrid Warrand. The fourth, Aya Greffin. The fifth, Mika Earthborn. And finally, Baron Wykes. The mention of this familiar name completely catches Elijah off guard. Even Arthur doesn't look quite pleased to hear that name, and a thick tension surrounds him after spotting one of the Wykes family members on stage. The day of the announcement serves as a harsh reality check for Arthur. Lucas Wykes, whose insubordination and betrayal led to the deaths of most of their party, had used his family's power and connections to walk free from his atrocities. Arthur had been warned that seeking revenge against Lucas would be suicide. Standing behind Lucas was his older brother, a powerful mage who now holds the title of a lance. While this complicates his plans, Arthur decides to push all of it aside for now, as he has more pressing matters to attend to, such as his sister's birthday. He's ready for the event, looking like an absolute gentleman. When Sylvie tries to come with him, he quickly tells her to stay in the room for the night. There might be some guests at Ellie's birthday party who are watching him as a pretense, so he doesn't want to take any chances. He reassures his little buddy that he'll make sure someone brings back lots of food for her. That promise is enough to perk the little one's spirits, and with that, they happily wave goodbyes to each other. The night is lively, and the mansion is getting busy with the arrival of all the guests. Arthur can be seen standing at the door, welcoming everyone inside. Meanwhile, Elijah is in the corner, talking to some hot chick. He doesn't waste the opportunity and invites her to grab some lunch together later. But his clumsy attitude causes him to spill his drink all over his clothes, and it doesn't take long for the girl to put some distance between him and her. Arthur quickly twirls around to avoid eye contact with his friend, knowing it would only embarrass the poor guy further. Finally, the spotlight of the day arrives, with her mother playfully covering her eyes. As soon as they reach the living room, the mother quickly uncovers Eleanor's eyes. There Arthur stands, along with all the family members and everyone dear to her, gathered to celebrate her important day. Her brother takes this opportunity to request his sister for a dance. Of course, Eleanor is startled to see her brother inviting her like this for something she never expected to happen. The father, on the other hand, quickly orders the musicians to let the rhythm fill the room. As soon as the music begins, so does the dance between brother and sister. Their performance is a sight to behold, leaving all the guests in awe and amazement. We also see another unexpected guest gracing the party, and it's Gideon. It seems even here this nerdy guy wants to discuss some serious business with Arthur. The scene then transitions to outside, where a carriage that screams royalty pulls up. And honestly, it wouldn't be surprising if the guest inside is Tessia. Though she doesn't leave the carriage, she's just here to drop off a gift. After all, today is Arthur's sister's moment to shine, and Tessia doesn't want to steal that spotlight. Instead, she simply tells her servant to deliver the gift. Now back to this nutjob Gideon. Once they step aside for a private chat, Arthur is hoping Gideon didn't crash the party just to talk business. But Gideon quickly denies it, adding that he even brought Eleanor a gift as well. Whatever the case, Arthur quickly asks Gideon what pleasure he owes to a visit from the #1 artificer of Dickathon. Gideon, with his usual annoyed expression, explains that he just wanted to deliver the news that the council has approved the design he refined from his blueprint, and it's already undergoing construction. The council, by the way, is what the kings and queens of Dickathon now prefer to call themselves after abandoning the monarchy they once held over the 3 kingdoms. Arthur congratulates him, sure that Gideon's efforts are deserving of a reward befitting his achievements. But for Gideon, money and fame are just means to an end. What he actually wants is something even the council can't provide. Suddenly, Gideon's fans start surrounding him, completely occupying his attention and leaving Arthur to his thoughts. As Arthur stands there, he notices Lilia calling out to him. She's out of breath after sprinting all the way here and apologizes for being late. Arthur assures her it's fine, mentioning that her parents had already told him how busy she's been these days as a secretary of the student council. Putting that aside, Arthur greets her properly, as it's been forever since they last saw each other. As they stand face to face, Lilia suddenly notices how tall he's gotten. They spend some quality time catching up, and Arthur finds himself glad to see how much she's grown. The little girl who used to hide from her parents and eat meals with the maids and butlers has now become so accomplished. Lilia looks charmingly annoyed, thinking he's teasing her just because she once showed him her secret hiding spot. Still, Arthur can't help but point out how far she's come. The girl who used to stress about her future is now thriving at the most prestigious academy in Dickathon. Judging by the number of boys who've been sneaking her soulful stares during their conversation, Arthur assumes she's become quite popular as well. Well, there goes her Freudian slip. Lilia unintentionally lets it slip that she doesn't even have a boyfriend. But our boy doesn't catch on to what she's trying to imply. Instead, he cheerfully tells her that he'd be happy to critique and approve any boy she might bring home, though he makes it clear that he won't be any easier to please than her father. Of course, this devastates Lilia. To think that Arthur doesn't even consider her in that way is just heartbreaking for her. That's when Gideon joins their conversation. Lilia quickly bows in respect to his senior and then excuses herself, walking away to give Arthur and Gideon some time alone. Gideon can't help but notice that he always seems to be surrounded by girls. Lilia, in particular, seems quite interested in Arthur, so he asks if Arthur doesn't plan on doing anything about it. Our boy simply states that Lilia is someone whose life has been changed by him, and her feelings towards him aren't exactly love, but more akin to gratitude. As far as Arthur is concerned, what she's feeling now is more like the infatuation a damsel might have toward a hero. But in the future, he's sure she'll be able to distinguish those feelings. Gideon finds it frustratingly repulsive how deeply and thoroughly Arthur seems to analyze these situations. In any case, Arthur is certain that Gideon isn't here to give him advice on love, so he asks what he really wants to discuss. Gideon then claims that he wants to use the money, fame, and power that the council has bestowed upon him to get something he can't obtain elsewhere, which is Arthur's knowledge. Arthur had already started having second thoughts after giving Gideon the blueprints for the steam engine because he didn't want to change how this world works any more than he already has. This continent is doing just fine without his interventions. Hearing this, Gideon becomes more certain that Arthur has even more inventions in mind that could change the world, but he just doesn't want to talk about them. Arthur finds it concerning how easily Gideon picks up only the parts of his thoughts he wants to hear. So Arthur coldly addresses Gideon and makes it clear that he's not here to indulge his selfish curiosities. In response, Gideon decides to offer a trade. He promises not to ask about any world-changing inventions, but he wants to borrow Arthur's mind from time to time. In return, he offers to become Arthur's personal benefactor for whatever sort of artifacts or goods he might need. The deal is lucrative, and Arthur sees no reason to deny it, so he shakes Gideon's hand to seal the agreement. Meanwhile, we see Ellie unwrapping all the gifts she's received, and among the sea of presents, Arthur notices an oddly shaped one that stands out the most. Ellie quickly unwraps it, and besides the gift, there's also a letter. As Arthur reads the letter, Ellie finds a bow and arrows inside, and the design looks very elven. While Arthur has no clue who might have sent this gift, we already know that it's from Tessia. That's when Ellie extends her hand and demands her brother hand over her gift. Arthur doesn't waste a moment and produces 2 small jewelry boxes, one for his sister and one for his mother. Once Ellie opens it, we see that it's the same phoenix feather necklace Arthur got from Gideon. These necklaces are meant to protect them in case he or his father isn't around. While Mrs. Hellstay is in awe of such a lavish item, her husband claims that these 2 pendants are the only ones in existence. After putting one of the pendants around his sister's neck, Arthur greets her with a heartfelt happy birthday. Later, we find ourselves at the manufacturing facility, where Arthur walks alongside Gideon. This place is restricted to council members only, yet Arthur is being given the privilege of walking around. As they talk back and forth, Gideon remembers that Arthur's birthday passed not long ago. It's actually been 4 months since Ellie's birthday, and the days have blurred by. But still, even though it's late, Gideon presents his gift to Arthur. When Arthur opens the box, he finds exactly what he's been hoping for a long time. For that reason, Arthur thanks his maniac friend. But Gideon states that, compared to the help Arthur provided with the steam engine, this little present is nothing. Though Gideon is curious why Arthur wanted to hide not just 1, but 2 elemental attributes. As a joke, Gideon even wonders aloud if Arthur is a quadra-elemental mage or something like that. Well, this joke hits a little too close to home for Gideon because, to his surprise, Arthur actually is a quadra-elemental mage. Gideon chokes when he hears this, and it finally clicks for him. The reason Arthur wanted that bracelet is to hide half of his elemental attributes, but he isn't sure why Arthur is revealing this now, of all times. My guy doesn't shy away from explaining that the more Gideon knows about how special Arthur is, the more likely he'll be inclined to give him free stuff. However, Gideon still believes the secret Arthur just shared is literally world-defying, and he actually wants some proof to truly believe it. Arthur is more than willing to prove himself. In any case, Arthur is really impressed by how fast the ship is getting built. Gideon feels glad about this and states that, by the time Arthur is prancing merrily to his first day of school in a few days, the Decathius will set sail. As Arthur walks alone, he truly acknowledges how fast this old geezer really works. To think he could organize and have an entire steam engine ship built in a matter of months is mind-blowing. If this new continent really is as hostile as they say, Arthur just can't afford to train half-heartedly. With the artifact Gideon gave him, he should work on getting his wind and earth magic closer to his fire and water magic. Lost in thought, Arthur accidentally stumbles into a big guy who's also carrying 2 chicks alongside him. Seeing this guy as just a low-life extra, Arthur decides to walk past. But this guy doesn't quit with his teasing, and even goes as far as grabbing Arthur by the head. Arthur is willing to ignore the guy's yapping, but he can't tolerate having his head grabbed. Finally, Arthur's deadly glare causes the guy to recoil in apprehension. He's seriously annoyed that this guy dared speak to a professor of Ziren's academy like that. The mention that this bastard is a professor makes Arthur halt. While the guy continues to mock Arthur and flaunt his title as professor, Arthur throws down the pendant he had stolen from the guy, leaving the bastard utterly bewildered. As far as this bastard can tell, he did not see this brat move, so how come he even stole that pendant? As soon as Arthur gets back home, his sister and the little furball jump at him, but he quickly saves himself by gently making them both float using his wind magic. He questions his sister where their parents are, to which Ellie responds that they're in the living room with Elijah because there's a package they received from Zyrus Academy. One is for Elijah, and one is for Arthur. It turns out it's a uniform they've received, and seeing the box that officially welcomes him to Zyrus Academy, the moment feels special to Arthur. From an orphan to a king, to a baby, then an adventurer, it looks like he will finally be a student. He can't even begin to imagine how much more this world is going to teach him. Well, there you go, guys. The end of the 3rd season. The next season opens with Arthur getting ready for school, while Elijah is already prepared and waiting. As Arthur dons his uniform, Elijah can't help but question why Arthur chose to attend Xyrus Academy as a scholar mage. To that, Arthur simply responds that he wanted to learn more about magic theory. But Elijah points out that Arthur could have done that by taking electives instead of centering his entire academic life around it. Well, fighting kids his age doesn't really interest Arthur much. Besides, he'll still be taking some battle mage classes on the side. Elijah knows all this, but he's heard that scholar mages tend to be looked down upon by battle mage students. He's worried about how many students Arthur will end up sending to the medical ward for looking down on him. Anyhow, as Arthur finishes getting ready, he assures his friend that he'll try to behave. Later, they arrive in the dining area and sit down for breakfast. Ellie is sulking because she wanted to go to Xyrus Academy as well. Seeing her brother in that prestigious uniform doesn't make things any easier for her. After breakfast, Arthur and Elijah are finally ready to depart for their academy. Before boarding the carriage, Arthur makes sure to give his parents a sweet hug. He also makes sure to show some love to his sister, ruffling her hair playfully. Arthur reminds them to keep the pendants he gave them on at all times. Both his mother and sister proudly show the pendants they're already wearing. His father, not wanting to be left out, asks if his son has any final words for him. To this, Arthur simply smirks and advises his old man to just don't burn the house down while he is training. After their short journey, Arthur finally arrives at the academy. The scene is bustling with all kinds of students arriving, some riding fantastical animals as their means of transportation. As the students gather, one of the seniors steps forward and informs everyone to form a single file line in front of the grand white central building up ahead. Attendance at the entrance ceremony is mandatory. One by one, the students approach the receptionist's desk to register and verify their identities. When it's finally Arthur's turn, the receptionist is visibly shocked upon learning that Arthur has affinities for both earth and wind magic. After a brief moment of surprise, she regains her composure and directs him to proceed further. The auditorium is already packed with students, and there isn't a single seat left unoccupied. Arthur and Elijah navigate their way through the crowded seating area, finally managing to secure seats after quite a bit of effort. Soon after, the chairman of the academy, Goodsky, makes her appearance. Her sharp eyes immediately catch sight of Arthur, and she acknowledges him with a subtle wink. With just a single snap of her fingers, the noisy students, who had been chattering amongst themselves, fall into complete silence. Arthur is thoroughly impressed by her display of power. While he never doubted her abilities, seeing her exert enough control to encompass the entire building is truly awe-inspiring. The old hag finally begins her speech. She starts by apologizing to all the students for silencing them so abruptly, but explains that, at her age, she can only speak so loudly. After introducing herself, instead of the usual generic speech she gives every year, she decides to get a little creative since this year is special. She takes a lot of pride while revealing that ever since the founding of the institution, this academy has never had as many elves and dwarves in attendance as it does today. With that in mind, who better to welcome everyone than the very students who will help lead and give voices to all? She then calls for a round of applause to welcome the members of the Xyrus Academy Student Council. The first 3 members of the council make their way onto the stage, but they don't draw much attention. However, the one who walks in last commands an undeniable presence, instantly stealing the spotlight and drawing every pair of eyes in the room. The figure is so familiar that even Sylvie perks up in excitement. Arthur can't help but crack a smile as well, his heart warming as he finally sees Tessia after such a long time. All the students had heard rumors that Tessia had been on campus since last year as a direct disciple under Director Goodsky. What makes this so shocking is that the director is infamous for never taking on a disciple. That fact alone speaks volumes about just how talented this lady is. As the student council takes their places on the podium, Tessia takes the initiative to introduce herself as the student council president. First and foremost, she congratulates everyone for gaining admission to the finest institute of mages this continent has to offer. While she's a first year like the rest of them, she shares that she had the privilege of observing the academy for an entire year beforehand. During that time, she not only gained insight into the lessons and bonds formed within these grounds, but also witnessed the discrimination that scholar mages, in particular, have faced. She points out that if something as small as differences in uniforms can divide people, she worries about what differences in race might lead to. Standing before them as students of a new generation, Tessia implores them to cast aside the mindset of the older generation, a mindset that bred hostility among the different races. Just as the royal families have come together to form the council, everyone should do the same for the future of this continent. Everyone erupts into a round of applause at her energetic speech. Sylvie is also really happy to hear the speech and feels very proud of her mama. This, of course, catches Arthur off guard, wondering why Sylvie is calling her mama. Meanwhile, it looks like Elijah has been struck by love at first sight. Well, my guy isn't surprised to see Elijah in love because, to be fair, she does look too damn cute. After that long speech, all the students walk outside to catch their breaths. Suddenly, they notice some guys trying to bully a short dwarf about his height, and Elijah decides to step in. Seeing this, Arthur can't help but make a mental note about how Tessia is going to have a hard time cleaning out all the filth. The human Nicholas Dryle keeps mocking the dwarf. In response, the dwarf, Bronzen Boar, issues a duel to defend his pride and honor. Nicholas quickly accepts the duel, flashing the artifact on his uniform in order to confirm the duel. Seeing this, Arthur realizes that these school-issued artifacts can conjure barriers around their users for sanctioned duels. Well, that's a pretty interesting concept. As both contestants ready themselves, Elijah can be seen cheering for the dwarf, Bronzen Boar. Meanwhile, Arthur scans the two contestants and notices Nicholas is a dark red core, while Bronzen Boar is a black core augmenter. Bronzen Boar takes the lead, charging at his opponent, but Nicholas quickly uses earth magic to conjure dual blades of earth. This was quite awe-inducing for Elijah, as well as for Arthur. To be able to conjure earth like that as an augmenter, especially as a red core mage, shows not only natural talent, but also extensive training. Meanwhile, Bronzen Boar counters by using his giant axe to fend off the earth blades. At the same time, Nicholas tries to sneak behind his opponent for a surprise attack. But the dwarf reacts quickly, staying light on his feet and repels Nicholas right away. Nicholas lands back on his feet, and the smirk spreading across his face clearly says he's not done yet. Using a cheap tactic, Nicholas shoves debris into Bronzen Boar's eyes. While the poor guy is blinded by this sudden attack, Nicholas wastes no time and lands a decisive blow on his helpless opponent. And just like that, the duel of pride is over, with Nicholas winning in the most unprideful way possible. The duel is over since the barrier has vanished, but Nicholas doesn't seem to have any plans of stopping. The bastard proceeds to break the poor guy's arm, who's lying helpless on the ground. But Elijah isn't ready to let this happen and seizes the opportunity to play the hero. However, his dream of becoming a hero is quickly dashed when Arthur simply shouts for the student council president. Nicholas is caught off guard and starts looking around, trying to figure out where the president is. Meanwhile, Elijah is complaining about how Arthur just ruined his perfect moment to be the hero, when suddenly, Arthur is yanked by that bastard Nicholas, who's annoyed by Arthur's antics. Arthur tries to keep cool and reminds the bully that discrimination isn't a good thing. Besides, the duel was over long before that. Eventually, Nicholas shoves Arthur away and walks off, muttering insults under his breath. Arthur doesn't mind the insults and starts walking off when, out of the blue, Sylvie does something completely unexpected. She literally spits on the guy's neck as he walks away. Well, that does it. This is enough to make Nicholas, who was basically a ticking time bomb, finally erupt. But once again, Arthur stays cool and points to his little buddy, claiming that it's this little furball who did it. Before the bastard can start his bullying again, the student council walks into the scene. Yes, guys, it's the student council, the most powerful faction, more formidable than anything in the anime world, whether it's the government or the mafia. While the vice president of the student council is outlining all the regulations regarding discipline and discrimination, Tessia's mind is elsewhere, thinking about Arthur. She hadn't been able to spot him in the sea of students during the speech, which makes her wonder if he might have skipped it altogether. But she clearly remembers that Director Goodsky mentioned he was already at the school. Now her mind is spinning with scenarios about how to act when she finally sees him for the first time. Should she play it cool or be more friendly? And what if he's the one who finds her first? All these thoughts weigh her down, and just as she gets lost in her own musings, the vice president snaps her out of it, asking if she's feeling unwell, and offers to cancel the remaining meetings for the day. But Tessia quickly brushes it off, saying she's totally fine. That's when her eyes catch something unexpected. It's Arthur. Noticing the direction of her gaze, the vice president also looks over and starts explaining. That's Nicholas from House Dryle. He's one of the more promising students who joined last year. The red-haired boy next to Nicholas seems to be a first year. The vice president adds that he doesn't recognize him from any of the noble family's prospective student parties, so he must be a commoner. Lilia, another member of the council, also spots Arthur. When both Tessia and Lilia see how rowdy Nicholas is getting, their first thought is the same. This student might actually die if he ends up pissing Arthur off. To prevent things from escalating, Tessia steps in and questions Nicholas directly, asking if he really dares to draw his abilities. The guy quickly switches to defense mode, claiming it's all a misunderstanding. He insists that he simply accepted a duel from Bronzen Boar when this first year rudely interrupted. Arthur also notices Tessia and casually waves at her, but before he can say anything, Lilia interrupts and questions him about what actually happened. Seeing this, Tessia turns to Lilia and asks if she knows him. Lilia doesn't hesitate to reveal that Arthur's father has worked for her family for several years, so they've been friends for a long time. Arthur further clarifies to Tessia that he and Lilia have been living together for a while now. While Arthur is just trying to clarify things, Tessia finds herself getting even more confused. She just can't wrap her head around the idea of them living together. And now, a flood of questions and doubts starts clouding her mind. The vice president turns to Nicholas, asking about the meaning behind his antics. He reminds Nicholas that even if he was interrupted, that doesn't give him an excuse to pull a weapon on any student. Nicholas quickly tries to defend himself, claiming he just wanted to scare the other student off and never intended to actually harm him. Although the vice president is annoyed by such a lousy excuse, he decides to let it slide. However, the president herself doesn't agree that Nicholas's actions should go unaddressed. As far as she's concerned, pointing a weapon at someone outside of a sanctioned duel is a clear violation of school rules. She firmly reminds him of the rules, stating that even threatening someone with a weapon is enough to warrant suspension. And if he ever laid a hand on someone, expulsion would be the least of his worries. With a commanding tone, she questions him again, demanding to know if he dared to act recklessly. Seeing no way out of the mess, Nicholas finally owns up to his mistake and quickly offers an apology for acting rashly out of anger towards Arthur. Arthur acts nonchalantly, not bothering to respond to Nicholas's apology. Tessia steps in and reminds Nicholas that his actions will be reported, but for now, he's allowed to leave. The rest of the cowards with ill intentions start retreating, not wanting to get caught up in more trouble. Tessia then turns to Arthur, questioning why he's starting fights on the very first day of school. As far as she recalls, her grandfather had told her Arthur was trying to keep a low profile, but beating up a senior is hardly something that could go unnoticed. Arthur is visibly disappointed to see how she is taking this matter so lightly. He reminds her that she's judging him based on just 5 seconds of what she saw and insists that he never intended to fight in the first place. Tessia doesn't back down, making it clear that it doesn't matter who started the issue. He should have kept the consequences in mind that could have followed if the situation had escalated further. Arthur stands his ground and clarifies that Nicholas was about to seriously injure that poor student. If Arthur hadn't intervened to distract Nicholas, that student would have been dealing with far worse than just a few injuries. Seeing how Arthur is getting so serious about the situation, Elijah tries to snap him out of it. He tells his friend to let it go since the president isn't entirely wrong either. With all the frustration caused by the people around him, Arthur has had enough and starts walking away from the scene. Seeing how rudely Arthur is acting, the vice president quickly stops him and throws an insult, questioning if he was raised in a barn. My guy, however, just lets out a heavy sigh, clearly fed up with people always putting their filthy hands over his shoulder. This naturally pisses Clive off even more. But before the poor guy can react, Arthur releases a heavy pressure that makes everyone around him cower. Before anyone can make sense of what's happening, Clive is sent flying into the air, only to come crashing down butt first onto the solid ground. Lilia quickly rushes over to Clive, who's sprawled on the ground, and checks if he's okay. Arthur is seriously sick of everyone around him and simply walks off. Even Tessia doesn't have the courage to stop him. Later that day, as dusk settles, Tessia is inside her dorm room building, banging her head against the wall in frustration after messing up so badly. She's both frustrated and embarrassed with herself. All she had been trying to do was help Arthur avoid trouble. If he got into trouble, he'd lose access to the library and training facility privileges, something she thought he'd value. But she realizes she shouldn't have been so biased in her judgment. After all, Arthur wasn't the one holding a weapon in the first place. Though, let's be real, Arthur himself is basically a weapon. But currently, this fiasco is the least of her concerns right now. Most importantly, why the hell did Arthur end up living with Lilia? Her irritation only grows as she blames it all on Director Goodsky. If not for Goodsky making her the student council president, she wouldn't have had to deal with all this fairness nonsense. She could have just reunited with Arthur like an old friend, without all the formalities and pressure. But now, everything's ruined. Suddenly, a knock on the door pulls her out of her thoughts. It's Clive on the other side of the door. He just wanted to check on her since she seemed a bit drained after their earlier encounter with that first-year student. The lady doesn't bother opening the door and simply tells Clive that she's fine. As Clive walks away from her door, her mind remains stuck on Arthur. What makes her situation worse is that damn guy has somehow gotten even more good-looking, making him even harder for her to resist. Now that she thinks about it, she becomes convinced that countless girls in the academy must be hitting on him by now. This realization only fuels her panic, and she ends up letting out a scream so loud it grabs Clive's attention as he quietly walks away. Meanwhile, we catch up with our boys, who have just arrived back at their dorm room. Elijah can't help but ask Arthur why he got so worked up earlier, pointing out that it's pretty rare for him to get that irritated. Now that Arthur thinks about it, he realizes that what Tessia said wasn't entirely wrong. Whatever the case, he decides to shove all the gloomy thoughts aside. What's done is done, and there's no point dwelling on it. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. When Arthur opens it, it's none other than Director Goodsky herself. Elijah is completely shocked, unable to believe that Director Goodsky is standing right there in person to meet Arthur. The poor guy starts bowing frantically, overwhelmed by the honor of meeting the director so up close. Goodsky acknowledges Elijah, even sharing that he's been on her radar and that she's heard great things about him already. While Elijah is practically glowing from the praise, Arthur casually invites the director inside. Once they're alone, Goodsky reminds Arthur that she had already told him to call her Cynthia, but Arthur, in his usual style, blatantly refuses. Cynthia then notices the seal Arthur is wearing and senses only wind and earth attribute mana. She is quite intrigued to see that he is trying to hide his other two elements. Though she also can't help but feel a bit disappointed, she was secretly hoping to flaunt him as her little quadruple elemental protégé. Shifting the topic to school life, Arthur remembers that there's something else he needs her help with. Apparently, he wants to take higher-level mana theory classes, especially ones focused on deviance. Cynthia nods and remarks that it wouldn't be too difficult to arrange, but she's curious. She thought one of Arthur's main reasons for enrolling at the academy so late was to blend in with his peers. Arthur quickly clarifies that he plans to take these advanced classes on top of the normal ones with students his age. He's just feeling a bit impatient to learn more about deviant mana manipulation since he's hit a ceiling in that area recently. Anyhow, Cynthia promises Arthur that she'll make it happen. She even mentions that she can arrange for him to observe mock battles between the top upper-class mages if he's interested. As Arthur is about to ask her more about it, Elijah suddenly shows up with tea in hand. Cynthia takes the moment to question both of them about their awareness of the student council's implications. You see, if the student council is what you'd call the shield of this school, then this year, she has decided to create the swords. She wastes no time getting to the point. She wants Arthur to join the disciplinary committee. Naturally, this catches Arthur off guard, but Cynthia clearly has her reasons for suggesting this. She points to the incident he witnessed earlier that day, explaining that the disciplinary committee will be responsible for maintaining peace and enforcing the rules within the academy grounds. Arthur isn't so sure about this idea. He wonders if it's even appropriate for a first-year student to be part of such a committee. Besides, he isn't even a battle mage. But Cynthia shuts down any further objections by reminding him that it's her school, and so, her rules apply. Arthur can only sigh in response. For now, he decides he'll just stick to teaching himself from the books in the library. But Cynthia quickly reminds Arthur that those books aren't accessible to underclassmen. Even for upperclassmen, you'd need to prove that you're a deviant to get your hands on them, something Arthur can't exactly do right now. As Arthur fumes, the woman just laughs in that sly, snake-like way of hers. Poor Elijah, meanwhile, is left wondering why the hell the director is acting like an old friend with Arthur. Cynthia then proceeds to clarify that the disciplinary committee members were chosen specifically for their strength. Joining would give Arthur access to peers he could spar with regularly and learn from. To sweeten the deal, she'll even throw in access to a private training facility. Cynthia even reveals that while selecting strong candidates for the disciplinary committee, she specifically declined Lucas, despite House Wykes explicitly requesting it. It's all clear to Arthur up until this point, but he lets her know one thing, that the training facility better be one of those mana-rich ones. Cynthia promptly uses her wind magic and tosses a gift box at him. Before leaving, she casually mentions that she's already taken the liberty of getting his disciplinary committee uniform tailored for him. As Arthur stares at the uniform, he feels quite annoyed at how she had already predicted he would accept the job. Before stepping out, Cynthia pauses to bring up another important matter. She advises Arthur to make up with the student council president Tessia. It's not good to stay mad at a childhood friend after all. And that does it. That little revelation is more than enough to leave Elijah completely petrified, cracking under the weight of his jealousy. Later that day, Arthur apologizes to his friend for keeping his relationship with Tessia a secret. Elijah, on the other hand, remembers that he too has a childhood friend. Her name is Helgarth, but she's not someone he'd ever want to date. She's far from a lovely girl. What really annoys Elijah, though, is how Arthur seems to be connected with every notable girl around. First Lilia, then Princess Catheln, and now even Princess Tessia. The way things are going, Elijah jokes that it won't be long before Arthur's next target will be the gods themselves. Arthur, of course, responds by reminding his jealous virgin friend that he's never flirted with anyone. This only makes Elijah more jealous, because it means Arthur must be some sort of chick magnet, attracting all the hotties with his irresistible pheromones. Arthur suddenly notices something odd. Students at one particular table seem to be glaring at them with not-so-friendly intentions. And it's not just the students at that table. Everyone around them seems to be eyeing Arthur with interest, some even ogling him. It looks like the rumor about Arthur being a disciplinary committee member has already spread. But all these contemptuous glares don't bother Arthur. He's just basking in the glory of how famous he's gotten. Anyway, they kick back and have some lunch. But suddenly, a group of students approaches Elijah. The one leading the charge is Charles Ravenpour, the second heir of the famous Ravenpour house. He's sure that everyone has heard of his family name. Apparently, this guy's here to recruit Elijah into his group, thinking Elijah shouldn't be hanging around with lowlifes like Arthur. Elijah, however, pretends to mishear the family name as Ravenpoop, and snickers along with his friend, remarking that he's never heard of a noble family named after bird feces. Naturally, Charles is pissed to see them trashing his family name, and he throws Elijah's plate of food to the side. He's furious that someone's trying to look down on a noble, but Elijah stands his ground, making it clear that he won't tolerate anyone tarnishing or looking down on his friend. As the two continue to exchange words, Charles decides to throw a punch at Arthur to show just how pathetic he thinks Arthur's existence is. Little does this bastard know he's putting his hand in the lion's jaw. And as expected, Arthur doesn't even put in real effort. He simply flings Charles's hand away like it's nothing. The pussy bastard didn't even see what hit him. He thinks it must have been some instinctive attack from Arthur. So, the arrogant idiot balls up his fist, and before that bastard can even throw a punch, he's suddenly tied down by roots that pop up out of nowhere. Of course, the one using this earth magic is none other than Tessia, but this time she doesn't intervene. She lets Arthur handle the situation. Arthur decides it's time to teach this spoiled brat, who is flaunting his family riches and title, a lesson. With a simple gesture of his hand, he literally pulls the bastard's pants down, turning him into a laughingstock for everyone in the cafeteria. With that, my guy walks away. Outside, he finds Tessia sitting on a bench beneath the vast, starry sky. Arthur thanks Tessia for the help back there, but Tessia knows he didn't actually need her help. Arthur insists that she saved him and Elijah from getting into trouble for the second time today. After this little exchange, silence falls between them, and Arthur has no idea what to do in the situation. Eventually, he turns to apologize, but Tessia turns to him at the same time, too fast. After tending to her aching head, she apologizes to him regarding that recent event, but our boy apologizes in return. He knew she was just looking out for him, so he shouldn't have acted ungrateful by lashing out like he did. The girl admits she's in the wrong too. She shouldn't have called him out in front of all those people. While they're getting all chummy, Elijah suddenly walks up, but what he sees in front of him is totally unexpected. Arthur is literally resting Princess Tessia's head on his chest, which leaves Elijah with a sour expression. He quickly decides to leave, giving Arthur much-needed time with Tessia. Meanwhile, Tessia and Sylvie finally get to see each other. Arthur then stands up and invites Tessia for a little walk. As they walk, he explains everything that led him to this point. Tessia is quite intrigued by his stories. It's amazing to think that he's also been an adventurer. Arthur mentions that he had no idea Director Goodsky was so close with Elder Virion. Now it all makes sense how she knew so much about him. Tessia admits that's one of the reasons she was able to become Goodsky's disciple. She then notices how much he's changed since the last time she saw him. Even the way he moves feels so purposeful, and his face has changed too. Having heard all of his stories, she is feeling jealous of Jasmine from all his adventure stories. Suddenly, Arthur notices her grumpy face and questions her, to which she starts laughing and says it's nothing. As they walk, they finally make their way to the dorm rooms. While they're at it, Arthur shows her the beast's will and gives it to her as a little present for becoming a dual elemental mage. The girl is in awe when she sees it, since she's heard about it from Master Goodsky. While she hesitates to take it, Arthur hands it over anyway, because he can't think of a better gift for her than this. With that, he waves her goodbye and tells her to get some sleep, as they have a big day ahead tomorrow. The girl feels totally warmed up to see him giving her such a precious gift so casually, which definitely makes her feel more important. When Arthur comes into the dorm room, he notices his friend under the blankets, who still hasn't gotten over the fact that Arthur has scored yet another girl on his already long and extensive list. His rather unusual behavior even unsettles Arthur. As they both get into bed, Elijah can't believe that Tessia, the lunar goddess, was leaning her head on Arthur's chest. Arthur questions him about this weird name, so Elijah explains that it's a name the students of this school have bestowed upon their student council president. She looks like the moon. The moon seems so close that you could grab it, but no matter how hard one tries, no one can touch it. But the fact that Arthur touched that moon is really pissing the hell out of this idiot. Arthur shuts this loudmouth up by throwing his pillow over his face and proceeds to go to sleep. The night quickly transitions to the day at the academy, and in the corridor, all the eyes are glued to Arthur, who is rocking his new disciplinary committee uniform, making him stand out more than ever. As he proceeds to enter the committee room, he looks forward to seeing the so-called strongest students of Xyrus Academy. As soon as the door is opened, a lion roars right in Arthur's face, and all the spit coming out of the lion's mouth glistens on Arthur's face. Then steps forward this guy, who had ordered his lion to intimidate our boy. But I guess his plan flopped miserably, as my guy didn't even flinch, let alone cower. He can now understand that Director Goodsky has indeed picked someone interesting. Regardless, the guy smiles and introduces himself as Kai Crestless, from the 4th year, and he'd rather be called Kai. Arthur reciprocates with the gesture and shakes his hand. Arthur also doesn't forget to introduce his bond, Sylvie. While Sylvie is short in height, her presence has already humbled that giant lion that was trying to scare everyone off just now. Even Kai finds it really awe-inducing to think about what kind of beast could render such a powerful lion so submissive. Finally, another member of the council arrives, and this one is so colorful that I don't want to assume their gender, not wanting to offend anyone. But seeing them quickly jogs a memory for Arthur, who remembers them as Same Helgarth, who is head over heels for Elijah. But it looks like our boy has mistaken this person for someone else, because this colorful individual quickly corrects Arthur, saying their name is Doradrea Origuard, from the 1st year. Arthur awkwardly smiles and greets his new fellow, and as a gesture of goodwill, he extends his hand for a shake. But Doradrea quickly slaps Arthur's hand away in a rather playful manner. Kai then mentions that the rest of the DC officers are waiting in the other room. As they make their way through this grand place, Kai mentions that Director Goodsky didn't even tell Arthur's name, let alone give any details, so everyone was pretty curious. Doradrea quickly grabs Arthur's hand and starts running into the committee room to get him acquainted with everyone. But what Arthur sees inside catches his attention. Well, it's Curtis, the prince himself, who had been waiting for him inside. They both shake hands like good buddies. Meanwhile, Doradrea is looking bewildered to see how chummy they both are acting with each other, which makes them believe that perhaps they know each other already. It's not just the prince who's going to be in the committee. There's also Princess Catheln, who will be playing her role in the committee. Then there's another guy who seems to know Arthur pretty well, but I think our boy does not seem to recall this guy's name. But after all these years, Arthur's memory has been a bit hazy, and he asks this dude who he even is. Of course, Faerith gets annoyed and once again introduces himself as Ivysaur. Now that Faerith gives out his full name, Arthur quickly remembers that he's the same guy who had escorted Arthur from Elenoir to the human city of Xyrus. Arthur even recalls this guy's embarrassing nickname, Feifei, which is enough to make everyone standing behind crack up in laughter. Feifei then boasts that even though he's in the 1st year, he's still 1 year older than Arthur, so he should be respected. Well, my guy is ready to give this guy the respect he deserves, but he can't seem to forget the time when he literally knocked him out with one punch, and that memory still feels like it was yesterday. Now this duo enters. The girl with red hair introduces herself as Claire Bladeheart, a 6th year battle mage student and also the leader of this little ragtag group. The mention of Bladeheart jogs a memory for Arthur, and he questions her if she's somehow related to Casparian Bladeheart. The girl quickly asks if he knows her uncle, to which Arthur quickly feigns ignorance. He simply twists the story, saying he's heard many great things about Casparian Bladeheart's strength from his father. She then points out that her uncle started training her almost as soon as she awakened, so a lot of her techniques are similar to his. Let's not forget about this big guy, who doesn't seem too thrilled to see Arthur, whom he considers a twerp. Anyhow, he extends his hand to shake, and as soon as their handshake takes place, Arthur feels this gravity magic pinning him down. He now knows that this big guy is just trying to test him, but, well, Arthur breezes through this test like it's nothing, and it's all thanks to his body's assimilation with Sylvie's beast will. All the guys watching are in awe to see that Arthur made it through the big guy's test, and the big guy officially recognizes him. By the way, this big guy is Theo. Kai takes a moment for a round of applause for Arthur, because Feifei over there fell face first into the ground when Theo did that to him. Feifei is annoyed to hear this insult and tries to excuse himself by stating that he's a conjurer while Arthur is an augmenter, so there's no comparison between a brute and a conjurer. Claire tells Feifei to take a chill pill because they barely have any time for the club rush announcement. You see, this will be the very first time the disciplinary committee officers will show their faces to the student body. It looks like Arthur wasn't informed about this development beforehand, so he hasn't prepared anything for his speech. The prince quickly assures him that there's nothing to prepare since the student council will be taking their turn to speak on behalf of the disciplinary committee, and all the disciplinary committee has to do is walk in and look tough. Later, we see the student council president formally introducing the disciplinary committee, a group handpicked by the director to resolve and prevent disputes among students, as well as enforce punishments for troublemakers, all for the sake of upholding peace and safety for everyone. The group finally appears right in front of the entire student body, and Tessia proudly introduces them as the disciplinary committee. A while later, when the regular classes begin, we see all the students in the classroom clamoring about Arthur, now known as a disciplinary committee officer. It seems all the attention his title is attracting has already started to wear him down. Finally, the professor arrives. This guy is a conjurer, and his control over his core is so refined that Arthur can't even sense his level. As soon as the professor hits the podium with a thick book, silence spreads through the room. With everyone's attention now captured, he takes the opportunity to welcome everyone to Fundamentals of Mana Theory. He introduces himself as Professor Avius, their instructor for this course. Although this is technically a basic class, he emphasizes that understanding the topics covered this semester is imperative. There will be plenty of fun projects and assignments along the way. In light of the new changes starting this year, Professor Avius thinks it's appropriate to address what actually started the whole "conjurers are better than augmenters" stigma. Back in the old days, when achieving even an orange core was considered extremely difficult, conjurers had a massive advantage over augmenters. Physiologically, conjurers have much more developed mana veins, which are responsible for absorbing ambient mana and transporting it to the mana core. Meanwhile, augmenters naturally have more developed mana channels, which are responsible for distributing mana from the mage's core to the rest of their body. Because of how much more efficiently conjurers can absorb mana from their surroundings, it's much easier for them to ascend to higher core levels. However, as both types of mages ascend to higher core levels, this distinction becomes less pronounced. Conjurers will eventually be able to distribute their mana through their body more easily, while augmenters will have better control over manipulating mana remotely. So, Professor Avius asks the class, if, in the end, 2 mages, 1 a conjurer, and 1 an augmenter, both reach the silver core stage, who would have the advantage? It's obvious, he explains, that the mage who trains not only their core, but also their body, would have the bigger advantage. The rest of the class went on with some of the conjurer students arguing against Professor Avius's claims. And while the debate could only use hypotheticals and previously recorded duels between high-ranking mages, the discussion seemed to leave the students with a more open mind. Anyway, the class finally came to an end, and Elijah and Arthur had to part ways since they were about to attend different classes. As Arthur proceeds to his next class, he's sure this one will be more interesting. As he takes his seat, he notices Princess Kathleen joining him. She sits next to Arthur and notices Sylvie, getting a little flustered as she calls the little furball a cute animal. Another familiar face shows up. It's Fei-Fei, of course. Without even bothering to ask, he plops himself right next to Arthur. Soon enough, the professor arrives, and just from hearing his voice from a distance, Arthur notices it's the same drunken teacher he had met a while ago. It turns out this guy is here to teach practical mana manipulation, which means this class will be all about hands-on experience. According to him, the best way to learn is through real-world examples. As this guy delivers his lecture, he takes the liberty of eyeing all the hotties in the crowd of students. And then, in the midst of the crowd, he spots Arthur, the same brat who had humiliated him before. Seeing Arthur in his class makes this shitty teacher downright happy, because now he can easily make Arthur's life a living hell. So, he indirectly calls Arthur out by sarcastically claiming how it's an honor to be teaching their very own disciplinary committee officer. He adds that he's really curious to see what kind of abilities the members of this newly formed DC have to offer. Arthur can see right through the bait this drunkard bastard is throwing out, so he doesn't take it because he's no idiot. However, while Arthur stays smart, Fei-Fei once again proves himself to be an idiot. He introduces himself and confidently expresses his desire to demonstrate his abilities. The bastard teacher, on the other hand, feels smug knowing his bait worked perfectly. As Feyrith stands in front of the shitty professor, the teacher smirks and announces the start of their little demonstration. He conjures up a sword and states that even though he's an augmenter, he'll only use long-range attacks during this demonstration as a handicap. Of course, this is just so he'll have an excuse if he ends up losing to a DC officer. Once the barrier is activated, it's finally time for them to throw down. Fei-Fei pulls out his little wand and conjures up a lot of water around his feet, calling it the Flood Domain. Arthur seems pretty impressed by this. The guy is actually using a higher tier spell that adjusts the territory to give the caster an advantage. Arthur had no idea Feyrith even knew a domain spell. With all that water, Fei-Fei takes it a step further and creates a water serpent. But then, the horny teacher, Geist, steps in with an attack of his own. He throws a blue fireball that evaporates all the water in front of him and even lands a hit on poor Fei-Fei's knee, leaving him with a nasty burn. Once Fei-Fei is down for the count, the teacher smugly asks if he surrenders. Not surprisingly, the poor guy concedes. In the crowd, Arthur looks pretty annoyed, watching this bastard of a teacher beat up a student just to stroke his own ego. When poor Fei-Fei comes back, Arthur tries to lift his spirits, telling him he did a great job. The teacher, of course, starts boasting about himself again. He tells everyone that this should be a lesson for them all. One should not be too confident about themselves. While this bastard is completely successful in his plan to humiliate Fei-Fei, the princess isn't about to let this slide so easily. She volunteers to participate. Fei-Fei is bewildered to see this. Even the teacher is thrown off, clearly not expecting or wanting a girl to volunteer. After all, he's a horny sucker, so he can't bring himself to injure a hottie. Arthur remembers that Kathleen has an affinity for ice magic, and she's just witnessed Geist's fire attribute in action. Fei tries to stop her from going, but she eventually steps down into the arena. The horny teacher feels quite honored to have the princess herself as his opponent, and humbly asks her not to hold it against him if he goes a bit rough. Of course, Kathleen doesn't give much of a response. She quickly conjures her wand and gets ready. The teacher, on the other hand, summons his fire powers again and decides to proceed. Kathleen raises her hand and, with a command, launches needles made of ice. But those are quickly blocked by the teacher's fiery powers. Undeterred, the girl conjures up even bigger needles and throws them down at her opponent. But once again, the bastard's firepower breaks through all the ice coming at him. But this time, the princess switches up her strategy. She quickly splits her big chunk of ice into smaller needles, turning them into a barrage of missiles. The teacher, confident that no petty tricks can work on him, retaliates. But the princess counters his attack with an ice tornado. However, as she tries to control the massive tornado, the fire bullets the teacher launched earlier are heading straight for her. She's completely vulnerable in this critical moment, and both Fei and Arthur are losing their minds, thinking she's about to get hit. Even the teacher starts to regret throwing those fireballs, realizing too late that the princess has no way to defend herself. Just as the fireballs are mere inches away, an explosion rocks the arena, leaving the entire crowd of students in suspense, wondering what just happened. As the dust begins to settle, the horny teacher frantically searches for the princess in the haze but can't spot her. He glances in both directions and finally sees her on the ground with Arthur, who had intervened at the last possible moment. Arthur isn't messing around. He's completely pissed at this teacher. That horny gorilla can feel the hostility Arthur is exuding. Though he doesn't directly voice his resentment, he plasters a fake smile on his face. While he appreciates Arthur's concern for the princess, he claims it was unnecessary. As far as the teacher believes, he had everything under control. He questions Arthur, asking if a professor from such an esteemed academy would actually put one of his students in harm's way, insisting that he was about to cancel the spell on the spot. Well, that's what you call absolute bullshit, and Arthur knows it all too well. Once a spell attack is fully manifested, it's impossible to cancel it mid-flight. But since Kathleen thankfully didn't get hurt, Arthur has no proof to call out the teacher's lies. In that case, Arthur decides to take a darker step. He resolves to confront this bastard and force him to screw up in front of everyone. So, Arthur requests to join the power demonstration on behalf of his colleague. And of course, this horny bastard is more than happy to oblige. As the princess leaves the arena, Arthur asks her if she's okay, to which she responds that his assistance was unnecessary, but she still thanks him for saving her. After giving her a reassuring smile, my guy summons his weapon of choice. And let me tell you, the weapon Arthur picks is so eye-catching that even this bastard can't help but take note of it. Since Arthur is an augmenter, the teacher decides it's only fair to let Arthur choose the method of combat. But Arthur, being the Sigma he is, casually declares that he doesn't give a damn. This response makes the teacher flinch, and veins start popping out of his forehead in frustration. Yet somehow, he manages to crack a fake smile. Arthur, still cool as ever, gives the teacher the opportunity to use whatever method he's most confident in. Now that Arthur's given him this opening, the teacher decides to make the most of it. Infusing his sword with a serious amount of fire, the bastard smugly claims that he'll try to go easy on Arthur. Now that both contestants are equipped, they finally clash their swords. You can tell that this bastard is putting every ounce of power he can muster into his swings, while still claiming he's going easy on Arthur. But as strong as those swings might be, Arthur is dodging them left and right. After playing this tag game for a few minutes, the horny bastard starts to get annoyed. What's really pissing him off is the fact that Arthur isn't using any spells. He's just strengthening his body and sword with mana. So, in a failed attempt at provocation, the teacher directly calls Arthur a rat for constantly dodging. But Arthur's got sass for days. He fires back, asking this bastard if there's really a point in attacking back when his esteemed professor can't even land a single blow on a first-year student. Of course, the teacher takes the bait and gets provoked as expected, and with all the strength he can muster, he launches an attack that causes a massive eruption of fire. But that still isn't enough to take Arthur down. He continues dodging them left and right. As this game of tag continues, with the teacher giving his all to take Arthur down, the students begin to suspect that this is spiraling out of control. This fight doesn't look like a demonstration anymore. At some point, Arthur decides it's time to finally retaliate. And once he does, my guy easily pushes Professor Geist back. Seeing this, Fei and the princess are left in awe. Arthur looks like he's on a completely different level. He charges at the teacher and launches a barrage of air blades. No matter how much the professor tries to block these attacks, nothing is able to withstand the mighty wind blades Arthur throws at him. Geist finally falls to the ground, which was his rightful place all along. Once the battle is over, the students break into a round of applause directed to Arthur. After the class wraps up, Arthur tries to catch up with the princess, who's walking ahead. But before he can reach her, Fei interrupts him, clearly thrilled and eager to express how impressive Arthur was back there. But in return, our boy gives Fei some props for his own solid performance as well. As the two chat amongst themselves, the princess also joins in. She turns to Arthur and asks his opinion regarding her performance. Well, if Arthur had to be brutally honest in his critique, he'd say that ignoring her defense in order to finish that last spell was her biggest mistake. An awkward silence follows, which only gets more uncomfortable until the princess herself turns around and walks away. As Arthur walks his own path to the next class, Sylvie notices his off-putting expression and asks why he looks so sad. At first, Arthur brushes it off, saying it's nothing and that he's fine. But it's clear that there's something weighing on his mind. You see, not being able to finish off Geist quickly with just his wind attribute made him realize that he has to work a lot harder to get where he wants to be. It's almost noon, and Arthur is looking forward to his next class, Basics of Artificing. The class is all about manipulating and coding mana into objects for specific uses, something Arthur didn't have in his old world. As Arthur takes his seat, another student approaches and asks if she can sit beside him. Arthur gives her permission, and the girl promptly takes her seat. She looks quite shy and reserved. When she tries to introduce herself, all Arthur can hear is mumbling. So Arthur leans a little closer and gently asks if there's something she was saying. The girl gets a little scared and quickly introduces herself as Emily Watskin. In the same breath, she tells Arthur she wants him to become her friend. After this little confession, she feels exhausted and starts dreading how Arthur might react. But to her surprise, Arthur simply extends his hand as a gesture of goodwill and introduces himself. He's more than willing to be her friend, but he wants to start off as acquaintances. The girl gets so embarrassed that her cheeks turn bright red. With a happy smile, she quickly shakes his hand. While Arthur is shaking her hand, he feels the roughness of her palm and the calluses on her hands. She suddenly retracts her hand, thinking he must be grossed out by her dirty hands. But Arthur, being Arthur, doesn't mind at all. He shows her that he has calluses too. The girl perks up with happiness at the realization that he must practice a lot as well. She admires him even more now, especially since he's on the disciplinary committee. For Emily, she really loves artificing, so she spends a lot of time fiddling around with gadgets. But unfortunately, it makes her hands pretty rough. Hearing this, Arthur feels a little jealous. She has such a passion for artificing, something creative and constructive. With fighting, the only thing he can get better at is destroying and killing. But with artificing, the better she gets, the more things she can create. Emily blinks in surprise. She's never thought of it that way, but that's quite something coming from a 12-year-old. It's been a while since anyone said anything like that to her, not since she created the projection display artifact. The mention of the projection display artifact catches Arthur's attention, because he had seen this projection display during the announcement of an unknown continent. Now that he thinks about it, he wonders just how young she was when she invented that. By now he feels truly honored to be in the presence of a genius like her. Well, she finds it hilarious that someone as talented as Arthur is trying to flatter her with those words. After all, this genius even has a weird mana beast. This is a magic academy, so it's no surprise she knows so much about him. News travels fast, and gossip travels even faster. Finally, the professor arrives in the classroom. And of course, it has to be Professor Gideon, the nutjob himself. When Gideon notices Arthur in his class, he can hardly contain the overwhelming excitement bubbling inside him. He acts like he had no idea Arthur would be in his class. Of course, that's a blatant lie. He totally knew about it beforehand. Once the class finally begins, Gideon wastes no time boasting about all the inventions he's created so far. He's bragging so much that the lesson feels like it's just an excuse for him to show off. Suddenly, a mana beast sneaks up behind Arthur. Sylvie immediately notifies him that the creature is dangerous. That's when Gideon chimes in, casually mentioning that it's Director Goodsky calling for Arthur. With that, Arthur leaves the classroom. As he walks through the corridor, he notices the princess stepping out of Goodsky's office with a rather moody expression. Seeing this, Arthur is sure that something serious is about to go down. So he cautiously peeks into the office and politely asks the director if she called for him. There's no doubt she looks pissed, but she invites Arthur in and tells him to take a seat. As Arthur sits down, he nervously begins venting about how much of a shithead Professor Geist is. But the lady quickly assures him that she didn't call him here about his affairs with Professor Geist. After a few moments of silence, she finally asks Arthur how he would feel about acting as an intern professor for the practical mana manipulation class. Arthur immediately goes on high alert and wonders what exactly Princess Kathleen told her that led to this sudden decision. The cheeky old woman jokes that Arthur better not be stealing the hearts of both princesses, because the last thing she wants is for him to start a civil war between elves and humans. Arthur sighs and gets back to the main topic at hand, reminding her that he's just a student who hasn't even completed his first day of school yet. How could he possibly be both a student and a professor at the same time? The old hag tries to reassure him that it's not as complicated as he might think. Being the director of the academy, everything is allowed as long as she says so. There have been cases in the past where highly qualified upperclassmen were given the opportunity to teach basic courses, so Arthur becoming a teacher isn't anything out of the ordinary. Arthur then asks about Geist, to which the woman explains that Professor Geist has been dismissed from the academy. She quickly assures him that this isn't because of him. Apparently, she had launched an investigation as soon as she heard what happened, and with Princess Kathleen's help, Geist had no room to defend himself. That being said, she admits she's never seen the princess as worked up as she was today. Even so, Arthur still doesn't understand why she wants him to join as professor. To this, the old hag casually states that a spot opened up, and she wants him to take it. She insists that she has no ulterior motives this time, so he should cast aside any lingering suspicions. But she believes this would be a good opportunity for him to build his reputation, without having to conquer her professors. He might get backlash from students hating him, but the old hag would be well placed to defend him if necessary. All in all, it's now his choice. But she suggests that it would be better for him to make use of his time, rather than sitting through a class he's clearly overqualified for. Eventually, Arthur agrees to what the old hag is suggesting, especially since his plan to keep a low profile has already flopped. Good Sky finally smiles, seeing him take the opportunity. She's sure he's going to perform exceptionally well. As he walks away, the old hag watches him through the window. There's something about Arthur. Something that always keeps her on her toes. Negotiating with him is more nerve-wracking than dealing with royal families. She asks her beast, Avier, for his take on the boy. The Vice Owl simply replies that Arthur is not ordinary. He warns her not to make the mistake of viewing Arthur Lewin as just a child. Whether it is mental acuity or emotional maturity, there is far more to Arthur than meets the eye. Cynthia questions Avier, asking what makes him so sure about this. To this, Avier explains that it's his bond. Sylvie is not a fox as she appears to be, but a dragon. Avier suspects that when Sylvie fully develops, her strength could easily overshadow his own by an immense margin. Avier further warns Cynthia not to make an enemy out of Arthur. If treated with trust and respect, he could become her greatest ally. But if betrayed, he might very well be the cause of this continent's downfall. In the cafeteria, Elijah spots Arthur and calls out to him. As the two sit together, Elijah introduces the girl seated across from him, Charlotte. While Sylvie drools at the sight of the delicious chicken steak on Arthur's plate, Charlotte tries to pet the little furball. But of course, Sylvie gets defensive and lets out a sharp hiss, causing Charlotte to retract her hand quickly. Meanwhile, Elijah explains that Charlotte is in his chain casting class and that she's exceptionally skilled. Elijah then remembers rumors circulating in the academy about Arthur defeating a professor. My guy reveals to his friend that not only did he defeat the professor, but he also ended up taking his place as professor. This revelation leaves Elijah utterly dumbfounded. So much so that he chokes on the water he's drinking and accidentally spits it all over Arthur. Our boy wipes his face in mild irritation. As the conversation continues, Elijah mentions that he and Charlotte are planning to head downtown for some shopping later. He extends an invitation to Arthur, asking if he'd like to join them. Arthur politely declines, explaining that he still has 3 classes left to attend and doesn't want to miss the upper division lessons. With that, Elijah decides to go alone with Charlotte. However, Charlotte immediately turns Elijah down. It becomes clear that her interest was less in shopping with Elijah and more in hanging out with Arthur. After giving a warm goodbye solely to Arthur, she starts leaving the cafeteria, with her intentions totally apparent. Poor Elijah watches her go, visibly deflated. He turns back to his friend with hope, asking if Arthur thinks he has any chance with Charlotte. Arthur smirks knowingly, and reassures Elijah that he deserves someone far better and believes his friend can do even better. Later, after class, as our boy walks freely through the academy grounds, he can't help but attract the attention of the people surrounding him. Soon enough, he hears the familiar voice of Claire calling out to him, and alongside her stands none other than Prince Curtis. As the friends catch up, they notice members of the student council mingling in the crowd as well. It doesn't take Tessia long to notice Arthur's presence, and her face lights up with happiness at the sight of him. Meanwhile, Claire is practically suffocating Arthur under her shoulder wrap, but Tessia doesn't look too thrilled to see him clinging to another woman. She can't help but pout. So disappointed, Tessia literally just walks right past him. Claire also notices Tessia's bad mood, but little does she realize, it's all her fault. Once Arthur finally escapes Claire's grasp and catches his breath, he senses a familiar yet utterly disgusting presence walking past him. That presence is none other than Lucas Wykes. All the horrible memories come flooding back, making Arthur clench his fists in frustration. Then out of nowhere, a giant hawk lands in the courtyard. Riding on its back is none other than Professor Glory, the instructor for team fighting mechanics. The massive bird, a flare hawk named Torch, is actually her bond. Arthur quickly decides to scan Professor Glory from head to toe, trying to gauge how powerful she is. However, before he can even sense her power level, she glares at him so fiercely that it makes his head throb. Well, it's not surprising that she's hiding her level and elemental attribute, especially around a bunch of students. Though Arthur isn't quite sure why, it seems like she has noticed him, and she starts walking toward him. She appears genuinely glad to see her new colleague, and looks forward to working alongside him. A murmur breaks out among the students as they begin making wild guesses. Could Arthur actually be their new student professor? Their curiosity gets the better of them, and they directly ask Professor Glory if Arthur is really their teacher. Glory doesn't waste time addressing their questions. She clarifies everything, revealing that not only is Arthur a freshman disciplinary committee officer, but he's also been appointed as the interim professor for the practical mana manipulation class. Though it's only a temporary position, Glory still considers it pretty damn impressive. The students are absolutely stunned, struggling to believe what they've just heard. As far as they know, even some of the best upperclassmen don't get to teach. And now this scrawny first-year kid is going to be their instructor is completely unfathomable. Glory quickly steps in to calm the crowd, reminding them that it's imperative to respect and trust the director's decisions. She reminds them that Arthur has proven himself to some extent by defeating the professor who previously taught the class. So it's not surprising that the director chose him. Even after all this, one particular student doesn't seem impressed by Arthur's accomplishment. To him, defeating a professor doesn't mean much. He's confident most of them could do the same, especially if the professor was just some former thug adventurer. Glory, on the other hand, looks genuinely pleased to see that these young students have some fire in them. Seizing the moment, she extends an open invitation to all the students present to test their strength against the new professor of practical mana manipulation. As soon as the announcement is made, all the students turn their death glares toward Arthur, looking ready to take him down. Arthur thanks Glory for the offer, but reminds her that Director Goodsky explicitly told him to take it easy with the upper division classes until he's fully adjusted, especially since this is literally his first day. But Glory considers him a party pooper. She points out that since he's a first year in an upper division class, there's no special treatment here. He has to prove his qualifications through demonstrations. She then turns to the eager students and asks if they agree with her, and unsurprisingly, the students enthusiastically support her idea. Glory then reveals that she wants to kick off the semester with a fun casual game. She suggests War and Conquest, but the students don't seem particularly thrilled by the idea. Prince Curtis chimes in with his own suggestion, a team mock battle with the 3 disciplinary committee officers on one team. According to him, it would be a great opportunity for them to work on their teamwork. Glory quickly approves of the idea, as that it's not half bad. Vice President Clive volunteers himself and Princess Tessia to act as opponents on the other team. Naturally, Tessia isn't sure how she feels about going up against Arthur, but Glory seems really excited about this idea. In fact, she's now even more interested in seeing the disciplinary committee go up against the student council. However, she admits that having 2 people against 3 wouldn't be fair. That's when Lucas Wykes steps forward and volunteers to join the student council team to balance the playing field. Since Wykes is another genius freshman, Glory has no objections to him teaming up with the student council. In fact, it'll be a great opportunity to see what he's capable of. Glory quickly instructs the 6 contestants to get ready. As they walk to take their positions, Arthur and Lucas share a little heated exchange. Lucas is clearly pissed that Arthur took the disciplinary committee position he thought was rightfully his. But Arthur doesn't see it that way. He believes that position never belonged to Lucas in the first place. Before the match starts, all the students gear up in their practice uniforms. While Arthur is struggling to put on his protective gear, Tessia takes the initiative to help him. Arthur tries to tease her, asking if someone like Princess Tessia should really be helping him with something like this. However, his little attempt at banter only earns him a sharp pinch, and she tells him to keep his voice down as people around him might overhear. As she finishes helping him, she confesses that she actually hates how they have to act like they don't know each other in public. Arthur, in his usual blunt way, tells her there's no need to act like strangers, especially since it doesn't really matter. Tessia is shocked to hear this. As far as she remembers, Director Goodsky explicitly told her that Arthur wanted to keep a low profile, so she'd been careful not to show they knew each other. Arthur shrugs it off, admitting that he hasn't been doing a great job of keeping a low profile anyway. So at this point, it mostly doesn't matter. As long as the secret about his true powers remains a secret, everything is fine. As the 2 of them stand uncomfortably close to each other, Professor Glory suddenly startles them. Tessia, acting on instinct, shoves Arthur back as if he's some kind of creep trying to grope her. Finally, the opposing teams face off against each other. Before the match begins, Glory steps in to lay down the rules to keep things fair. The match will have a 30-minute time limit, after which they'll have a short discussion and analysis of how everything played out. The disciplinary committee team will start with a handicap since Curtis and Claire have had more classical training compared to the student council team, which includes 2 first years. Arthur Lewin will play the role of the king in this match. If he's knocked out, the entire team will be disqualified. The gear they're using is specially designed by artificers to measure the amount of damage dealt. If the damage surpasses the threshold encrypted into the gear, it will release a shrill noise. Anyone who chooses to ignore this warning and continues to fight or cast spells will be immediately banned from the class, and the situation could escalate to expulsion. That said, this equipment isn't meant to protect anyone, so the students should be skilled enough to protect themselves with their mana. They shouldn't forget that they could still get injured if they charge recklessly. With that, Professor Glory signals the start of the battle. Prince Curtis immediately goes after Tessia, and without waiting for the outcome, Arthur feels confident that Curtis probably won't be able to beat Tessia, but he should be able to hold her off long enough. Then Lucas, wand in hand, marches toward Arthur. It doesn't take Arthur long to conjure up a weapon of his own. You see, my guy had been hoping that this bastard might have gotten a bit more humble since coming to Xyrus, but it seems like he's still the same piece of work. As they stand face to face, Arthur waits for his opponent to make the first move. But instead of striking, Lucas decides to take his time throwing verbal jabs. Well, it looks like Arthur has no choice now. He begins to exude an immense pressure that causes Lucas to flinch. Meanwhile, Professor Glory, observing from above, seems to be having the time of her life, almost as if she wanted Arthur to go to such extremes. Even the other contestants can't help but take notice of Arthur's overwhelming presence. Tessia, however, doesn't seem too surprised. She knew something like this was inevitable. Arthur dashes toward his opponent with unwavering confidence. Seeing him charge so fearlessly causes Lucas to freeze for a moment, but he quickly gathers himself and summons his fire element, conjuring flames to execute a technique known as Inferno's Cage. Arthur quickly deflects the fiery attack using his wind magic and lands gracefully back on his feet. It seems Lucas is already prepared for his next onslaught. This time, he conjures glowing fireballs, and he is prepared to unleash them. The fiery orbs light up and begin to surround Arthur, trapping him in their blaze. Some of the fireballs even travel towards our boy, but my guy begins dashing left and right. One of Arthur's steps accidentally triggers one of Lucas's traps, causing an explosion. Thankfully, he is safe, but Lucas is having the time of his life watching Arthur struggle and dance around his attacks. He continues to bombard our boy with those relentless fireballs. Sylvie gets concerned to see her papa struggling. Arthur reassures her that he's fine and quickly inquires about how the rest of the team is doing. Sylvie happily reports that Mama is winning against Curtis, and Claire is holding her own against Grumpy Guy. Satisfied with the update, Arthur shifts his focus back to his opponent. He observes that Lucas's mana pool has grown significantly since his adventurer days, larger than Arthur expected. Regardless, he decides to close the gap between them, so he charges straight at the smug bastard. But Lucas counters with yet another fire attack, forcing his opponent to step back again. Without fire or water elemental mana, Arthur struggles against the intense heat. He starts to worry that if this drags on, his mana pool might eventually be drained. Another explosion erupts, sending Arthur flying backward. Lucas, on the other hand, revels in his dominance. He's glad he didn't join the disciplinary committee. If he had to work alongside someone as incompetent as Arthur, he says he might have quit school out of sheer embarrassment. It looks like Arthur is struggling more than he anticipated. He wants to conjure a wind spell strong enough to counter the scorching fire, but he's not getting any space to make it happen. He focuses himself, recalling that wind magic is essentially about pushing, pulling, and manipulating air to achieve desired effects. But what if he manipulates the air particles themselves? He could get rid of the very thing fire needs to keep burning, which is oxygen in this case. Arthur isn't sure if he can manipulate the oxygen fast enough to extinguish the flames before they reach him, and even if he does, would he still be able to breathe? With all these daunting questions swirling in his mind, he cracks a smile. After all, the reason he came to this school in the first place was to face the unpredictable and learn from it. All the while, Professor Glory is genuinely surprised to see that Lucas is better than she's heard. Inferno's Cage is one of the tougher flame attribute domain spells, yet Lucas is able to use it so proficiently at such a young age. On top of that, his mana reserves seem almost on par with that of a silver core mage. This also causes her to sulk a little. Given how fast the younger generation is growing, the old-timers like her will eventually be left behind. Still, she's glad to see kids like Arthur Lewin. He lacks the variety in his spells that would be typical for a dual elemental mage, but he makes up for it with fluid movements and tight control. She was only mildly curious about the kid who managed to best a veteran adventurer, even one as careless as Geist. But after sensing that pressure he exuded, she has no doubts how he was able to conquer his senior. It makes her wonder what kind of life he's lived to be capable of something like that at his age. Suddenly she notices something unusual. From what she can see, Arthur seems to be holding his breath. After holding it, he stands still and lets the fireballs hit him. At first she's unimpressed, thinking his uniform is about to burn off if he keeps this up. But then something unexpected happens. The fire simply disperses the moment it gets closer to him. This piques her curiosity instantly. She orders her beast to lower in altitude because she wants to see this little monster up close. From what she can see, unlike wind magic, trying to manipulate the air itself involves much more insight and a higher level of concentration and channeling in order to cast properly. That's why there aren't many mages capable of just sucking the air out of their opponent's lungs. It would take hours of concentration to manipulate the air directly around a moving living target. That's why mages typically use their own body as the source or a pre-designated unmovable location. Arthur, however, is keeping his area of effect as close to his body as possible. Even then, to be able to do this in the middle of a fight is just awe-inspiring. Now let's switch to our boy's perspective. Arthur is manipulating a thin layer of air around his body to form a vacuum and disperse the fire before it hits him. It sure sounded a lot easier in his head, but at this rate, his uniform is going to hit its threshold before he can get the hang of it. Still, if he can just break through the barrier that bastard has surrounded himself with, Lucas is as good as defeated. Meanwhile, the bastard is starting to lose his cool, seeing how Arthur is able to block his spells like that. He doesn't see any wind magic being used, so he is dying to know how Arthur is defending himself. But regardless, Lucas decides to end this battle once and for all. He quickly uses another technique and conjures up a flame guardian. The fire golem charges at Arthur, but our boy isn't fazed in the slightest. In fact, he's kind of glad to see that this bastard is finally pushed to his limits and has to use his trump card. As Arthur prepares himself for the attack, he suddenly feels an overwhelming surge of mana. Sylvie quickly warns him that the mana he's feeling is a danger. Before Arthur can figure out who is exuding this copious amount of mana, the fire guardian sneaks up on him and hits him hard, sending him skidding across the ground. Thankfully, he manages to save himself from getting hit directly. Just as the beast charges at him, Arthur quickly uses one of his signature moves, where time seems to stop for him. But the hits he's taken already are weighing him down, and he knows he has to get out of there fast. He needs to reach Tessia because he senses she's in trouble. He realizes that the mana spike he felt earlier is coming from Curtis releasing his beast will, and the target of this is none other than Tessia. What's really bothering Arthur is that Tessia doesn't have any sort of protective barrier around her. Barely holding on, Arthur gathers himself, and before the mana beast can hit her, he jumps into the scene like a hero. He holds Tessia in his arms, ready to take the full brunt of the attack because he doesn't have enough mana left to block it. It's going to hurt, but he knows it's a sacrifice worth making. But before we see the climax, let's rewind a little and see how Tessia ended up in this tough spot. While she's going up against the prince, her mind is momentarily distracted, thinking about Arthur. Suddenly, Prince Curtis charges at her. She manages to block the direct hit, but Curtis is clearly annoyed that she wasn't even paying attention to him. The way she dodges his attacks with such fluid movements makes it look like a piece of cake. With some slick moves, she proceeds to deliver her finishing blow, but suddenly her mana core starts to throb. Though she manages to throw the prince away, her chest hurts like hell. She's not sure what's wrong with her, and she doesn't have time to figure it out. Curtis is ready with his beast greater, and it's at that moment the prince decides to unleash his beast will. Tessia quickly catches on that danger is ahead, given the amount of ambient mana they're both gathering. Tessia also uses her earth magic, summoning strong roots to fight against her opponent. But Prince Curtis just hops over those roots effortlessly, making it look like a piece of cake. Tessia, on the other hand, is still unsure of what's going on with her mana core. She's struggling to properly assimilate the energy from the Elderwood Guardian's core. She even considers forfeiting the match. But then her pride gets the better of her. As the student council president, she just can't bring herself to concede defeat. She can't let anyone think she's weak, much less a coward, so she gives it her all. Prince Curtis, meanwhile, readies himself for his final attack. With all the mana he's managed to gather, he releases a massive blast of fire with a lion's roar, sending it flying toward her. All the while, with Tessia's mana core overwhelming her, she begins to lose consciousness. And the last thing she notices is the blazing fire heading straight toward her before her eyes shut. The powerful attack from Prince Curtis causes a devastating blast that rocks the entire arena. Professor Glory is devastated when she realizes that she wasn't able to make it there faster in time to prevent the destruction. She quickly lands as soon as she approaches the explosion zone. The smoke is thick, but as it starts to dissipate, she sees nothing but burning roots. When she looks into the other side, she spots Arthur on top of Tessia, his back burned to a crisp from the blast. The other students quickly rush to the scene, and Glory immediately commands them to get the rest of the team on standby, and further instructs one of the students to start the damage assessment. A while later, Arthur finds himself in the infirmary, his entire body wrapped in bandages. Sitting on top of him is an angry Sylvie, who presses her little paw against his head to express her frustration. She's in tears, overwhelmed by the thought that he had been on the verge of death. She doesn't know what she would have done if he hadn't made it through. Arthur is startled at first but soon softens as he apologizes for worrying her. He admits that it was reckless of him, but he promises he won't ever leave her. Right then, Director Goodsky enters to check on Arthur and inquires about his well-being, but Arthur is more interested in hearing how Tessia is doing. The director claims that she is doing well, and the good news is that Tessia is in a much better state than he is. Arthur clearly understands the cause of her condition. He is sure that it is due to the beast's will that her body was not able to handle it. The old hag is startled to hear this and quickly asks how he knows. Arthur admits that he is the one who gave her the beast will. He believes he should be the one to help her with the assimilation, but he doubts if he can in his current state. Goodsky reassures him that he has already done more than enough. It is actually her fault for not paying much attention to her. Tessia is at the most vulnerable stage of the assimilation process, and the director believes that if that girl had been taught about it earlier, this might have been avoided. Though she thanks him for sacrificing himself to save her disciple, the director has already contacted both the royal family and Arthur's, so they should arrive soon. She advises him to get some rest until then. With that, the director leaves Arthur alone for some much-needed rest. Outside, Tessia stands hesitantly, unsure whether to enter. After a moment, she decides to let Arthur rest. As she stands there, the old hag startles her by inviting her for some dessert. With no choice, Tessia decides to join the director, unable to summon the courage needed to face Arthur just yet.